As the day dawns in the kingdom, this vibrant city awakes. Centuries of tradition, heritage and culture entwined. With an evolving modern dream. Art is big, art is bold. Every picture paints a unique story. The richest horse race in the world. A golden prize awaits.
Here in Saudi Arabia, the cultural and social canvas is being added to all the time. And a huge part of that is one of its oldest pastimes, now one of its most important sports, thoroughbred horse racing.
And at the very heart of that, today's event, the richest horse race in the world, the $20 million SaudiCup. Despite the difficulties of being here, we are all here. The horsemen and, most importantly, the horses.
This, the second edition of this $20 million showpiece. But as with the inaugural running, the Americans are back and they seek to dominate.
Off dominating victories in both the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile and the Pegasus World Cup, Nick Sko comes in as a co-favorite here for his Eclipse Award-winning trainer, Brad Cox.
Charlatan missed most of his three-year-old season, but exploded back to form on the west coast of the United States last time for Hall of Famer Bob Baffert.
Tacitus will carry the colors of Judd Mott Farms, trying to improve on his 5th place finish last year. He'll have a new pilot in William Buick.
But this year, it's not just about the Americans. Saudi Arabian-owned but British-trained Mishrif was second in the Saudi Derby here last year, went on to become one of the best colts in Europe.
Chewad Wizard earned his berth here with a victory in the Champions Cup back in December. He'll be flying the flag for Japan.
The stage is set, and the SaudiCup, emblematic of the way in which thoroughbred horse racing has proved its resourcefulness and its indomitability through this pandemic. Officially this event today, behind closed doors, but very much the focal point for local dignitaries here in Riyadh and across the kingdom. All smiles, and not only has this event thrust Saudi Arabia into the limelight as regards thoroughbred racing globally, it's massively increased the popularity of the sport here in the kingdom. Come to Saudi Arabia, they said, the weather will be beautiful, not a cloud in the sky. Nick Luck alongside Michelle Yu, getting drenched paddock side. Temperatures 13 degrees Celsius here in Riyadh. Michelle, it's going to be a bad hair day, but the sport is going to be something to write home about.
The good news is, Nick, we are all willing to suffer for beauty as long as we have something to watch that's exciting. I think we have an amazing card lined up, culminating with, of course, the $20 million SaudiCup.
And in reality, it's about where this fits in the global horse racing firmament, and already it has a significant place. Just tell us why.
Absolutely. I mean, this race it's slated perfectly. We have the Breeders' Cup in November. We go right to the Pegasus World Cup, and this is the perfect stepping stone into the Middle East, where you can go on to Dubai. This has just been a fantastic area for this race to land on the racing calendar to give us some much-needed oomph in the beginning of the year.
But it hasn't been straightforward putting this event on this year because of the pandemic, and that has taken its toll. Two high-profile jockeys, John Velasquez and Umberto Rispoli, coming in from the United States, didn't make it. Their travel arrangements meant they weren't able to be here. That has posted some noted stories for later on in the day.
Yeah, definitely we'll have to be talking about that. But again, it's a global pandemic. We are doing the best that we can. The good news is, Nick, the majority of people and horses, of course, were able to show up here, and we're ready to put on a show.
Not too long until our first race. This is what we've got coming up for you, and the top quality elite action gets underway in just a few moments' time with the Neom Turf Cup. Turf racing dominates the early part of the card, and then we build right the way through the 3-year-olds in the Saudi Derby, then the Riyadh Dirt Sprint and the Saudi Cup at 8:40. Local time is our feature race over 1,800 metres. That's 1.1 miles on the main dirt track, round one turn, one of the largest and most sweeping dirt tracks in the world. Derwas, Laoin Walid and Sharay are out of the 5:45. 7:10 take out 3 Emblem Road, 7:50 14 Rajiala, and in the 8:40 number 1 Al Zahar. The big local hope doesn't run in the Saudi Cup. And because of Velasquez and Rispoli not making it, several jockey changes. Joel Rosario rides Urban Icon now in the 4:35, and Cowan, Steve Asmussen's talented sprinter, in the 7:10. Frankie Dettori picks up the ride on Motakayev, and New York Central, last year's winner, in the 7:50. Pink Kamehameha is now ridden by Kauti Tasaki, who rides the big Japanese Hope Chua Wizard in the feature race, where Mikel Barcelona now rides Max Player, and William Buick comes in for the plum ride on the Juddmonte Farm Zone Bill Mott trained Tacitus. Time for Michelle and I to introduce you to the remainder of our broadcast team today here in Saudi Arabia, starting off with Hayley Moore.
Welcome to Riyadh Racecourse. I'm delighted to be standing here trackside on the dirt course with the turf course just over my shoulder, and in the company of our commentator throughout the afternoon into the evening. Travis Stone has come over from America. How excited are you to be here?
This is great. Never been to Saudi Arabia before. Obviously, the Saudi Cup later today is a pretty big horse race, $20 million on the line. It's just great to be here. This is a big opportunity for someone from the States to get to commentate these races.
Well, it's great to have you here on the international circuit. And what about this dirt track? It seems to be quite a forgiving surface.
It's not only forgiving, it's very fair. You know, typically dirt tracks tend to have a speed favoring sort of bias to them, or at least the notion of such. This is a very fair racetrack. As we saw last year, horses won from all parts of the racetrack, whether it be coming down the center late, coming up the rail late, or winning near the front end. So it should be a very fair racetrack throughout.
And calling home the winner of the world's richest horse race, the Saudi Cup. You looking forward to it? What about the American horses?
This is a great race this year. There's no two ways about it. Knicks Go is fast. Charlatan is fast, and they're figuring, at least in the early stages of the race, knock heads in a big way. I mean, they're both going to go right to the front. That's what dirt racing is known for. That's what American dirt racing in particular is known for. It's just a question of whether or not they go too fast and battle themselves into defeat. But I expect them to put on a pretty good show.
Well, we can't wait to hear you calling them home. Best of luck. We're really looking forward to it. And hopefully we'll try and find a few winners along the way.
Well, there's still a little bit of rain coming down ahead of the opening contest, the Neom Turf Cup, where the horses are in the saddling area. I'm going to be based here for a little bit of it, having a look at some of the horses. Want to get a good look at some of these Arabians, as we did this time last year. I'll be over in the weighing room as well, talking to some of the international riders, and in the paddock, as ever, milling about and talking to winning connections. So we're not too far away from our opening contest, the Neom Turf Cup. As I say, hopefully this rain's going to go away, but can't wait for racing to get underway.
Turf Cup coming up to start the evening of racing here on Saudi Cup Day, and Al Hamdani is going to start us off with Christian de Romero for that inside post. Joel Rosario, who's going to ride Knicks Go later on in the Saudi Cup, wasting no time right in the saddle on Channelmaker. Alexis Moreno, Mikel Barcelona, and Olivier Pellier also with mounts in this first race this evening. Eddie Castro is going to ride Kuwait Currency along with Gavin Ryan on Saltonstall. Camilo Espina on Star of Winds. Staunch the rider is going to be Wigberto Ramos. Tilsit, who's backed pretty well internationally. Ryan Moore, who piloted Tilsit to a win prior to this 2 starts ago. Rounding out the field are 4 White Sox with Fawaz Wanis, and Holly Doyle is going to ride True Self to round out a field of 12 for the Neom Turf Cup to kick things off. $1 million in the pot.
Joel Rosario is out with Channelmaker, actually just walking right behind him. This rain a good thing for your boy Joel?
I think so. I think he raced before in the wet track. I think yes, he okay with that.
Now we saw Neil Pozansky alongside you out on track with him a couple of days ago. He was having a good look around. Is that him, Joel?
Yes, he always like that. You know, he put the head up a little bit, and then he just like to play, and then that's how he acts. Yeah.
Have you got one thing in your mind here, and that's to get out, go forward?
Yeah, probably, yeah. Get get over and then see where, you know, where he put me, and then take it from there.
Like this on him and like this on Nick's go later on, right?
We'll see. That's the plan. Yeah.
Listen, hope you have a good day. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it.
Joel Rosario speaking with Tom Stanley a little earlier. Now he is aboard English Channel, one of the key contenders for this opening race, the Neom Turf Cup. Michelle, you alongside me. What a splendid horse this is. 7 years old, but in the peak of his life.
Absolutely. It's only been recently that this horse has flourished, earning an Eclipse Award just last year in North America as the top older turf male. I thought he looked fantastic here in the walking ring. He's carried very good weight coming over here, and you just saw the sprightly jog right there, stretching those legs out. He looks very interested. And you hear Joel say, this horse has been very versatile, Nick. It's okay if the ground is wet. It's okay if it's firm.
And Channel Maker was an excellent third in the Breeders' Cup Turf. That can't have been far off a career best.
I would have to say so. The horses that he barely got beat by were pretty incredible. I feel like he's really just flourishing. Since he's found himself in a front-running type position, he has shown that he can be a very good horse.
Now, this horse has the potential to be a very good horse. He's not quite there yet. He's only run 4 times. He's Tilsit. He's from one of the late Prince Khaled Abdullah's Juddmonte Farm's very best families. And as you can see there, he's physically some specimen.
Yeah, he's absolutely stunning, and you mentioned the pedigree. He's by First Defense out of an excellent mare who's a half to Kingman. You know, we've seen from him, though, some immaturity issues in the past, Nick. That's my biggest concern, but watching him, we don't see any of that right now.
And he wears that red hood in the preliminaries here just to keep him calm and pacified, but he's on best behavior. Now, here's a fascinating mare. This is True Self. She started off life in jumps races under jumps rules in England and then in Ireland, but she's turned herself into a really, really smart performer. She had the option of the staying race, comes for the shorter race, and she has Holly Doyle, Britain's most successful female jockey.
She's coming out of a okay race last time out. She was actually here running in this event last year, and she took a pretty similar path, although I think her form last year leading into there was a little bit better than what we'll see for the 2021 rendition.
And the question for her is whether she's got the tactical speed for a race of this distance. I think they wanted to go to the staying race later, but they were worried they may not make the cut. She is a player. Now, let's have a look at Gronkowski, Michelle, a horse that everybody in America will know about.
Absolutely. This horse is named after multiple Super Bowl winner Rob Gronkowski. Did a little bit of running over in North America and has been based over here in the Middle East. He's a little bit of a hard-to-handle type horse. He can be very naughty. He can be temperamental. As you can see, he's going to be equipped with a hood here to get in. I have to say, Nick, in the walking ring, he looked phenomenal. He is a big, heavy horse. He's only gotten bigger. You know, he's a colt, so he's very manly.
Will he handle the turf today, I wonder? There is Saltonstall, who certainly will. Ado McGuinness, his trainer, has already won a big race here in the Middle East this weekend. He's won the Irish Thoroughbred Marketing Cup in Qatar, and he's got a big runner later as well. What do you make of Saltonstall's chance?
You know, I think every time this horse has run off a break before, he just hasn't fired first off. It's like he needs to run himself into shape. He does bring in good form from 2020, but I'm just concerned with the layoff here. Also, I feel like Channel Maker really could be a lone speed scenario, and if that's the case, this horse comes from behind. He's going to be buried down along the rail. I'm worried for his chances.
Channel Maker is a horse who was rather overlooked by one or two of the British pundits looking at this race, but I think he sets a clear form standard. There is for the top, though. Salim bin Gidaya trains this horse in Dubai. Mikel Barcelona rides, and he ran close to his very best when third in this race last year, Michelle.
Yeah, unfortunately, last time out off of the layoff, he didn't look fantastic. He possibly could have needed the out. He definitely could improve.
And he was right in front till the last minute last year when Port Lions and Deirdre went right by him. I think this is a slightly deeper race this time.
I completely agree with you, Nick, and we know he's not going to be out there by himself. Channel Maker is committed to the lead. Here's the way we can beat Channel Maker today. Really, in my opinion, this race is kind of a prep race, right? This horse wants to go to Dubai, and I'm not entirely sure he's going to be cranked 100% ready to go off of this break since the Breeders' Cup.
He's having a prep in $1 million race.
That's a great idea, right? Why work him when you can run for $1 million?
He's a very good horse. This horse is a fair horse, staunch. He's trained locally now, an 8-year-old, but if one or two of the visitors underperform, it's the sort of horse that could run into a bit of minor money, I think.
You know, I was watching his last race in the custodian of the two holy mosques, and in my opinion, he didn't have a huge kick. I feel like in this particular event, we're going to need someone that has a closing punch to get the job done.
Loading up, starters ready for him, and we're ready for Travis Stone. Travis, it's all yours.
Races to the stretch for the first time, and here comes for the top looking for the lead early. Emirates Knight is there. Channel Makers down toward the inside, racing forward, comes on to be second now, up close to the pace with 1 circuit to go. So it is for the top to set the pace. Channel Maker's going to rate today. Pulls back off the pace in toward the inside. Now switches back to the outside to be second. Emirates Knight is racing third. Tilsit broke near the outside, but it's over to the rail and is racing in fourth. Gronkowski comes away fifth. Kuwait Currency toward the inside is racing along in sixth. A break of 2.5 lengths back to Star of Winds, who's now seventh. True Self is racing in eighth. Al Hamdani is now ninth. They move toward the backstretch run with Salt and Stall racing in 10th. Staunch is 11th, and 4 White Sox is the last of them all. So they're on the backstretch run now. And up top, it's for the top. The leader by 3/4 of a length. Channel Maker hustled along and prompting the pace in second. Emirates Knight is getting closer, 3 wide third. Now Channel Maker makes a bid. Channel Maker's up to challenge for the lead. For the top has to go with Channel Maker, and these two speed off with 1,000 meters to go. They've opened up by 3. Emirates Knight is back into third. Tilsit is waiting toward the inside fourth with 5 lengths to make up from there. Gronkowski is in the clear, advancing up now. Gronkowski takes over fourth. Tilsit is back into fifth. Kuwait Currency's called on for run. Switches outside, picking up ground, going past Tilsit. Tilsit's dropped 8 or 9 lengths off the lead now. So round the far turn, Channel Maker short lead. For the top, trying to stick with Channel Maker. These two are head and head. Emirates Knight just 2.5 lengths behind in third. Kuwait Currency's putting in a run from fourth. 4 White Sox switches far outside fifth. Gronkowski's got a shot, 4 lengths to make up from there. And here comes True Self. True Self charging on through, but Channel Maker get clear by 2.5, now by 3. True Self coming with a flying finish. True Self's up into second. Channel Maker's trying to hold on. 100 meters to go. Channel Maker's still there. True Self keeps on coming. True Self to the top. True Self from off the pace over Channel Maker. Farther back, Emirates Knight and Sultanstall. True Self far behind earlier. Allowed to find a seam coming through the stretch and absolutely exploded to run down Channel Maker. Channel Maker did not go to the front early, elected to sit off the pace, switched outside, challenged for the top down the back stretch, and ultimately succumbed to True Self. There's Channel Maker finishing second. Well back to Emirates Knight from third. Sultanstall, Tilsit disappointing today. Gronkowski, Kuwait Currency, Star of Winds, 4 White Sox. Rounding out the field, True Self kicks off Saudi Cup Day.
Is there anything Holly Doyle cannot do? She broke every conceivable record for a female jockey in Great Britain last year. That included Grade 1 success, and now she has won the opening race here on Saudi Cup Day in Riyadh aboard the 8-year-old mare, True Self, for Willie Mullins, best known as a dominant trainer of steeplechasers and hurdlers in Ireland, but he can do it with just about any horse. He just missed out in the Melbourne Cup, the great staying handicap, with Max Dynamite a few years ago. He's gone one better in this $1 million race, the Neon Turf Cup, with the irresistible late charge, Michelle, of True Self, ridden to a nicety by Holly Doyle.
What a great job by Holly Doyle. She's actually going to become the first woman to ride just on the card here that wasn't involved in the Jockey Challenge, and then for her to be able to win that very first one, like you said, records are going to continue to fall. I love the fact that we have some girl power here. A wonderful lady aboard a lovely little mare. And Nick, looking back at that, Channel Maker, in my opinion, coming down the stretch, I don't think he got tired. It looked to me like he was very resentful of the rain pelting him in the face. You see his head up in the air. That's an uncomfortable action, not liking what's going on. Not that he wasn't giving up.
But one who wasn't giving up was True Self. She was running on with extraordinary tenacity in the closing stages. What you knew about her was that this distance today, 10.5 furlongs, an extended 1.25 miles, was an absolute minimum for her. And she needed every yard of this distance on this galloping turf course here to prevail. And the rain that's fallen has probably not harmed her cause either. Here's the winning jockey alongside Hayley Moore.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, this is brilliant. Holly Doyle, talk us through the race. How did it unfold?
It worked out perfectly, really. She jumped smart, just worked my way into position there on the rail. 2 lengths from Ryan. I just wanted to keep an eye on him, obviously being on the favourite. She set up beautifully, and I got the splits up the straight, and she funded home.
Well, it was a terrific ride. How much confidence did the team give you? You know, Willie Mullins campaigns his horses internationally to great success. Were you hopeful?
yeah, really hopeful. I watched her runs and I thought, you know, this is probably my best chance to ride a winner today, and it's great for the owners and Willie Mullins to give me an opportunity like this.
Yeah, you've still got some exciting rides still to come. What are you looking forward to?
I'm just really looking forward to riding for my boss in Red Al Cigar in the last in the Saudi Cup.
Now, not only are you the first female to ride on Saudi Cup Day, but you've kicked off the meeting with a victory. What does this moment mean to you?
It means the world, you know. I rode here yesterday and I didn't have any luck, but it's part of being a jockey, picking yourself up when you're down.
It's absolutely terrific. We're delighted for you. Good luck for the rest of the card. Thank you, Holly.
Yeah, Holly Doyle, she really has set the bar so high. Her poise in the saddle matched by her determination and her extraordinary fitness. And she's really one of the most upwardly mobile riders anywhere in the world.
That's the key, right, Nick? We make a huge deal because we have female riders that are competing on these amazing stages, but she's reached that pinnacle where she's just a really great rider.
Oh, for sure, and she'll be a leading contender to be champion jockey in the UK in 2021, when one of her key challengers will be her fiancé Tom Marquand, another great rising star of the weighing room in the UK. He's now currently in Australia. He's just coming out of hotel quarantine now to ride Grade 1 horses down there, and Holly is laying down the gauntlet here in Saudi, and I think her ride in the Dubai Cup is interesting, extra elusive.
Gonna be, definitely, and you said, you know, she's looking forward to it. That's a huge race. It must be nice to have a victory like this so early in the card, though, so you just breathe a sigh of relief and enjoy the rest of the day.
Well, she's ice cold in the saddle. She rides with so much confidence. She's always going to have belief in her own ability. There's no doubt about that.
Can I just say how great this mare looks, by the way? Walking back, she's barely even blowing. What a proud little filly coming back, and she could have gone around easily again.
Yeah. What Willie Mullins does better than just about any other trainer, jumps or flat, is work on horses' fitness. And they do just keep rolling. They will keep galloping, and they give very generously too. And this mare in receipt of weight, the gender allowance. Willie Mullins not here today, but I'm sure watching on from his base in Ireland will be absolutely delighted. What reaction from the connections of the runner-up, Channel Maker? Tom Stanley has more.
Yeah, Neil Pazanski's alongside me. Joel Rosario just walked off. Neil, you know, watching the race, you didn't let yourself get too excited. Just talk me through those closing stages.
Well, he didn't make the lead like we were hoping. He had go to plan B, and he ran a good race. He made his move. He just got caught at the end there.
When you say plan B, I take it you were going to go out, try and make all, and then Joel just had to bide his time early on in the race.
Yeah, we were hoping for the front, but it didn't happen that way, so Joel did what he had to do.
Just off the back of this, I suppose Dubai would be the logical next step for him.
Yes, we'll go on to Dubai with him.
And do you think that distance, a Shima Classic distance, an extra furlong will suit him?
Yes, definitely.
He's a horse that travels well, is he? You always happy with him over here?
Yeah, I was always happy with him. It was, you know, he ran his race.
He ran really good. Listen, Tacitus later on, what sort of shape is he in for the big one?
He's doing great. We're looking for a big race.
He's been happy out training on the dirt so far?
Yeah. Everything's on go.
We wish you all the best. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, a few words today, Neil. I think he was pretty disappointed. No disappointment. You can see the smize, they call it, don't they, Michelle?
The smize, exactly. That's when you smile with your eyes. We have to see that behind the masks nowadays.
Holly Doyle has won the first race here in Riyadh aboard True Self. And Holly was wearing the jockey cam during the Neom Turf Cup. That should make for very interesting viewing, which we will show you very shortly. And she is on the scales and tips them at 55.5. All good for Holly Doyle, 8 stone 9 in old money. And this is how it was done in the closing stages. That awkward gawky high ahead carriage for Channel Maker today. He didn't seem to be letting himself down fully on this turf, just softened up a little in the last hour or so, but here comes True Self, head bowed, with Holly Doyle in full drive, full cry to claim the Breeders' Cup Turf third in the shadows of the post. Terrific finish to our first.
Really terrific, and you can just see stride for stride how she's extending, and Channel Maker right there was not.
8 years old, True Self, but clearly in the form of her life, this was a target from some way out. And when Willie Mullins and his team in Ireland make a plan, those plans more often than not come to glorious fruition. And so it has been the case once again here in Saudi Arabia this afternoon. So the first race then, the Neom Turf Cup, goes the way of True Self. For Willie Mullins in the colours of 3 Mile House and the OTI partnership, Holly Doyle with success. Behind closed doors officially here in Riyadh, just local dignitaries and connections of horses to enjoy the 8-race programme we've got for you, and so much to enjoy. And let's enjoy now some of the cultural heritage of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Welcome back. You are joining us here live in Riyadh at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. This is the scene of the 2021 running of the world's richest horse race, the Saudi Cup. Nick Luck alongside Michelle Yu, and I'm very happy to report that it stopped raining. That was quite a deluge for a little while.
Yeah, it got a little hairy there for us. It wasn't the best hair weather, but like you said, hopefully the storm has passed. We'd like to continue on with some clear skies for the rest of the evening.
I don't know if you're aware, but there was actually snow in the northern kingdom of Saudi Arabia earlier today. And representatives of the Willie Mullins stable holding the trophy aloft. Paddy Cleary representing the owners after True Self's win in the opening race, the Neom Turf Cup. A solid gold, rather beautiful memento for the mantelpiece as well. And Holly Doyle, who has made history consistently through the last 12 months, makes it once again by becoming the first female rider to win a race on the Saudi Cup card. And this, Michelle, is her view of how she did it. Now, you're a more experienced rider than I am, so I'll leave it to you.
Like she said, she jumped out of the gates really smartly there, just putting herself into any position that she wanted to. You can see she's pretty happy with where she is. I like to look at the way a horse's ears are during a race, and you can see hers are just off to the side and relatively relaxed. You can see them flopping around and going back and forth. To me, that's a horse that is cueing in on what their rider is telling them to do. She's rating very kindly. You can see she's not pulling, and she's not upset by any of the kickback that's coming. You can see the chunks right now, Nick, of turf that are coming back at her, but what a grand old mare right here. Just, this looks like a pleasure to get to ride.
Now, Neil there representing Bill Mott, the trainer of Channel Maker, seemed a little disappointed that Joel Rosario wasn't able to make the lead from stall 3 and ended up being trapped a little wider on the track than ideal as well. But last year's pace setter for the top set out to do just that again, and probably was going a little faster than Joel Rosario would have wanted.
And, you know, sometimes those plans work out and sometimes they don't work out. I still stick with the fact that he didn't look ultra comfortable coming down the lane, and you heard Neil say they're going to go on to Dubai. This was a stepping stone all the way around. I don't think they can be too disappointed. They're still going to take home a really nice check for a prep race.
Now, still with Holly Doyle, to her outside is a big outsider, Star of Winds, and right in front of her, now she's got a dilemma, Michelle, because yellow colours, Kuwait Currency isn't going anywhere, and nor is Ryan Moore, pink cap on the disappointing Tilsit, so she's got to split horses now.
This is a very brave move right here. You're going to sit and wait. You see, I don't think she's going to go right through that small hole, but this horse, again, listening so well to her rider. You see that left ear just flicking back and forth, like, tell me what to do and I will do it. She's going to get a little bit more breathing room here. She's so fortunate in the fact that she never has to stop this horse right there. The Red Sea parts, Nick, and look at the acceleration that she's going to give. You can see the bright pink silks of Channel Maker in front and Holly Doyle going after it full force.
And because she didn't have to check momentum and she took the gap rather than going outside, that gave her a clear shot at Channel Maker. And once her momentum was rolling, there was no way it was going to stop.
You said she was ice cold in the saddle. That is exactly what you see from right there. She wait, and it worked out for her.
Joel Rosario trying to get Channel Maker to give him one last effort, but that high head carriage throughout the race, a little keen and rank early, not well positioned, did cost him. And by contrast, the relatively diminutive but lion-hearted mare, True Self it was, that came through to glorious victory under Holly Doyle. That's a nice way to start the day, isn't it?
It is for her, at least. I think for all of us. That was a really exciting finish and very, very fun. And I hope that we get to have a couple more big memories like that. Those are the things I feel like, Nick, that stamp really big days, are these momentous occasions.
And these really big days like this here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they really introduce the local racing public here to a wider cast of international superstars. And of course, the international superstars, many of them getting their first feel of what's considered to be one of the best dirt and turf tracks anywhere in the world. There's one man, of course, who knows it better than just about anywhere else, for having started off life in Panama and then sought his fortune in the United States. He turned his attentions here to Saudi Arabia, and almost immediately he captured the mood of the kingdom.
I'm from Panama City. My dream was go to the races in America. That was my dream. And they try to win a big races there and be successful in everything. I win the jockey champion. I get the chance to ride in the Kentucky Derby. I get one Group 1, the Florida Derby over there.
And down the stretch they come. In the blue cap toward the outside, Storm Tower has the lead by a head, but on the inside, Bull in the Heather. Now Bull in the Heather along the inside takes command and draws clear. It's Bull in the Heather with Roberto Ramos winning the Florida Derby by 2 lengths.
I was riding for some Arab people in Miami, so they contact with the king over here at that time, King Abdullah. They bring me for 4 days. That was a big race, Crown Prince. I came with one American jockey. I win one race and he win the other 2 races, 91. After that, 8 years later, Prince Faisal called me to come back to Saudi Arabia. From that time, I never left. When I came here, I started to win a lot of races too, and the people treat me very good. And I found the races over here very comfortable for me.
متنافسة على كأس الوفاء في نسخته 26 هنا في المملكة العربية السعودية. منافسة قوية، منافسة كبرى، متكيف يكيف الشوط.
The highlights to me is winning a very big race, great one. To get my first good one, they take me like 5 years. After that, every year I get 1 or 2, but last year and this year was my best year ever here in Saudi Arabia. Through 20 years, I can tell you when the horse just walking or trotting, what kind of horse is. I get all the information when I'm riding. I say, okay, this got a chance, or this need to be behind or resting. I have to figure out all this when the door opens.
Wigberto Ramos, known affectionately as Wiggy. He will be riding Albathali in the local handicap for locally bred thoroughbreds. That comes up as race 4 before we get into the best of the dirt action and culminating in the Saudi Cup. It was a lovely story. I'd forgotten Wiggy Ramos riding the Florida Derby winner all those years ago.
I think it's great, and around here he's kind of a local legend. Everybody knows him. He always walks around with a big smile. I think it's super fun to get to see a little bit more about some of the local riders.
And just truly enhancing the international flavour of the day. We will see Wiggy a little bit later on. Let's head out and join Tom Stanley.
Races in Bahrain.
David Egan is with me in the weighing room. He's just weighed out on, for his ride on New Show. David, what do you make of his chances?
Yeah, look, he won the Crown Prince Cup there in Bahrain a couple of weeks ago. It's Bahrain's one of the most prestigious races, 2,000 metres. He's sort of a hold-up horse who likes a fast pace. Stepping up to 3,000 metres is unknown, but he seems to finish his races quite well when riding him a bit patient, so that's probably what I'll do today from the wide draw.
Do you think he'll relax enough over this trip?
Yeah, I think he will. He's pretty laid-back type. He's been training well here on the track, so we're hoping for a nice run against some good opposition.
Look, there's a big ride for you later on, we know, on Mischief. Spoke to you early on in the week. I know you're looking forward to it. Have you got a stronger horse this time round, do you think, than the Saudi Derby last year?
Yeah, more mature, furnished horse. Last year, even just looking at him physically, you knew he was going to grow into this big physical horse that he has now. Horses that big when they're immature, 2- and 3-year-olds, it just takes a bit of time for them to mature. He's done that, and hopefully he can run a good race.
It's going to be great for you to be reunited with him, and it's a big ride for you and for John and for Prince Faisal.
Yeah, look, it's an honour to ride Prince Faisal's horse, to put me back on board. He could have easily used one of the American jockeys who's used to riding on the dirt a lot more than me, but look, I know the horse well, and we'll do our best.
Good luck.
Thanks.
David Egan there, who will take the ride on Mishrif in the Saudi Cup today, who's the big hope for Europe, second in the Saudi Derby last year and trained by the multiple champion John Gosden. That's all to come much later, but up next, one of our first big sprint races of the day. So building now towards our second race today here at the King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Live coverage of the Saudi Cup continuing, and a reprise of the finish to our first race. True Self and Holly Doyle getting the better of Joel Rosario and Channel Maker. A truly international finish to the Neom Cup, and we're dropping down in distance next. Some of the fastest horses in the world taking one another on the turf.
$600,000 $650 is bid, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome back wherever you are in the world. Joining us paddock side here live at the King Abdulaziz racetrack in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Not just unseasonable conditions, but extraordinarily unusual conditions for any time of the year in the kingdom. It is pouring with rain again. It's pretty cold as well. as we head to Travis Stone now with the runners and riders for our second race.
Turf sprinting in race number 2 this afternoon. Number 1, Captain Von Trapp, to be guided by Al Fayroux, Dark Power, with Frankie Dettori. Frankie Dettori, no stranger to winning with this one. They won last year. Glorious Journey, James Doyle. Crispin, the rider, is going to be Alexis Moreno. Adri DeVries, the rider for Land of Legends. Knife Alanazzi on Larchmont Lad. Christian DeMuro's riding Mumpkin, with Royal Dornoch, piloted by Antonio Fresu. William Buick's going to ride Space Blues. He's also going to pilot Tacitus later on in the Saudi Cup. Joel Rosario picks up the ride on Urban Icon. And Avelina with Luis Morales to round out the field in the turf sprint.
Very unusual distance to this race, 1,351 metres. It's around 6 3/4 furlongs here, so you need a sprinter that stays, essentially, Michelle.
I love this distance, actually, Nick. The one surprise to me is that we don't have any American runners in here. I thought for sure this would definitely be a spot to showcase some of that brilliant speed that we see out in North America, but instead we are going to have horses like Space Blues, who honestly, you take a look at his form and you can't knock too much about him. He's bringing in 4 in a row for Charlie Appleby.
Space Blues was one of the best extended sprinters, 6 to 7 furlong horses in Europe last year. His final victory was in the Group 1 Prix Maurice de Geest, which is over 6.5 furlongs. This should be just about perfect. The question is whether he is fit and ready enough off the layoff since August.
That's definitely a big question, Nick, because he didn't win fresh off a similar break from 2019 to 2020.
This is the coming force, Land of Legends, coming here from Dubai, from Saeed bin Sarur.
Yeah, you know, I'm wondering if he breaks, if he could possibly be forwardly placed. He tracked the leaders last time out. He's going to get the turn back in distance. I always love that angle. You're looking at a horse that has gone a little bit farther, so really should appreciate the less distance because they're going to have that fitness edge over horses that haven't raced recently.
That is Land of Legends in that red hood just worn in the preliminaries to keep them pacified. This horse doesn't need any pacifying. Dark Power, the grey, last year's winner, last year's shock winner. Wouldn't be a shock today.
You know, I will say I want to watch him here. He was a little bit rank in his last couple of races, and you can see he was hesitant to leave the walking ring there. This is a horse that at 7 years old wants things his own way.
He's trained by Alan Smith in Bahrain in the colours of Al Adiyat Racing, Sheikh Issa. And this is his victory in the race last year under Frankie Dettori. Now, this looks like he came with a wet sail late, but that tells only half the story, Michelle. He was always prominently placed in a race that wasn't run frenetically.
Yeah, he was outside of horses, and he was a little bit rank again. He didn't have any cover, but it left him clear sailing late, and you saw those strides. He looked absolutely sensational finishing there. I'd love to see him finish similarly here. He brings in back-to-back thirds.
And Tom Stanley is with his trainer.
I am indeed. Alan Smith is alongside me. I was just asking what all this rain is about. Most importantly, what's it going to do to the horse, Alan?
Won't make any difference to him at all. So he's quite happy with everything that's going on. He's seasoned campaigner, so he's looking round here today as if, oh, I'm back here again.
Hey, that was some night last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I think it might be a bit tougher this year. Charlie's bringing in some heavier gear, isn't he?
Yeah. It's shaping up like a stronger race as far as you're concerned. But have you got a better horse this year around, do you think?
No, he's just much the same as he was, you know. His weight's the same, his fitness is the same, you know. He's okay, he's in good order, and he'll do what he does. And we're a year older, all of us, so we'll see what happens.
Alan, thanks for your time. Best of luck.
All right, thanks a lot. Cheers.
Lovely.
Welcome back to the parade ring. Charlie Appleby has just legged up James Doyle and William Buick on board his 2 runners. Charlie, I'll start off by asking you about Glorious Journey. How is he?
It's in great order. As you know, he ran a very creditable race there in the Alpha Healy there, so he's had a nice prep into the race. He ran a solid race last year, pitched out wide there. He's a little bit further in. We're still out in 9, but even still, he comes in here in good shape, and a repeat performance of last year, he'll be very competitive.
I was just admiring how well they both look and the chances of Space Blues, who's racked up this winning sequence. What about his chances today?
Yeah, obviously, look, he's coming off a layoff there, but we took him to Maidan 10 days ago, and he definitely came forward for that, and so we're pleased with where he is. As you say, he's the class horse in the race. He's got a nice draw. You know, I think they've got him to beat, is my answer.
And this rain, have the jockeys given you a little bit of feedback about how it's riding out there with the grass now?
just talking to William and James as they briefly came in, they just said the jock's in the first race, just saying it's just a bit loose on top there, you know, just unfortunate this rain's come a bit later. If it had been a bit earlier on today, we know it would have got into the ground a bit more, but they've all got to go on it.
Well, the stable are in great form. We wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Haley.
Charlie Appleby, and there is Space Blues, who looks pretty controlled and content as things stand. Big chance for the stable. I thought Glorious Journey was still interesting, though, the second string, Michelle, in the maroon and white silks, because third last year off a fairly sedate pace. If the pace is stronger this year, do you think that gives him a better chance?
Possibly, and I also think that he comes in here with a pretty good prep. He ran third in the Al-Fahadi, like Charlie said. I think he actually needed that out. He had every chance, but got a little bit tired in the lane, so really could move forward with that effort under the belt. And I thought it was interesting what Charlie said there, Nick, because the way the weather's been, it hasn't had a chance to really absorb in the turf. And of course, we're going to run these 3 turf races first here on the card. So it does make for it to be a little bit slippery on some of those turns, causing some of these horses to be more cautious in a particular position when they could be moving up in trip. They'd have to be sitting and waiting.
The only thing I would say is that over this distance, starting midway down the back there, they've got enough time to sort themselves out before they get into the turn, more time than perhaps you'd be used to.
Loving the warm-up here that we're getting from some of these horses. You see him keeping them towards the outside, Nick, so as not to mess with the grass where they're going to be running. Want to make a special welcome right now to our viewers from the United States joining us on Fox Sports 1. They're going to be joining us for the remainder of the card here on SaudiCup night. $20 million SaudiCup and a full card still underway. Unfortunately, the conditions a little bit rainy here in the Middle East, Nicola.
They are. It is pouring here. Temperatures around 11, 12 Celsius at this stage. What's that in old money, Michelle?
I have no idea.
Cold.
Very cold. It's cold. I'd say in the 50s. It's got to be in the 50s right now.
Here is the favourite, the hot favourite for the 1351 Turf Sprint. He is Space Blues. He was on a roll in Europe last season, and he bids for his 5th consecutive victory, but he's first off a layoff. If he can defy the layoff, he's surely the horse they have to beat.
But that is the question. He didn't win fresh at a similar layoff last year. I love the perfect ascent that Charlie's been able to take him through, though, from just overnight stakes to a grade 3, 2, 1. We'd love to see him walk through that, and that recent form of his does at least hold up for our American viewers. The 3rd place finisher in the Prix de Maurice de Guise did run 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Mile, so a name that should be familiar with.
This is a race that could be run at a furious gallop, and that tempo could be aided by this horse here, Royal Dornoch. He's now trained by Musaba Al-Mahari in the United Arab Emirates, but he was with Aidan O'Brien, Michelle.
You know, he can be a little bit feisty as well. Antonio Freisu's going to be aboard, and he gets on him in the mornings, and I've watched him here a couple of different mornings, and you see how he is really on the muscle in this scenario. That is completely the way he is all the time. I love to see him in the flesh. I think that he's a really nice specimen here, and he's very interesting, like you said, making the first local start after previously being from the Aidan O'Brien yard.
And often he was being used as 2nd, 3rd or 4th string for Aidan O'Brien in some of those big races in Europe. Now with the focus more on him and exclusively on his preparation, you wonder whether his new stable can get more from him. If they can, he's quite an interesting runner.
I think that that's actually a really keen point to make, Nick. You know, you come from a really large yard and maybe you get overlooked no matter how good you are if you aren't that upper echelon, and in someone else's yard you can really become a shining star.
Prince Faisal bin Khalid's got 3 runners here. The best of them is Momkin. Started off in Europe for Roger Charlton, had 2 runs for William Haggis, is now with local trainer Abdullah Mishraf.
Going to be getting a turn back in distance, which I like to see. Again, this is a horse that's been running mile races, so he should have plenty of stamina for the finish. And I like to look at patterns in horses. He's on pattern for a very strong effort today. He does have a kind of a bounce scenario in between his races, but he should have a strong one if he's good enough.
And his rider, Christian de Muro, enjoyed his biggest success in the saddle when partnering Sotsas to victory in the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe at Longchamp in the autumn. This is a horse who was good in England, but not great. Urban icon, now trained locally by Fahad Sa. Joel Rosario rides.
Joel Rosario taking over for Johnny Velasquez, who was not able to get over to Saudi Arabia to ride for the day. His race at Doncaster last time out was not a bad go. The winner that day, Nick, Wichita, hasn't run since. The runner-up, though, One Master, did come back to win the Prix de la Forêt and was 3rd in the Champion Stakes. So really that form line looks better and better and has success over good ground.
Michelle, you're big musical theatre enthusiast.
What are you going to throw me into the bus with here?
Here's Captain Von Trapp.
You're not going to make me sing, right? We're definitely not singing today. Yeah, here's a Son of Trap shot. Going to be making his first start on the grass, Nick. I'm not entirely convinced this is what this horse wants to do. Trap shot as a sire, only about 11% with turf winners. This horse is a half sibling that's run on the grass before and only had one decent out. I'd play wait and see, and if this horse beats me, I'm happy for him.
I think he'd be beaten a fair way, maybe 16 lengths, going on 17. Captain Von Trapp.
I would like to see you maybe accompany that line with a little ditty, a dance.
I mean, it's a crazy day. It's raining in Saudi Arabia, but not that crazy. And it won't be crazy at all if this horse, Space Blues, wipes away our weather blues by winning this in the hands of William Buick. We should just touch on what a momentous day this could be for William Buick, the man on board. British-based jockey, notable successes all around the world, but today he's picked up a spare ride, an 11th hour ride in a $20 million horse race later on an American trained horse, Tacitus, in the colours of the late Prince Khalid Abdullah, who died last month. That would be some extraordinary story.
That would be amazing. Not only that, but this horse we know has run very well over here before. He was 5th in this race last year, picking up a very nice paycheck. That could be an excellent pickup mount.
We are in some respects behind closed doors here at the King Abdulaziz racecourse, insofar as that there is no public admission to the racetrack, but local dignitaries are allowed here and connections of the horses, and there were just a handful of available places, and they were snapped up very, very quickly indeed. Anybody who could get here is here. And this is going to be a very popular event in years to come locally, that's for sure.
Yes, I know there was a very, very high demand to get to come back here, Nick. We were out talking to some people earlier on, very excited and really privileged to be able to be on track here for this event.
But taking cover under the eaves of the grandstand, and some blankets being rushed to the start by the looks of things in the back.
Oh, they're
of the
pads.
pickup.
Are they pads or are they real blankets? It looks like pads. To some. Generally, we put some pads on a starting gate if a horse maybe gets a little squirrely in there. It gives the horse pressure on each side. When a horse feels the pressure, they tend to stop moving around, and especially without having any headers or starters in the starting gate, that can really help the rider keep the horse straight for a solid break.
They're used significantly in the United States, I know, but they're used an awful lot in Europe, particularly in England, where the starting stall design tends to be quite a bit narrower than either in France or the US, and the horses just feel their hindquarters getting a little bit claustrophobic against the superstructure of the starting gate.
We noticed that, like you said, the gate here is a little bit skinnier. We were trying to measure. I got about 6-7 inches smaller than the starting gates over in North America. So it is definitely closer quarters, and we'll see that come to play later on today.
And normally a horse who goes in with a rug over their hindquarters, also that is accompanied by an extra handler with a rope halter to bring them in, and just to make that a little more straightforward. There's the hood coming off. You can see the red hood coming off Land of Legends. Adrie de Vries rides. That's the all royal blue of Sheikh Mohammed's Godolphin operation. That red hood taken off so that the horse doesn't become too pacified during the race, but is pacified before it.
It's a perfect situation if that's what your horse needs. You can use other things such as earplugs that can be pulled out at times during the race or even right before. You see this horse getting a hood on to load in that Space Blues. This helps a horse that goes in if they're a little bit nervous in the gate. They have to trust their handler and walk in, and then once they're in, the hood gets taken off and they're able to focus down the racetrack. Sometimes they get too anxious walking in or a little bit hard to load.
In goes number 4, Crispin. Alexis Moreno taking the ride, and we're just down to the last couple. There's the rug you can see. Yeah, on Land of Legends, and it's helped him go forward, and that just attaches to the back of the gate there, and it comes off as he jumps out.
The horse right there along the rail, very nervous. I don't think he stopped moving the entire time, and he was loaded pretty close to first.
Here we go for the 13:51 turf sprint. Here's Travis Stone.
They are in the gate, and they're off. Royal Dornoch, not the best of starts toward the inside, spots to field the length or so. Crispin breaks out sharply and is quickly out to grab the lead. Dark Powers wrangled back into second, racing about 2.5 lengths off in the early stages. Urban Icon is up and to be third now. Space Blues comes away racing in fourth. Captain Von Trapp is fifth. Glorious Journey's on the move from sixth. Land of Legends is back into seventh. And then it's Royal Dornoch, eighth and toward the inside. Mumpkin is racing in ninth by 4. Largemont Lad is near the back with Avelina. Crispin made the lead fairly easily. Heads for the far turn run, holding on to a 3/4 length advantage. Urban Icon is getting closer. Urban Icon now just a half length behind Crispin as they race toward the top of the stretch. And Dark Power is looming in behind while third. Glorious Journey is there. Space Blues needs to find a way through, switches outside. Space Blues has a shot. Land of Legends cuts the corner beautifully in behind. They're at the top of the stretch. Urban Icon has taken over the lead. Crispin tries to fight back. Dark Power, Space Blues putting in a bold late run. Glorious Journey is also there. Land of Legends in behind with Mumkin racing for the final 100. Space Blues has to get going. Down inside is Urban Icon fighting on. So too Dark Power. Space Blues short lead, short of the wire, and Space Blues gets there. Space Blues with a perfect ride from William Buick to nail Dark Power on the wire, followed by Urban Icon in the turf sprint. Space Blues found a perfect spot in the early going, just waited a handful of lengths off the lead, was switched outside as they neared the top of the stretch and finished fast. Had to work for it though. Dark Power ran well, so too did Urban Icon, but it was Space Blues just getting up on the wire, about a half length in the end. Dark Power, Urban Icon, Glorious Journey, Land of Legends, and Mumkin, Avelina, and Larchmont Lad. But the winner, as expected, Space Blues with William Buick.
What a day it promised to be for William Buick, and what a day it is already for Space Blues, who was the best at 7 furlongs, 7/8 of a mile in Europe last year, has proven himself simply too classy at this slightly shorter distance. And to his great credit, Michelle, first run since August.
What a lovely run there too. It was just perfectly planned out, and coming down the lane, I feel like this was maybe a heels and hands ride. I don't think he is going to wave the stick at him a little bit, but this horse never looked like a loser once he was produced. I felt like valiant effort for the runner-up. I felt like the two horses on the inside both tried very hard. The two, Dark Power and then Joel Rosario in the pickup mount, the 10, Urban Icon, really duking it out. They all got good trips. This was clearly, Nick, just the best horse winning this race.
It was. Urban Icon's a horse who campaigned over much further in Europe. Dark Power, the winner of the race last year, has run, I'd say, at least as well. He's about as far in front of Glorious Journey, who's closed up again for fourth, but never nearer than at the finish.
Space Blues, he's a little bit farther back right now, and really this was a perfect trip for the gray horse there, Dark Power, sitting right behind where he likes to be. Urban Icon and Joel Rosario make the perfectly timed move, I felt like, because he's trying to get the jump on everybody else is what he's doing when they come out of this turn, but it just gave perfect position for anybody behind to stalk and pounce.
I mean, Dark Power, fundamentally, the grey, is a pretty fast horse. He's really a sprinter that just got away with it last year.
Look at him right here. He has this crazy extension of stride. When he's in full flight, his feet leave the ground for longer than any other horse right there, but the horse on the outside, the eventual winner, Space Blues, just closing with an absolute fury here. He's a pleasure to get to watch.
He is. He's got a low head carriage. He gets low to the ground. He really digs in. He made huge improvement last year with his victory in the Maurice de Guise, capping a fine season. And you go back to Europe, he'll take all the beating in races over this distance. And good friends and colleagues, Frankie Dettori and William Buick.
I love that. That was really great. I mean, Frankie Dettori obviously always rides for the win, but when he can't get it, you're going to reach over and congratulate your friend. We want to see things like that, and big happy horses here on the Gallop Out.
There is the Godolphin team, and their first jockey, William Buick, has ridden them another big winner, and he's with Hayley Moore.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. He's on a real roll at the moment. And William, great to see you here in Saudi Arabia. This horse looks like a class act. How did that go?
Yeah, he really is a class act. And look, he was the best horse in the race. We all knew that. But you know, we're coming to a country the horse has never been in before, and he's never raced on a track as tight as this. You know, although he has a lot of tactical speed. But I thought he did extremely well. He hasn't run for a while, so. He was a little bit rusty, but I thought it was a real good performance from him.
That's exactly what Charlie told us beforehand. He might come forward for this, which is exciting. You were just happy to sit off the pace back in fifth? Were you getting a nice lead?
Yeah, he travelled good. He broke well, and I followed Frankie, and I sort of knew that Frankie would take me to where I needed to be, and got a nice gap in the straight. And I mean, this horse, he's got a lot of gears. You know, he's very quick, and you see how well he travelled into the straight. He's a very special horse. He's a real good sprinter. He's a top class sprinter.
He's an exciting individual. And just finally, you've got some nice rides to come, spare rides as well. What are you looking forward to?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the day in general. It's a great day, and look, Secret Advisor runs in the next race, so hopefully he can run well, and hopefully the rest of the day can go well.
Congratulations, thank you, well done.
Yeah, Charlie Appleby just alongside me, horse is making his way back. What was your thoughts watching it, Charlie? Well done.
Yeah, delighted. As we know, he's a class horse coming into the race. They looked like they were going sensible fractions there. William, from that draw, just gave him a chance to find his feet there, and he came like a class horse. He did. He came onto the bridle there, turning in. I just felt it was only a matter of William having to ask him the question, and he picked up well. And I say, delighted for Italian Sheikh Mohammed and the team Godolphin there to have a winner here. We ran some great races last year and didn't manage to get one, so we've managed to put a winner on the board, which is great.
Next stop, Dubai.
I think we've taken into strong consideration the Alpes.
The 6, and again, a European campaign over 6 again?
For sure, 6, he's got that 7 following, he's got the Maurice de Geese in his usual races there during the summer there.
Charlie, well
done, Will.
William Buick, he will ride Tacitus in the Saudi Cup. As he said in the interview with Haley Moore there, he will take the ride on Secret Advisor in the next race, the Red Sea Handicap, and he's got one under his belt already in the shape of the well-fancied Space Blues, who makes it 5 from his last 5. He chiseled his way into the public's affections last year. He is well and truly there. He's now described by his jockey as a special horse, a special sprinter. So the lights coming on here, the grandstand at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. Still 6 races to come, culminating in the Saudi Cup, and success already for that man there, William Buick on Space Blues, as we head around the kingdom.
Well, welcome back, everyone. We've just seen a brilliant performance from Space Blues winning the turf sprint, and in second was a wonderful performance from Sheikh Issa's horse alongside me, owner of Al Adiyat Racing. He won the race last year, Sheikh Issa, and if anything, he may have just bettered that run in this race.
Absolutely. The winner there was a much better horse than anything that lined up against Dark Power last year. But very proud of the horse. Very, very proud of the horse. He's a star.
You know, it's nice to do an interview with someone where the horse has finished second, he hasn't won, but you seem so proud of him still. You seem happy with the run.
Absolutely. I would have loved to fly the Bahrain flag in the winner's enclosure. However, I'll take no discomfort for coming a second.
Bahrain had a wonderful year last year, had the first 2 winners, and this horse has backed it up with an excellent performance here. That's Bahrain Racing on the international stage, showing the quality of horse they have to offer.
Absolutely, and even yesterday in the turf handicap for us to run second, third and fourth really shows that there is a quality of horse in Bahrain that can compete on an international level, and we're very proud of it, and we will build on it.
Now, how are you feeling ahead of the Saudi Cup and Global Power carrying your colours? I don't know how you must. What, nervous, excited?
Honoured to have a horse in a race the size of the Saudi Cup, as I know that it won't come around often. So just hoping for a big run, and hopefully we're speaking to you a bit later on.
What's your expectations of his run on the dirt?
If he finishes anywhere in the placings, I'll be more than happy.
I hope we're talking to you later. Thanks for your time. Very best of luck, Sheikh Issa.
Thank you, Tom.
I think that is the understatement of the day so far. Sheikh Issa is a man extraordinarily passionate about his racing, and if Global Giant were to figure Michelle in the Saudi Cup later, yeah, he'd do more than just get quite excited, I think.
Well, he was pretty excited right now, so I think that he would definitely be thrilled in that case. You know, we've seen Bahrain on this big stage the last couple of years really doing well. I spent a lot of time watching races from Bahrain this week, and I gotta say, they have amazing facilities, really quality fields. I think those horses are gonna do well. I like to back that horse today.
Well, they are getting better and better. It's the neighbouring kingdom, of course, of Bahrain, and Sheikh Issa's enthusiasm matched by Prince Bandar and all the organising team here, and I think they're very keen to really unite some of the major Gulf nations to create a sort of winter season, if you like, incorporating the United Arab Emirates as well. And it is a UAE-owned horse, Space Blues, who's won the 1351, Michelle.
Charlie Appleby going to be here to accept on behalf of Godolphin, who are owners and breeders. Again, beautiful set of trophies here. William Buick will step forward to take his in just a second.
And a brilliant son of Dubawi, a stallion who's been so potent over the years and has done so much to burnish the Godolphin Empire. William Buick in those royal blue silks there, picking up his trophy after success on a horse who could yet hold all before him during the summer, having netted this huge prize here today. And they could be on for the double in the next race, I think, with Secret History. Secret Advisor, I should say.
William Buick right now is just, I think, making a list of all the horses he could win with, and he has legitimate chances in several of these events.
But Michelle, what do you make as we build towards the next race, which is the longest distance race of the day? What do you make of the chances of Prince of Arran?
Well, you have to like Prince of Arran, right? You know, he's an 8-year-old galloper. We've already seen that situation before. He's the key to me here is really that Frankie Dettori is going to be on him for the first time. We've seen some riders on him that maybe are not as popular or as good as Frankie, right? Frankie's one of the best in the world. I think that him getting on today is really going to give this horse a stronger chance.
Of course, he's been third and second in 3 Melbourne Cups, a remarkable globetrotter. But what Prince of Arran really deserves now is a big prize. So often does he give of his very best. He was also one of the first horses ever to be trained by young and rising star amongst the Newmarket training ranks, Charlie Fellows. Prince of Arran, is this his date with destiny?
Prince of Arran, the globe-trotting horse that's earned millions of dollars, but has never actually won a major race. Can he finally do it at the Saudi Cup?
Prince of Arran came to me in my 2nd year of being a racehorse trainer. He has won over £2 million globally. He has finished in the first 3 in the last 3 runnings of the Melbourne Cup, which is one of the biggest races in the world. And he is generally a bit of a superstar in my life. He's a very intelligent horse. He's inquisitive. He's a bit of a joker, but he's also very laid back. And I think all of those attributes work perfectly for a horse that has become a globetrotter like him. And that means that when you change his scenery, when you take him thousands of miles across the world to go and run in a completely different environment, he seems to take it all in his stride, and actually he thrives off it. He loves going new places, he loves the change of scenery, and it sort of keeps him invigorated. He's far more famous in Australia than he is in England. In England, he's just a nice stayer. In Australia, they absolutely adore him, and I think they adore the whole story as well, not just him. I think they like any horse that comes down and runs as well as he does, but also, I'm quite a small trainer. I'm not an Aidan O'Brien or a John Gosden, and I think they've really appreciated that. So Prince of Arran's problem, and probably why he hasn't won as many races as he could have done, and he often finishes 2nd or 3rd, is that he hates leading. He is not a good lead horse. When he gallops at home, he has to gallop in behind one. If he leads, he's just very, very lazy. and he thinks his work is done. But it means that you have to have something to aim at, and he's very versatile. You can sit close, you can sit further back depending on how quick they go, but you cannot lead on it.
Charlie's turn to one of the world's best jockeys, Frankie Dettori, in a bid to finally win that major prize that's eluded Prince of Arran.
He's the best jockey in the world at the moment, and on the big day you couldn't have anyone better on your side. I think he'll really suit the horse, and we're really looking forward to Saudi. He ran a massive race last year where they went very hard, and I think we were probably a little bit closer to the pace than we needed to be. It's a track that clearly suited him, and he's in great form. We're looking forward to sending him over there again, and I can't see why he won't be very competitive. The beauty of Prince of Arran is you can put him wherever you like. The beauty of Frankie is that he is so good, he will know from the first furlong whether they're going too hard or too slow, and so he'll be able to position Prince of Arran wherever he wants to put him, dependent on how quick they go. So he's a very versatile horse. If they go steady, Frankie can be aggressive on him and go forward. If they go very quick, Frankie can take a pull and let them go. Let them go at it in front and pick up the pieces up the straight. I think that's half the reason why Frankie will suit him so well. He's a brilliant jockey, and he'll be able to make a call as the race progresses. Last year they did the most unbelievable job, considering it was their first go. The track was immaculate, the race day was immaculate, we were looked after brilliantly. Everything was done to the highest specification, and I think that's probably why they've got such a good field of horses going out there again this year, and they need to take a huge amount of credit from that. We're looking forward to going over again, and hopefully I'll be able to have horses going over there for years to come. He is the most important horse that I will ever train, and that's even if I train a Derby winner or anything like that further down the line. This horse will have done more for me than any other horse could possibly do. Yeah, I don't know where I'd be if he hadn't come to my yard. My life would be very, very different.
Well, that's what these horses do. They make you emotional, they get in your heart, and that's what Prince of Arran, this horse in front of us, has done with Charlie Fellows. What an international superstar he is. He takes his travelling all in his stride. He could have won a Melbourne Cup, maybe he should have done, and he must have a great chance here. And I do think the Frankie factor is interesting. Charlie talking there about how excited he is to have Frankie on board for the first time. Prince of Arran just making his way into the paddock. Hayley, let's find Hayley.
We're really looking forward as the horses are just coming up behind us. Freddie Head alongside me, the trainer of Call the Wind, last year's winner. How is the horse, Freddie?
He seems very well. I think he's as well as last year. We have a bit more weight on, that's the only thing. Going's going to be good. Weather's not too hot. Yeah. So all's well for the moment.
He's a very consistent horse, isn't he? He always runs a good race for you.
He's never been ahead of the first four last 2 years, I think. No, he's a very, very nice horse. He's got a good turn of foot, he stays. There's not much to say.
And he seems to enjoy it here, most importantly. It's obviously...
He goes well on those tight tracks like that, turns well. So, we'll see. We have a good jockey on, and so let's cross our finger now.
Best of luck. Thank you for your time, Freddie Head. The runners are just starting to make their way out behind us here in the main parade ring.
The Red Sea Turf Handicap going 1 mile and 7 furlongs. 1.5 laps around the turf course here. A long distance for both horse and rider. Call the Wind won it last year. Olivier Pellier on board. Prince of Arran with Frankie Dettori. Secret Advisor William Buick's already got a winner today. Francisco Fernandez on Mirinyake. Mildenberger with Joe Fanning. Barbados and Shane Foley. Mekong, Jamie Spencer. Spanish Mission with Ryan Moore. Gifts of Gold and Pat Cosgrave. New Show with David Egan. Holly Doyle won the first race tonight, and she's back here with Red Verdon. Making Miracles and Luis Morales. And Arctic Sound with Camilo Espina for the 3,000-meter Red Sea Turf Handicap.
And this was a really creative addition to the undercard. It's the second most valuable staying handicap anywhere in the world. after the Melbourne Cup, and it attracts just that type of horse, as we heard about Prince of Arran and Call the Wind there. So runners in the paddock for this Red Sea Turf Handicap, and produced a thrilling finish last year with the success of Call the Wind, and there he is, Freddie Head, famous for Miesk and Goldacova and many more, has a very smart stayer on his hands, a very consistent horse, Michelle, too.
Won this race last year. I thought he looked excellent doing it. He actually carried more weight last year than he does this time. He's a model of consistency.
That is Call the Wind. Number 2 is Prince of Arran, who's been placed so many times in big races. He looks phenomenally well. He always carries plenty of condition.
You know, he actually does carry a lot of condition, and I find that a little surprising. First of all, he's a gelding. Generally, we don't see them as hefty as Prince of Arran, but he is 8 years old. I think he looks just really good in the flesh here. He hasn't had a win since October of 2019, but Charlie did say that if you could have a tailor-made race to suit, it was the Melbourne Cup he ran in back in November.
Number 3 is Secret Advisor, quite well fancied by Charlie Appleby, Godolphin and William Buick, all looking for doubles.
I really like this horse. This is going to end up being my top pick in here, Nick. I think he's going to be sitting in the second flight. You have to go back to that Betfair Exchange Buckhounds at Newmarket 2 back. That race is so formful. You get several really good horses out of it. I think that's going to be the horse that's going to deliver here today.
Let's have a look at number 8, Spanish Mission, in the colours of Gary Barber and Team Valor.
I bet you Barry Irwin is sitting at home and he's not extremely happy about the weather turn. This horse wants firm ground, and while I don't think it's going to be soft by any means from the amount of rain that we had, any weather is probably not ideal for this one.
And this is Mildenberger, likely candidate for the lead here, trained by Mark Johnston for Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum. Joe Fanning will take the ride, and from stall 1 he will be making the running early. Welcome back. We are here paddock side underneath the mottled skyline in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, ahead of the longest race of the day on Saudi Cup night. It's the Red Sea Turf Handicap. It will be run on over 1 mile 7 furlongs, 1 mile and 7/8. And in picture there, Pat Cosgrave receiving instructions from Saeed bin Sarur. They're represented by Gifts of Gold here, the second string for Sheikh Mohammed's Godolphin operation. And there is last year's runner-up, Michelle Yu, alongside me. This is Mekong, who is a mercurial character, rejected from Sir Michael Stout's stable, now trained by Jamie Osborne, for whom he was second in this race last year.
The key for Mekong really is the pace. He needs a true, honest pace to run at. If they go very slow up front, he doesn't have the closing kick necessary. He needs them to be very honest. His last 2 races, I think, very disappointing, but like you mentioned, was runner-up in this event last year.
You might not recognize him there, but I can tell you it's Frankie Dettori. Just turned 50 years old, but still riding absolutely brilliantly. He's on Prince of Arran. Now, what effect will Dettori have on Prince of Arran? You heard before the break Charlie Fellows feeling that he might just be the man with the brilliance to unlock Prince of Arran's last ounce or two needed to get a big race win.
You know, you have these riders that really excel in these type of situations. In the States, we have Mike Smith. Out here, you have Frankie Dettori. He's such a worldwide name, but the way he finishes and the tactics that he employs on a horse are difference makers, and that's why you use a rider like this in a big race situation.
The colours of Saeed Al-Abeida, just getting the leg up on Prince of Arran. He's been here, he's seen it, he's done it. Got a t-shirt in just about every major racing nation. Another stamp on his passport today, and there is the Gary Barber Silks, Ryan Moore riding for Andrew Balding. Spanish Mission, co-owned with Team Valor, so American ownership, British trained, ridden by Ryan Moore. Big chance, I'd say.
Yeah, he came over to America actually and won the Jockey Derby Invitational over at Belmont back in 2019. This horse has been different since they just allowed him to run. They were trying to rate him for a while, and since letting him just be up in the bridle, he's really shown different form.
Trained by Andrew Balding, whose wife Annalisa is supervising proceedings here and is now talking to Hayley.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, great to catch up with Annalisa. Firstly, how is Spanish Mission?
Yeah, he's great. He travelled over really well. He's settled into the routine in Saudi brilliantly. He obviously travelled to America last year, so it's not his first trip. But the team here have done a great job, and he seems to be taking it well.
a good couple of starts when he joined the stables, then probably the ground an excuse the next time. What about conditions today?
Yeah, I mean, we walked the track, and Michael Prosser was saying, you know, it should be great, good firm ground. So, you know, I think hopefully it's not going to be an excuse. It looks a lovely track. He's in good form. Trip should suit. So, fingers crossed.
And it's something you've done for many years, the stable, that the horses have travelled internationally. Do you think that helps, having the experience?
Yeah, we've got Maddie O'Meara, who's our travelling head girl, who does an outstanding job. I think all credit to, you know, the IRB getting such a big, strong team out and looking after us. It's a tricky thing doing it during COVID. I think it's a miracle we're all here, and let's all hope we get back safe as well.
And also, lovely, I've met Jessica Berry, who's travelled over to support for Team Valor, which is exciting. Really good that they're here. And later on, you've got Bangkok to look forward to as well. What about his chances?
Yeah, I mean, Bangkok's a star. You know, it's great for King Power having a runner in the, you know, richest race in the world. It's what the chairman would have loved. You know, he's in great form. Hopefully he'll suit the surface will suit him. He ran one at Lingfield, obviously impressively. I think Ryan was, you know, delighted with him. We'll leave Ryan to do the magic now.
Absolutely. Best of luck. Thank you for your time. Good luck.
Annalisa Balding represented today in this race by Spanish Mission, and with her husband Andrew later on Bangkok in the big race. There is Shane Foley, who won the International Jockeys Challenge here yesterday, Michelle. He's riding Barbados.
Barbados is going to be breaking from the outside, was decimated last time out, but over heavy ground. I feel like you can always give an excuse when that's the situation. If there's a bog, you might not like it, you might love it. But if you have just one of those one-off races, that's a bad one, you can generally throw it out. Unfortunately for Barbados, though, he hasn't had a win in quite some time. It's been nearly 2 years.
A break from gate 13, so the widest of all, and that will pose Shane Foley a few problems here.
Yeah, you know, anytime you're taking 3 turns and you're drawn in the outside barrier, you're going to have to make yourself a suitable trip.
Barbados looks in good condition for Jessica Harrington, who has done so well over the last couple of years. In shot there is New Show, trained by Fauzi Nas, the Bahrain-based trainer who's had such an extraordinarily productive season. David Egan rides Mishrif in the Saudi Cup later.
This is a nice little horse. He's been very prominent since moving over to Bahrain. He pretty much has not thrown in a bad effort over there, and we already talked about the good horses that are being imported for him to be up against. I love the way he's warming up right here. You can see those ears forward. He's really paying attention to his rider. He's on the muscle just enough. He's got a lifetime record of 4 for 10, and he's coming off a victory last time out. I think that he's got an outside chance here. Outside.
You pointed at me very determinedly when you said that. Makes me think you're quite sweet on his chances.
You know, I really like the way he was walking in the walking ring and the way he's warming up right now. You can't always judge a horse off their past performances. Sometimes it's a physical attribute that gets you, and for me, this horse has just been ticking a lot of boxes in the warm-up.
Now, those of you with longish memories will notice that the first, second and third from last year's running of the Red Sea Turf Handicap are reopposing today. Call the Wind, Mekong and Prince of Arran. We're going to see that in a moment. But first of all, let's have a look at Mirinakye for Maria Munoz. Francisco Fernandez taking the ride, bringing significant international flavour, and I think Maria has charmed everyone this week.
Well, this horse was a Group 1 winner in Argentina, multiple Group 1 winner, and then came stateside. In fact, in his stateside debut, ran in the Pacific Classic, which is one of the biggest races out on the West Coast, run over at Del Mar. He's been in the States and just hasn't made a huge impact. The best race for him was a route race, but on the main track at Keeneland, where he finished behind Rocketry, who was an absolute beast that day. So in all things considered, that race was good, but his last 2, not great. Although I will give him an excuse in the William McKnight last time out. He was absolutely buried along the rail, and when he finally got a chance, he was just outkicked.
In single file down to the start, it was a bit more frenetic in last year's race. As I was saying, it was a contested pace, and that enabled this horse in shot, the White Silks, Call the Wind, to just sidle his way to the lead from off the speed.
What a beautiful ride this was by Olivier Pellier. Look at that white cap in between. You see he was right in between horses. He came down to the rail, the Red Seas parted, and he's able to hold off that late charge from Mekong. I think that Call the Wind just looked phenomenal there, and in last year's race, winning it very handily here in the end. This is just a great effort from him.
It is a big track by any standards, this, but as Michelle told you, they still have to navigate 3 bends There is Olivier Pellier from stall 2 today. He might enjoy the perfect trip, and not far away from him at the start. We'll find Tom Stanley. Tom.
You will indeed, yeah. Horses just arrived down at the start. Look, there's Shane Foley right in front of me on Barbados. Shane, of course, won the STC International Jockeys Challenge yesterday, and he's switching it up on the turf. Looking forward to seeing how Barbados gets on for, well, still relatively short experience he's had with Jessica Harrington so far. Here's last year's winner, number 1. This is Call the Wind. He's carrying 1.5 kilos extra than last year. I thought he got the race set up really well for him last time, and the same man is back on board. Whether or not they'll go as hard here remains to be seen. Over to my left, here is Secret Advisor under William Buick, horse number 3. I do like the chances of this horse. He's a horse who had a while off the track, not certain what the actual problem was. He came back to win really well in Dubai when I thought he would definitely come on for the run. He looks nice and fit here, and I think he must have a really good chance, certainly on better ground than he had last time, because the ground over in Europe wasn't suitable last time. What about this horse? Just spin over to the right and pick up horse number 5, that is, and that is Mildenberger. And he's an interesting runner, I think. Just going through the pick of Mildenberger's form with Joe Fanning on board. You know, he's rated higher on the all-weather, but actually, if you look at his turf performances, he's had excuses for some turf runs. And if you go right the way back, he's got some good form in behind a certain Stradivarius. So look, he's by no means out of it. Horse number 7 right in front of us here. This is Mekong. Oh, bless him. He ran so well in this last year, but he was just keeping on from a little bit further back behind Call the Wind. And hopefully, he'll be hoping that this sets up that little bit better with Jamie Spencer and Jamie Osborne with Mekong if they go really hard. We know what to expect from this horse. We know that he's going to be patiently ridden. We know he's going to be ridden to get into the race, and he may well just do that. Let's have another look at Prince of Arran just over to the right. You can see the CF rug. Look, Charlie Fellows obviously brought that all the way over with him, and he'll be going in very shortly. Right, it's worsening conditions down at the start.
Rods now here in Saudi Arabia, very wet. This will be making a significant difference, you would have thought, to the state of the turf track. This is our final turf race. Nearest to us is Joe Fanning on Mildenberger. This will have a significant effect on the main track as well, more of which a little later. Holly Doyle has already been amongst the winners today, and she's got an interesting ride here on Red Verdon in 11, as we see Call the Wind just proving a little reluctant last year's winner, Michelle.
You know, they must know this horse is not a great gate horse. Like you said, they brought out their blanket with them, and they had the gate crew there ready with the ropes behind. All they're doing is trying to encourage that horse. What they're doing right now is lifting his tail. A horse wants to walk away from the pressure, and so the pressure now is behind him, so he's going to move forward off of that. You've got a good gate crew here that's going to be able to get this horse moved into line. Some of these older horses, like we said earlier, just have their mind on what they want to do, and you just kind of got to encourage them into the right spot. Here's a good view of what Olivier Pellier gets to see. Look at those big ears. Overall, he's being a little reluctant, but he's not being bad. As long as everyone stays calm, the situation is easily contained.
So last year's winner, Call the Wind, taking some persuasion. As I said, Holly Doyle on Red Verdon coming from stall 8, another old-timer. Prince of Arran now backs out. They're old enough to know better this lot, aren't they?
They want us to get wet right now, Nick. They're like, everyone stay out in the rain.
You're not going to avoid it. And there is the view from Olivier Pellier again. He's looking at Joe Fanning to the inside. Joe, the silver cap there, he'll be trying to make the lead from that inside gate, make the most of it. Mildenberger could be the lone speed here. And Gifts of Gold and Pat Cosgrave, the all-royal blue, with one of the last ones in. William Buick, the white cap on Secret Advisor, looking for a double here. So it's the Red Sea Turf Handicap. $2.5 million, the second richest turf handicap, staying handicap anywhere in the world. Travis Stone to call him.
Thank you, Nick. Making Miracles, the only one left to load in now. Still just a few strides behind the gate, but is moving forward for a 3,000-meter Red Sea Turf Handicap. They're in the gate. And they're off. Prince of Erin missed the break just a bit. Mekong off near the back of the pack. Mildenberger out looking for that early lead. Call the Wind is up close as well. And so too is Mirinyake racing up 3 wide. Gifts of Gold right in the mix too, with Making Miracles as they move for the first of 3 turns. And Call the Wind has come on to put a nose in front. Call the Wind has taken over the lead. Mildenberger is going to back off to be second. Gifts of Gold is racing in third. Mirinyake is fourth. Making Miracles toward the inside is fifth. Secret Advisor comes away sixth and is 5 lengths off the lead in the very early stages. And then it is Arctic Sound racing in 7th. Spanish Mission finds a cozy spot, is covered up down inside, racing in 8th position. Barbados is 9th, Red Verdun is 10th, Prince of Erin New Show near the back of the pack with Mekong. So they come by the stands for the first time. Call the Wind assumed control to that far turn run and maintains it heading to the finish line for that first time. Mildenberger with only mild pressure as there's still quite a ways to go. Making Miracles continues on toward the inside, and then it's Gifts of Gold racing on that one's outside. They share third and fourth together. Spanish Mission is tucked away still, down inside with 1 circuit remaining, followed by Secret Advisor. Mirinyake has been 3 or 4 wide throughout so far, heads into that second of 3 turns, still there. Prince of Erin is covered up down toward the rail with Barbados, followed by Arctic Sound, who's also been wide throughout. Near the back is Prince of Erin, about 8 lengths to make up from there. New Show and Mekong is the trailer. Pretty tight pack heading for the backstretch run. The pace appears honest, not particularly fast, but not too slow. It is Call the Wind, the leader, by 3/4 of a length. Mildenberger content to sit in second as Call the Wind opens up by just a little bit more. Making Miracles is keyed up in behind, running along in third. Gifts of Gold is traveling well, fourth and only 2.5 lengths off the lead. Spanish Mission has made steady progress, up to be fifth and down inside to within 4 lengths of the lead as they move for that far turn. And then it's Secret Advisor sneaking on through from between horses. Mirinyake continues with a wide trip. Red Verdun has made some progress too and is sticking to the inside run with 4 lengths to find from there as the pace begins to quicken. Making Miracles finds a seam toward the rail. Here comes Making Miracles challenging Call the Wind for the lead. Mildenberger sticking with them, and now there's 3 across the track around the far turn. Spanish Mission set to strike right there in behind. Gifts of Gold is spun out wide. Mirinyake's got a shot. Secret Advisor asked to go now. Then it's Red Verdun and Arctic Sound. They race for the top of the stretch. Making Miracles with an inside run has taken charge off the turn and tries to cut the corner, opening up 1.5 lengths. Spanish Mission's worked out a great trip so far, pops outside, coming with a run. Gifts of Gold finishing fast too. Mirinyake's there, Mildenberger's coming with a shot as well. Red Verdun's in behind, but it's Gifts of Gold in front. Gifts of Gold kicks away 1.5 lengths, Making Miracles fighting on. Spanish Mission is as well. Gifts of Gold kicks clear by 2, and Gifts of Gold stays the course in the Red Sea turf. Gifts of Gold, the winner. Spanish Mission has to settle for second. Secret Advisor re-rallied to place with Red Verdun. Gifts of Gold was wide throughout, but never too far behind and finished well. Spanish Mission had a great trip and a great ride. Looked to be the one to beat as they turned into the stretch, but Gifts of Gold finished better than that one and is the winner of the Red Sea Turf Handicap. Great ride from Cosgrave to do it. Here's Gifts of Gold crossing under the wire. Celebratory stick in the air. Winning by just about 1.5 lengths over Spanish Mission. Secret Advisor lost ground on the far turn, came on again, grabs third. Red Verdun, not the best of starts in that photo for fourth with Making Miracles, but the winner, Gifts of Gold.
Well, tear up your form book because this is about what you didn't know before the race. Whether Gifts of Gold would act back on this surface, whether he would improve for the application of those sheepskin cheek pieces either side of his head, and whether, most importantly of all, Michelle, he would stay this extra distance. I think a combination of all factors had to be considered most unlikely, but far from it. He stepped up to the plate and has given himself his biggest career victory for Godolphin, Said Bin Surur and jockey Pat Cosgrave.
Nick, right from the get-go, it was just chuck the playbook out of the window for several of these horses. Prince of Iran missing the break there. You end up with Call of the Wind on the lead, setting kind of a pedestrian-like tempo, going down the backside. Around the turn, 4 or 5 different horses challenging. This horse had a wide trip, but didn't have to run into any traffic, and like you said, stayed the course. I actually thought he was going to be closer to the pace today, and he came off from off of it really impressively here. Big improvement from his debut of 2021.
Really sparkling improvement. He's back on the turf today, having run on the dirt. His last most impressive win was on a synthetic surface, so we were really none the wiser. High fives all round from those concerned with the Said Bin Surur yard. Pat Cosgrave, he looked absolutely delighted, and here he is alongside Haley.
I'd say he's a very happy man indeed. Nick, Patsy, just talk us through the race there.
Yeah, look, I was a little bit doubtful whether he'd stay or not. His last one was over a mile in the dirt, you know, and I spoke to Said before it, and then he said to me, he'd stay okay, just be handy, second, third. We went very slow, it probably helped me stay a bit better, you know, he's probably a horse that had a bit more turn of foot than most of these stayers, you know, and they worked it nice in the end, and he stuck it out good in the end.
You could see Joe Fanning was happy to let them get on, and they just steadied it up, but they got racing early enough.
Yeah, I gave up Joe because I thought it was going to be a complete dash, and I wanted to get in top gear before we into the straight, you know, and I was going a bit wider, but at least it was in top gear, and it's not a long straight, you know, so if you can nick, pinch a length turning in, you might do no harm up the straight, you know.
Fantastic bit of placing by the trainer as well, and you've always had great support from Said. What does the victory mean to you?
It's great, you know, look, me and Said over the last 2 or 3 years have been, you know, we've won Caulfield Cups and we've been all around the world together, and it's been great the last 3 or 4 years with them, and it just tops it off today, you know.
It certainly does. Many congratulations.
Pat Cosgrave has been picking up good rides in Dubai and in the UK for Said Bin Surur now for a number of years. He's a talented, hard-working rider, and he will be thrilled with this victory on Gift of Gold because he's got the tactics absolutely right, but he was clearly given the confidence that the horse would stay this distance, which none of the rest of us could have, really.
Well, you know, you have these gallopers that go the 2-mile distance, and you know they'll be able to finish it. You're not sure if they're going to have to turn a foot, but this horse stretching out to this distance for the first time, like he said, he quickened better than a lot of them did going down the lane. A lot of these horses that go this marathon distance go with the one pace that we saw, like from Call the Wind going down the backside, but this horse really finished with a flourish.
The trainer Said Bin Surur, he's won more Dubai World Cups than anyone else, but he's landed a big prize in Saudi Arabia today. And let's just take the closing stages, any number of them queuing up to have a go, but there was almost certainly potential for traffic down toward the inside here, Michelle.
We saw a lot of horses trying to break through along the inside, and I was surprised to see the 12 Making Miracles really putting in a valiant effort. Once he passed Call the Wind just chucked in the towel, Nick. He got headed and he wasn't keen on that, and he didn't want to fight on, and I think that really opened up the door for a lot of horses, because when one of the top contenders in this race, in fact the winner from last year, is going the other direction, all of a sudden you get a lot more riders that are feeling super confident. The ride on Mirinyaki, even though it was wide too, was a little bit better today because they kept that horse in touch, and I thought that gave that horse a shot towards the finish line as well.
A rare disappointing effort from Prince of Iran, further back there in the blue and red colours, but he was too far back, having missed the break in a steadily run race, a very steadily run race. There's rain over Riyadh and plenty of it, and the form book's gone up in flames in the Red Sea Turf Handicap here. But that man doesn't mind at all.
I think a lot of people very happy with the situation that's going on right now. You get a horse that you're not sure what they're going to do, and you get a performance like that. Not only do you have a great day today, Nick, but you've got something to look forward to for the future as well. And obviously, we always are looking forward to the next race and the next big event. And this horse seems to have a really bright future going a multitude of directions.
In he weighs, Patsy Cosgrave, 58.4 kilos.
How many kilos are you, Nick?
A few more than that. A few less than I used to be, but a few more than that. We're going to take a short pause now. That was the Red Sea Turf Handicap. When you rejoin us, we'll be building to the big race for horses bred here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So still a slate grey skyline here in Riyadh at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. We've just enjoyed the Red Sea Turf Handicap, 1 mile and 7 furlongs, our longest race of the day and the final turf race of the day. That was won in fine style by Gifts of Gold in the all royal blue of Godolphin for Saeed bin Sarur and Patsy Cosgrave. There are still 5 crackerjack races to enjoy.
Welcome back then, winning trainer alongside me, Saeed bin Sarur. Saeed, when was the plan to bring your winner here for this race?
It was the plan for him since start racing in Dubai, in Carnival race in January. And I thought this is going to be one from the runners in Saudi. He's a big, strong horse, and he was really, it wasn't easy for him to lose some weight, take him really time as for his weight, you know. But he ran well. Then in the race today, before the race, talked about, I said, if you can't keep him second, be good for him, you know. The best suit him in the race. I wasn't really, that fast, and it suited him really well. Last 2 furlongs, I thought the horse, he have a chance, and he finished his race really well.
He finished it off very well. Very good instructions from you for Pat Cosgrave, and you two have been a great team over the years.
Yeah, he's a good jockey, and always he ride for us. You know, he done a good job for us also in Australia, and in England, and also in Germany. Then we're happy.
You've had a lot of success around the world, but also in staying handicaps like the Melbourne Cup. And this is the second richest staying handicap in the world. What about this horse's future?
We take him back to Dubai. Could be maybe ride him in the Gold Cup, 2 miles. You know, give him a chance there. You know, the horse he's improved himself as he's going to be stayer horse, and we'll keep him at the same trip.
You're going to have another go and keep him at this kind of distances. Do you think there could be more improvement to come from him then after today's race?
I'm sure he will lose some weight.
We all need to do that. Many congratulations. Great to see you with the victory here in Saudi Arabia. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well done to Saeed bin Sarur. For so long, the mainstay of training in Dubai, was the principal trainer for Sheikh Mohammed's Godolphin operation from its inception for a long time, and now sharing that role with Charlie Appleby, who has the higher profile horses. We saw Charlie's Space Blues winning earlier on today. So a productive day so far for the United Arab Emirates and for horses racing in the Godolphin Blue, and it remains to be seen whether the winner of our Red Sea handicap today can make an impact in big staying races across the globe this year. In the Jockstrom there, with build up to the next race, which will be the first on dirt, and we've just seen Gifts of Gold winning the Red Sea Turf handicap, and the trophy presentation is just about to take place, Michelle.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing those beautiful golden trophies be handed out here to the connections of Gifts of Gold. Gonna have quite this is going to be some nice mantle work, I think. I would love to have one of those on my mantle.
I'm not sure any of those would quite suit my mantelpiece.
You don't think it would hold?
Somewhat incongruous. I'm sure Patsy Cosgrave will find a space for that golden helmet.
I think anyone that takes home multiples too, you could have a nice set of bookends as well.
Okay, as we await the presentation, let's join Hayley, who's got more reaction to the Red Sea Handicap.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, we were just reflecting on the runner-up Spanish Mission who ran a huge race in defeat, and Jessica Berry has travelled over from the United States of America, and I think that was a huge run from him. Racing manager of Team Velour, what's your feeling from that effort?
We're thrilled. I mean, we would have loved to have gotten a prep race into him before this, and to have him run as well as he did today was a tremendous testament to how well Andrew Balding's done with him.
Ever since he's joined the stable, they've had a lot of success, and the conditions obviously probably better for him today. He's on a real roll. What will be the plans going forward for him?
Well, he's got to go back to England. We're kind of leaving our options open. We'll see how he comes out of this. Dubai could be in the cards, but long-term, the Melbourne Cup is the goal for this horse. So we're going to make a strategy to get us there after this.
And that's probably not a bad result, having Ryan Moore ride him today, because he's had success in that victory. Did he give you an indication that he might be that kind of horse that's tailor-made for that kind of race?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. And you know, he's a horse that really appreciates the firm ground, and kind of wish it hadn't rained today, to be honest. Wasn't expecting that coming out here, but the Melbourne Cup could really suit him based on how he likes to run on the firm turf, we're hoping.
Absolutely, lots to look forward to. We all wish it wasn't raining, but thank you, and a great effort in defeat. Well done.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Jessie Berry there from Team Valor, who will be campaigning most of their horses in Europe this year, winding down their American operation slowly but surely, but they'll be very pleased with the run there of Spanish Mission, but no answer to Gifts of Gold, who ultimately was an impressive winner of the Red Sea Turf Handicap. Saeed bin Sarur there, you saw, winning the trophy. Now, looking ahead to our feature race today, the $20 million Saudi Cup, and the purpose of a race of this standing is to attract the very best from all points of the compass, and we have the best current older horses in the United States in the shape of Knicks Go and Charlatan. We have one of the best European colts from last year in the Star Turf performer and French Derby winner Mishrif, trained by John Gosden, but it wouldn't quite be complete without a representative from Japan. Such a strong racing jurisdiction it is now, and that responsibility today falls on the shoulders of Chua Wizard, but as you're about to find out, those shoulders are well broad enough for this task.
Almas leads them up into that first corner. Inti trapped a bit wide.
残り600の標識を通過してさあ
And here comes Chua Wizard.
並んでいったのは11番チューアウィザードだ
Chua Wizard's going to take out the Champions Cup.
2番手まで進出チューアウィザードです
I first received Chua Wizard when he was a 2-year-old, and he was a little weak, but I thought he would be a late developer. He has been improving year by year, and now he is a great athlete. And he won the Champions Cup in Japan in 2020. Japan is the same latitude as Saudi Arabia, and he lost very little weight in transportation and is now in great shape.
そうですね。This morning, Chua Wizard worked very well, and he seems really settled and relaxed. I think it was a very important experience for Chua Wizard to be shipped to Dubai last year for the World Cup. The race was obviously cancelled, but it was a good experience, and he can now adapt to new surroundings really easily. He's a real athlete.
Flag is raised by the starter, and they're off and racing for the inaugural Saudi Cup. Bit slow way on the inside.
I've watched last year's Saudi Cup repeatedly. It was a strong race, and the winning time was quick.
Maximum Security is the winner of the inaugural Saudi Cup.
This year the field includes 2 fast Americans, so I believe the pace will be quick, which suits Chua Wizard. He has a lot of stamina, and he needs a steady or faster than steady pace, and then try to catch the leader on the home stretch. This would be the perfect race.
You know, last year Japan sent a Crystal Bell to the Saudi Cup and he finished 7th. Well, I thought, you know, Crystal Bell is one of the best dirt racehorse in Japan we have ever seen. I still think, you know, he's one of the best. In my opinion, Chua Wizard is as good as Crystal Bell, which means, you know, he's a really, really good dirt horse.
Japanese racing fans are very enthusiastic, and they will send a huge roar from Japan. I think they will cheer for me on Saturday, so I feel a bit of pressure. I don't have a lot of experience racing outside of Japan, so I feel very honoured and excited to be invited to race in the Saudi Cup this year, the richest race in the world.
Always exciting there to see Chua Wizard. I thought that was a very insightful piece, Nick, talking about the lone Japanese interest in the big race. We've seen the Japanese horses the last couple of years really make an impact worldwide, and he could be a really exciting competitor today.
I think he's an intriguing contender, Chua Wizard, because last time in the Champions Cup, the Japan Cup Dirt as it used to be known, he comprehensively beat two horses who finished very creditable 6th and 7th in the Saudi Cup last year. Now, if you take the view, and I think it's a reasonable view to take, that the Saudi Cup last year was of a slightly higher standard overall than the running of the race this year, notwithstanding the promise of Nix Go and Charlatan, then I think that that gives this horse today, Chua Wizard, an interesting chance of at least hitting the board. And one thing we do know about Japanese horses, Michelle, is they keep going, they keep staying.
Exactly, that's the key. You know, the surface over in Japan too, I feel like really lends itself to get horses extremely fit, and that's something that you need here in this track, which has been very kind.
Just one question I wanted to ask you about the weather. What effect do you think the rain today will have on this dirt track, which A, rarely ever sees any rain, and B, rarely ever has any water applied to it?
I think Bob Baffert's at home right now doing a rain dance. He likes to add water to tracks. It does tighten them up, and it does help those front runners able to sustain their runs. I think the water on it is actually going to help it.
And we are going to have our first race run on that main dirt track when you rejoin us in just a few moments' time back here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. So here are the scenes live alongside the paddock here in Riyadh. Ahead of our next race, it's due off at 2:45 local time. And it's the Jockey Club local handicap. It'll rerun over 1 1/8 miles, 9 furlongs, or 1 mile and a furlong. And a full field here. 19 runners, including the reserve on Ciati. That is Al Bathali. If you were with us earlier, you'll have seen our feature on Wigberto Wiggy Ramos. He rides this horse. He's a local favourite, so is the horse. Well, welcome back. You're live with us here, paddock side, ahead of the Saudi Cup, which is due off a little later on. But we've already had some wonderful racing here, and Michelle and I are joined by Holly Doyle, who took the first race today. Holly, a wonderful ride on the mare True Self. Did she surprise you a little, or did you go into the race full of confidence?
To be honest, Woody Mullins filled me with plenty of confidence. You know, Ruby Walsh and David Casey spoke to me beforehand and gave me plenty of advice. And obviously, watching back a replay, she was well capable of taking this today. So I walked into the race knowing that she was probably one of my best chances of the day.
And you come here to Saudi Arabia for the first time. What do you make of the track as a whole?
The track's beautiful. You know, the dirt track ride's great, and as does the turf. It's great.
What's the year been like for you? I feel like it's been record after record. Right here, becoming the first female to win a race in Saudi Arabia outside of the Jockeys Challenge. What's it been like?
It's obviously a huge privilege to be on the world stage, and with plenty of rides on a day like today, it's what as a jockey I strive to want to do. So I just feel very lucky to be where I am today.
You got a ride in the big race, the Saudi Cup, on Extra Elusive. Now you're parked out in gate 14 of 14, but you didn't sound too disappointed earlier in the week about that. Why was that?
No, we're not. I was just speaking there to Imad Al Sagab, the owner, and we're not too disappointed. Obviously, Mishrif was drawn, I think, 12 in the Saudi Derby, and managed to overcome that draw. He's a horse that I'm unsure that will face a kickback, so at least I've got options there to switch out or in, dependent on how he's feeling.
And for you to be excelling internationally as well as domestically, Holly, how important is that for you?
It's really important. You know, I don't just want to be a jockey. I want to be, the best I can possibly be. So getting a leg up on these international trips is amazing.
Well done. Thanks so much for coming up and chatting. Best of luck later.
Thank you.
Holly Doyle, who has tasted success already today, as we head out and check in with Hayley.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, trackside here, and it's dirt action all the way now, and I'm delighted to catch up with Bob Turman, who is the track manager. And what about this surface? It's something else, isn't it?
Yes, we're very proud of it here in Saudi Arabia, and we've gotten a lot of really nice compliments from the international riders, and of course the local riders love it.
Which is so important. But what's this weather going to do? How's it going to ride?
I think it'll stay pretty consistent the way it rides all year long. Right now we have a different piece of equipment on it, so I would think it would be listed as good because of the amount of rain and not fast. Doesn't mean that speed won't carry, but that would be the listing.
And one thing that you must be thrilled with is that everyone describes it as a really fair dirt track. How satisfying is that?
Yes, that's important, and that's our goal, performance, giving every horse an opportunity to win from any post position, and also safety is obviously our #1 concern, and we've been really fortunate with that.
But it's great to have your experience here in Saudi Arabia, and especially here at Riyadh. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
The Jockey Club Local Handicap $1 Million big race for the horses bred here in the Kingdom. Number 1, Al Bathali with Ramos. Number 2, Halaf with Al-Anatsi. Number 3 is out. Number 4, Allah Sawab with Al Tayarsh. Number 5, Al Najim with Moreno. Number 6 is Aqui with Rosario. Number 7, Ibn Kama, Al Faradi. Number 8, Raf with Al Faradi of the Fahad variety. Number 10 is out. Number 11, Mutakayef. New rider, Frankie Dettori. Number 12, Bay Azanala with Aldaham. Number 13, Mubari Al-Ri with Al Freiru. Number 14, Budra Al-Mugatara with Demiro. 15 is out. 16, Al-Maksab. The jockey is Al-Musad. Number 17, Maruf with Alafi. 18, Holan with Al-Rashed. 19, Alaf Khan with Gutierrez. Number 20, Gamlas with Morales. And Omsiati draws into the race with Eddie Castro. The Jockey Club Local Handicap up next.
And joining Michelle and I to handicap the Jockey Club handicap is Nawaf Al-Dahash, who is a local trainer and also a noted handicapper. Nawaf, thank you for joining us. We need your help here.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be with you guys, and I hope everyone watching is enjoying the races today, especially the undercard races are much higher competition than last year. To talk about our Saudi handicap today, to be honest, we have very good horses competing. Al-Baddali, horse number 1, he's a well-bred horse, and he has not been beaten this year, and he likes the distance, but the only issue with him today is his first time meeting older horses. Also, he's running with 62 kilos, which is the highest weight. Also, the other horse for Prince Faisal, Halaf, very good horse. He's a stayer, but his last race was not good, and I don't think maybe today he will provide a good race.
So just for those who are unfamiliar, this is a race for horses bred here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. How big is the breeding program here?
You know, our breeding, to be honest, is very improving in terms of quality. Every year is better than the other year. You will see El Badali, the horse number 1. He's one of the best well-bred horses here, and I think if he goes to USA, for example, because he's running on dirt, I think he can compete and he can do well in Group 3, Group 2 races. To compare, also Halaf, he has run against very well imported horses and he has beaten them. But maybe he has run a lot lately. Maybe that will be an issue for him. To be honest, the dirt is the first race today in the dirt. I don't know if the rain has, made any difference in terms of the surface. Also, I would like to talk about horse number 9, Anil Awan. This is a very, very tough horse. He likes the distance and he will compete. Today he's running with 57.5 kilos, which is an advantage for sure. Let's talk about also Holan, horse number 18. This horse is a stayer. He can come very, very strong in the last 400 meters and he can place, maybe win, but he can place for sure. And this is the surprise horse for me, and the black horse, his name is Ghimlas, number 20. He's running with the least weight, 54.5. He has run well last race. He can sit behind the pace and come strong in the last 400 meters.
He won by 11 lengths last time, but that was going 1.25 miles. Is he going to be okay shortening up?
That's fine. He has this horse has natural speed. He won last year on shorter distance, but this year he started his campaign not very well and then improved his last 2 races, came second, and he won the last race. He has natural speed, can place himself behind the pace, and I think today he will provide a very good race.
Well, Frankie Dettori has picked up a spare ride in this race because John Velasquez was due to be riding Motakayev here, trained by Mr. Al Rashid. Joel Rosario rides the other horse, Acqui, and Tom is with the trainer now.
I am indeed. They are two fascinating jockey bookings for this man alongside me. It's Faisal Al Rashid, who is son of Hamid Al Rashid. What's it like to have Joel Rosario, Frankie Dettori on these two horses?
We hope, inshallah, we have a great day today, inshallah, with the brilliant jockeys, Frankie Dettori and Joel Rosario, and I wish we have best of luck for them, inshallah.
It was great to see Mutakayev when Frankie, you got him on board the horse. He looks very, very ready today. He looked very fresh, Mutakayev.
He's happy today, and he like training. We hope, inshallah, we have good chance, inshallah.
How have both trained in preparation for this race?
They are great horses, Mutakayev and Agua. Joel, exactly, he ride the horse last year and he finished there in the grade 1, and he know the horse. And Frankie Dettori is one of the best jockey in the world. So inshallah we have, we wish inshallah we have good luck, inshallah.
Faisal, what does it mean to you to have runners like this on a day on such a day like this?
This is amazing. This is amazing, and I can't believe it. This is something amazing, and I want to thank for the king and the crown prince. Something is amazing.
Very best of luck.
You too. Thanks.
Yeah, best of luck to Mr. Al Rashid with Acqui, the horse in shot there, and also Frankie Dettori's mount Motakayev. Joel Rosario on Acqui. Nawaf, do you give Acqui a chance?
Acqui, he wants a very, very fast race. He's a stayer. He comes from behind, from the outside. If the race is very fast, he will have a good chance.
Who's going to be our speed in this race?
Also, the other horse trained by the same trainer. Yeah. Okay, if this horse has natural speed, and he might today lead the race. But Al Badali, with Puerto Ramos riding him, he's the best rider here, and he knows the horse. He runs well with him. I think this horse has a big chance if he can come above the handicap weight, that is 62.
Now, you're having a look at last year's race.
Also, Omsiati, I forgot, sorry.
Yes, Omsiati was the winner last year. Today, just scraped in at the last minute as a reserve. Now, why was that?
She first of all, her form went down a little bit. Okay?
Right.
This year was not like last year, but she has been in the first 5 positions for a couple of races. Today she is running with very low weight, I think 54.5. So I give her a chance to be in the first 3 today.
Plus, I think she likes the distance too, right?
She loves it. She was the winner of last year's same race. but this Chestnut horse is beautiful. I think this horse has a big chance today.
That's the 20
So-
Gemlas.
Yes, Gimlas.
They are loading quite briskly then for this Jockey Club local handicap. It's our first look at the main dirt track. It'll be intriguing to see how it rides with the rain that we've had, the significant rain that we've had. Last few coming forward then. 9 furlongs, a mile and an eighth is the distance here. The same distance as the Saudi Cup itself. And we can head up to the commentary box and join Travis Stone. All I can say, Travis, is all the best.
Thank you, Nick. Just one more to go in, looks like. Mubari Ari takes a spot at the inside stall. And we are, in fact, set for a start. $1 million local handicap. And they're off. Al-Akhfam breaks well from mid-pack and is racing out for the early lead. Mutaka KF is showing some speed as well as they head up the backstretch now. Raf is also right there. Here comes Ibn Kama showing up with some speed. Maroof is also in that early mix too. So they cross onto the main track and it will be Maroof out to set the pace. Maroof with a short lead. Ibn Kamaz keeping pace down toward the inside. On Alawan is also right there. Siadi not far behind in that early mix as well. Raf is in the clear, racing up to be 5th in the early stages. Olive Khan is racing in 6th. Mubari Alri mid-pack along in 7th. Albathali comes away about 5 lengths off the lead, trying to push up on through horses there. In a bit of traffic though, Budra Al Mokhtara finds a clear sailing path and moves up on the extreme outside. So the field heads for the far turn, and it's Mutaka KF to go head-in-head with On Alawan. On Alawan on the inside, Mutaka KF, the gray on the outside. They're headed for the lead. Budra Al Mokhtara is right there in behind them. Olive Khan is coming with a wide run. Raf is also right there, is around the far turn. So Mutaka KF comes to the top of the stretch, holding on to a narrow lead and is shaken up for more. Mutaka KF turning for home in front. On Alawan is there. Budra Al Mokhtara is putting in a bid. Olive Khan's coming down the center of the track as well. They're racing for the mid-stretch marker. Mutaka KF begging for another 100 meters or so. Here comes Albathali. Albathali's putting in a bold light run and is finishing fast. Albathali to the front. Mutaka KF gives way late. Olive Khan is racing 3rd, but they're coming for the finish. And Albathali bounding home. Wins it by 4 in the end. Mutaka KF was 2nd. Olive Khan was 3rd. And then farther back, Al Najim Al Bahar came on to be 4th. So it felt like a brisk early pace that would suit the horses coming from off, and that's just what Albathali did with that white shoulder strap, emerging from the pack and kicking clear in the end to win it by 4. Good effort from Mutaka KF, though, who was involved with that pace from the start and continued to fight on to the wire, but it's Albathali with a strong late close in the center of the racetrack here to score in the local handicap. The purse $1 million. Big for these connections. Albathali, the winner. And here is Albathali. A few lengths behind at the top of the stretch, but kicked it into high gear, and not only the winner, a clear-cut winner. Once again, a good effort, though, from Mutaka KF to finish 2nd. Olive Khan was 3rd. Al Najim Al Bahar, far behind earlier, made some progress to grab 4th, followed by Budra Al Mokhtara, who was wide throughout. But the winner, Albathali.
Congratulations, Wiggy, about the win for Jockey Club Cup.
Thank you very much, Faisal. I want to say first, thank you to God to give me this opportunity to be here.
Wiggy, tell me about, actually took us through the race.
Well, today my horse, I was a little afraid about the weight. 62 is the first time that he carried on 62 kilos. But the distance, I'm not afraid. And I was thinking to myself, I have to take it easy in the race. In the 500, I know that he's coming back.
So, Wiggy, tell us how you feeling to win in this kind of night, the Saudi Cup.
Oh, always winner is a good team, but a day like this is very special Saudi Arabia and to me to win this race in this big day.
Okay, Wiggy, and good luck for other races, and thank you.
Thank you. Woo-hoo!
Okay, this is what Wiggy is saying about his win, and thank you. We come on back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Faisal and Wiggy Ramos. We got to see a nice package on him earlier. It's exciting to have him get a big win here on Saudi Cup night. Albethe, that was 5 in a row for him. He looked just tremendous. Up against older horses for the first time here. We mentioned the high weight impost, 62 kilos. That's 131 pounds. That's quite the burden to have to carry, but he looked great doing it, didn't he, Nawaf?
Top quality, you know, well-bred dirt horse. His dam was very expensive purchase, around $600,000. She came from USA, and his sire is Macho Macho. He won the West Virginia Derby Group 2, and you see the end product today. He's a well-bred horse. He was the favorite today. Maybe I was scared a little bit of the surface and also the weight, but today he showed that he's a really top class horse.
Look at him right here making this move. I feel like he really just relished it, and the longer the better almost. I felt like he could have won by 10 if they had gone a mile and a quarter.
Yes, you know, before people did not think he can run the distance. They thought he's a miler, but he showed now that he can run the classic distance. Also, he has an advantage, which is Gilberto Ramos, the jockey. He's the best jockey in the Saudi track. He knows this horse. He knows how to position himself and when to pick the right time to move.
What kind of future does he have being just a 4-year-old here? This was his first time taking on older horses.
Yes, I think this horse might, you know, go outside of Saudi and maybe go to Dubai and try himself there. And also for the next year, Saudi Cup, maybe he's a horse who can run there also.
Really exciting there to see Wiggy Ramos coming back. Big smiles on his faces here for Albethe, who was able to win his 4th consecutive victory here, and lots of high hopes for him in the next couple of races possibly.
He's very loved, this horse. He has a lot of fans and he deserved it. You know, and his trainer is very young Saudi trainer. That is something very good for the sport. They are developing and providing good horses with the same performance for all of his races.
Taking a look at the saddle coming off right now for Albethe. Again, locally based horses here in this handicap. He carried the high weight impost of 62 kilos, 131 pounds. Were you surprised he was able to do it so easily?
You know what, when I saw him in the 400 meters, the last 400 mark, I thought maybe not, you know, and then when he got into a duel with the Lafkham, I thought maybe the horse is going to struggle, but once he got out of him and he provided a couple of lengths, then he showed his quality.
Okay, Albethe it is that has won. Not an unexpected victory for local hero Albethe and an even bigger local hero, Gilberto Ramos. Delighted winning connections, and Tom has the victorious trainer.
I do indeed, Nick. Yes, Farhad Saad alongside me with a translator as well, just to help me out more than anything. Farhad, huge congratulations. What does it mean?
طبعا يقول لك جميع الأمنيات السعيدة لك في هذه الأمسية، وبما أنكم أنتم حصلتم على الفوز بهذا الشوط، ما هي مشاعركم؟
الحمد لله. I feel good.
In English, you see? Yeah, it's very fantastic. After he won the money, he
I need your help.
No problem.
Thank you.
Okay. He feel good, I guess.
Tell me about this horse. How special, how good is this horse?
لو بدنا نتحدث قليلا عن هذا الحصان وما هي امتيازاته وما هي المصاعب التي واجهتكم في التدريبات.
والله الحمد لله هو حصان كويس ممتاز. خسر السنة الماضية جروب 1 خسر صورة، والسنة هذه كسب جروب 2 وجروب 1 الكاس الملك.
He said that it is a great horse, but in the last champion he was lost group 1 and right now he's winning. So it's very fantastic for that. What else you would like to ask?
It's great for these locally bred horses to get a chance on such a big night, right? And for you to win this race with a locally bred horse, it's so good for Saudi Arabian race.
طبعا هو يتحدث عن هذه السباقات العالمية، وبالإضافة إلى ذلك مشاعركم وأنتم تشاركون هنا في هذه السباقات العالمية، وبالذات بطولة كأس السعودية، وبالذات أنتم مع الجياد جميع الدرجات، جياد إنتاج ال4 سنوات فأكثر.
الحمد لله والله شعور ممتاز. هو أول مرة يعني مع الخيل اللي أكبر منه السن، أول مرة يركض. هو يركض مع نفس عمره. المرة هذه ركض مع اللي أكبر منه.
He said about
ميزان عالي.
He said about his horses that Al-Badali, he's the first time he's running with the other horses, who they are older than him. So, and he got a high weight also. This is very fantastic for him.
Listen, it's brilliant. Farhad, well done. Thank you for your help with translation. Enjoy the evening.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Dusk is falling and the night is closing in here at King Abdulaziz racetrack. But the best is yet to come as we build towards the 2021 running of the world's richest horse race. Al Bathali it is that has won our $1 million race for locally bred thoroughbreds. He came here in the peak of condition, and I was going to say Wiggy Ramos gave him an excellent ride, but in truth, Michelle Yu, I think I probably could have managed that one.
He was pretty impressive there towards the end, carrying that high impost with a ton of ease. I think this horse has a big future in front of him.
He's one cultural icon here in Riyadh. Let's take a look at a few more.
Living at altitudes over 700 feet. Conserving a tradition of specialty coffee variety. Passing it down from one generation to the next. Since hundreds of years ago, they have been incubating these seeds, growing them. And narrating details of the authentic Arab ambience. Culture, embracement of heritage.
Al Bathali and Wiggy Ramos, the heroes of the local thoroughbred race here in Riyadh. And there is Wiggy, who's enjoyed such success here over the last 3 decades, former Florida Derby winning rider. Panamanian born, as you heard if you were with us earlier in the programme, and he has read the script to perfection. Al Bathali heavily favoured in this race, and the lion's share of $1 million going to his connections. Well, welcome back, and very shortly Michelle Yu and I will be joined by the man partly whose brainchild this event is, the chairman of the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia, Prince Bandar bin Khalid. But before we join Prince Bandar, we're going to take a look at the 14 that head to post in this year's Saudi Cup. Two is Bangkok, trained in Great Britain by Andrew Balding. Multiple champion jockey Ryan Moore takes the ride. He needs to up his game first try on dirt, but he's in form.
Light on experience, but big on talent, Charlatan will break from stall number 9 under Hall of Famer Mike Smith for perennial leading trainer Bob Baffert. He's crossed the wire first in all 4 of his career outs.
4 is the big hope for Japan and shouldn't be discounted despite Gate 1. Chu-Wa Wizard was the winner of Japan's most prestigious dirt race, the Champions Cup, last time.
Holly Doyle will be aboard Extra Elusive here, going to be breaking from stall number 14. This horse will love the distance, but it's going to be the dirt debut.
And 6 is Global Giant, ridden by Frankie Dettori, 50 years old, but riding as well as ever on the global stage. Takes the ride for John Gosden and Bahraini ownership.
Locally based Great Scott has reeled off 3 in a row since his appearance in last year's Cup, and he looks to try and take the trophy down today for local connections.
8 is Nick's Go, a horse on a roll since joining Eclipse Award-winning trainer Brad Cox. Comes here fresh from success in the Pegasus World Cup at Gulfstream Park in Florida.
Max Player comes in here after competing in all 3 of last year's Triple Crown events. Mikhail Barcelona will be taking over for Umberto Rispoli in the irons for Steve Asmussen.
10 is Military Law. There are higher profile horses in this race, but this one is in the peak of health, as evidenced by his victory in the Maktoum Challenge in Dubai. Antonio Fresu rides.
Mishrif was second last year in the Saudi Derby. We'll see if he can return to the dirt in that high form. David Egan will be aboard for John Gosden.
12 is Sincere. Globetrotting jockey Adri de Vries is one of the best in this field, and he rides for Bahrain-based trainer Fauzi Nas, who's enjoying the season of his life.
The ever-popular Sleepy Eyes Todd, going to be ridden by locally based rider Alexis Moreno for Miguel Silva. He's versatile and he's won 2 of his last 3 outs.
14 is Tacitus, so often frustrating, but so talented. Bill Mott, trainer of the Mighty Cigar, has saddled this one. What a spare ride for William Buick, replacing John Velazquez.
Derivo made quite the impression when locally imported to win the custodian of the 2 holy mosques last time out. He'll take a cut back in distance here with Christian Dumuro aboard.
A truly representative international field for the 2nd edition of the Saudi Cup, $20 million. It's been such a titanic challenge to get horses and people here to the kingdom in the midst of this pandemic, particularly with travel restrictions tightening up all across the globe. But the show must go on. The show has gone on. And as I said, the best is yet to come. Michelle and I are alongside the chairman of the Jockey Club of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Prince Bandar. Now, Prince Bandar, good evening. You've posed us a few challenges this evening.
Yeah, it rains 2 days a year in Saudi Arabia, and you picked one of them to bring the good weather with you here.
Well, I'll happily take the responsibility.
Yeah.
You've managed to bring the horses and the people here. Just explain to us how difficult that's been for you this year.
Well, this has been a challenging year, I think, across the board for all sports, and horse racing is no exception. But I think you see horse racing all over the world. They've been able to deal with, the reality, and we've adapted and adjusted, and as you just said, the show must go on. So there were a number of challenges, but everybody has been very gracious with us. The owners, the trainers, we all had to make compromises, but managed to put this race together for its 2nd edition. And as you mentioned, very interesting horses, good show, and the best is yet to come.
You have to feel pretty proud that you put on such a good show last year, that you have the best horses from around the world willing to come here in the middle of a pandemic.
It wasn't a really big hurdle to overcome. People know the track, they know the venue. A lot of people have been to the kingdom. A lot of jockeys have raced here for the past 50-odd years. Dubai also helped hosting the Dubai World Cup for the past quarter of a century. People understand the region quite well, so they were very susceptible to the idea. The prize money is good, and we're just happy and really love seeing all of these wonderful horses, wonderful trainers, wonderful jockeys join us and really celebrate horse racing here in the kingdom.
It was a wonderful night last year. We all left here with a real spring in our step. It was a terrific horse race between Maximum Security and Midnight Bizu, but most race fans around the world are familiar with what's happened since, because Maximum Security's then trainer was indicted on very serious illegal medication charges just, I think, a couple of weeks later. What's your position at the moment, because you've withheld the purse money from Maximum Security's owners up to this point?
That is true, and we're sort of in a hold position now, waiting for the U.S. authorities to move forward with that case. We understand in the coming 6 weeks there will be some kind of movement on it, which will allow us to move forward and bring this to a close. I feel we don't have long to wait for it. But as you said, it's an unfortunate situation. I had a soft spot for that horse. I thought, he got a raw deal in the Kentucky Derby. It was fair, but he was the best horse on the day. Here, he was the best horse on the day, and he's a victim of circumstances that are nothing to do with the horse himself. But we have to abide by the international rules and regulations, and somebody will get the prize money. We've paid out all of the other positions, and I feel within the next 6 weeks, hopefully, we'll put this issue to close.
Just talk to me about the importance now of sport in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, not just horse racing, but where you want to take sport in the kingdom and why.
Well, this is a very interesting time for us here in the Jockey Club of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I'm very privileged to be at a time when the kingdom has moved forward in sports across the board, with both genders, male and female, supporting it and pushing it forward. And I think horse racing, as far as the government is concerned here, shouldn't be the exception, and they've given us tremendous support here that would allow us to put up events such as this, and the best is yet to come, and we're going to have more international meets like this. We will be coordinating more with the UAE and Bahrain to have coordinated seasons here, and I think this part of the world, outside of North America, Europe, Japan and Australia, this area will come up to take its rightful place in the global calendar of horse racing.
I know in a moment we're going to have a look back at yesterday, the International Jockeys Challenge, females and males competing here, and that was quite pioneering last year. I just wanted to pick up on that point you were making, that in schools now it's boys and girls who are competing equally in sports and are being brought through together.
Absolutely, and as a result of the Jockey Championship last year, we have up to now our first two female jockeys, which we're all very proud of, and they're up and coming. But I feel this is only the first step. I think hopefully in the next years you'll see males and females step up to the plate, and I think you'll see a really bright future for horse racing here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Prince Bandar, thank you. Are we going to stay dry now?
I hope so.
Can you make this happen?
We're praying.
Can you make this happen for me, please?
Well, I'll pray.
Thank you very much. And we also pray for a good, clean, fair race and a brilliant edition of the Saudi Cup. Good luck and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Prince Bandar bin Khalid, the chairman of the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. Men and women competing here yesterday in the International Jockeys Challenge. And here they were, posing for their photographs under much brighter skies at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. And these were the first two legs.
Ready, riders, come on!
And they're off. Oh, and a slow beginning for Fadeh off near the back of the pack. Al-Dibdabah's racing out for the lead, though. Al-Dibdabah broke okay, and here comes Mortaja. Mortaja comes through toward the inside, fires up and takes over now. It is Mortaja, the leader, to that far turn run, opening up to lead by 2.5. Fadeh toward the inside, trying to hold on to second. Here comes Al-Dibdabah coming on to grab that second spot now. And then to the outside is Rabia Blady racing up into third. Sudat is fourth and toward the inside. Riyadi is picking it up with a wide run from fifth. There too is Yaktasa in sixth. Jilbab is picking it up toward the inside, moving up into seventh. A break of 4 lengths back from there to Anam Al-Azam, who's got about 8 lengths to find as they come for the top of the stretch. They hit the top of the lane, and Mortaja turns for home in front. Running on strongly, opens up to lead by 2. It's Mortaja trying to hang in there into the final 200 meters. Boxing on in between horses with a late run there is Joe Bob and Rabbi Beauty. Najam down the side of the track. A very late run coming from Joe Bob, but they're coming down toward the finish, and it's still Mortaja. Mortaja clear by 4. Najam's up into second, but Mortaja holds on to do it. Najam was second, Riyadi was third, and then multiple horses in a photo for fourth as Mortaja kicks off the International Jockeys Challenge.
They told me that he's really quick, to let him jump on out of there and see if he can secure the lead and see what happens, and that's what we did. And I didn't want to let Johnny down. I had to represent Johnny Velasquez, so I thought I better get the job done.
Looks like we're ready. And they're off. Emblem Star with a hustling. We're getting toward the outside. Racing for the lead is Indelible Ink. Indelible Ink comes on to take over as they move out of the chute and onto the main track. Monchois comes up on through to challenge 2. Now Monchois is up into 2nd. Emblem Stars racing 3rd. Colt Front backs out of there from 4th. Auto Ohm is racing up into 5th. Godspeed is 6th in the clear. Goldtown racing mid-pack 7th by another 2. Game Player comes away in 8th. Ice Dancing 9th and about 10 lengths off the lead, followed by Inscribe. And at the back is Style Hunter as the field heads down the backstretch run. Moving for the far turn, it is Indelible Ink in front by a length and a half, moving onto that turn. Emblem Stars right there on the chase, racing in 2nd. Godspeed picking it up. 3 wide run from Godspeed up to be 3rd. Monchois in behind, racing 4th as around that far turn. Toledo is asked to pick it up now, 5th and 4 lengths off the lead. Colt Front down toward the inside is racing in 6th. Auto Ohms under pressure while 7th. Farther back it's Goldtown racing in 8th as they move for the top of the stretch. Emblem Star has taken charge, 400 meters to go, and is pushed on for speed off the turn. Emblem Star now the one to catch. Monchois coming with a late run. Monchois on the outside up into 2nd, but Emblem Star is roused to a 1.5 length lead with 200 meters to go and kicks away. Emblem Star turns back the challenge of Monchois and is opening up through the stretch. Emblem Star sharp in victory, down to the wire, clear by 4, and it's Emblem Star and fully to win it.
First didn't go to plan, a bit slow away, and I got back in behind, but no, he jumped well and got a nice position, get a nice breather down the bottom, and in fairness he stayed going well. Yeah, obviously we've 2 left in the challenge, so hopefully we can keep the ball rolling.
And there'll be more from the STC International Jockeys Challenge. It took place yesterday, a little later in the show. Right, it's time for the purebred Arabians. I want to get nice up and close and personal to these, just to highlight the difference between these purebreds and between thoroughbreds as well. Now this horse, he's got his noseband on, you can see, and he's got that dished face, that sort of scoop just above the nose that you'll see that is so characteristic of these purebred Arabians. Working up over the neck, it's a crested neck, much curvier round the top of the neck, as opposed to a thoroughbred who'll have a longer, thicker, wider neck. They're a smaller horse, they're a shorter horse, and you'll see that if we get side on, you can see that it's a shorter backed horse, as opposed to a thoroughbred who is a larger animal and a longer backed animal. Shorter legs here with the purebred Arabians. And then look at that tail as well. You can see with the tail, it's a raised tail at the back. Just goes up a little before it carries on its normal path. So they are a different looking animal. They're an older animal, of course they are. This is RB French Dude, incidentally, who must have a good chance here. Interesting he's coming here as opposed to staying out in Meydan. Could still go on from this to the Kahala Classic. Right, so that's a look at these purebred Arabians. They're making their way out. Let's get back to Michelle and Nick, who've got Frankie Dettori with them.
Hi.
Thanks so much, Tom. We learned so much from that report. I love to hear all the differences. I know Tom's been working hard on that, but we are thrilled right now to be joined by Frankie Dettori. Frankie, thank you so much for taking the time out.
Yes, busy night. I've got 6 races. The weather looked like to spoil the day, but now it stopped raining. I prefer actually with a little bit of rain because it's going to tighten the dirt track a little bit, makes it more slicker and faster, and waiting for a great final part of the day, really. The Arab race coming up and fantastic 3 races after that.
I want to just jump right ahead to my favorite horse that you're riding tonight in Global Giant. Is he going to handle the dirt?
Well, that's a question mark. So far, the homework has been good. Look, obviously, it goes without saying, the Americans stand head and shoulder above the rest on performances and on the liking of the track. But there is prize money up to 9th. And we're going to try to pick up the pieces, and who knows, maybe it'll be a revelation on this new dirt course, and who knows. But his homework's been good. I'm riding for a good friend of mine, Sheikh Issa. He's been a great supporter of racing, and I'm pretty excited. I don't know what to expect, but I'm going to go into the race very positive and give it my best shot.
Do you try to take it to the Americans at all?
I think it'd be a suicidal mission if you take him on from the beginning. I hope that they get into the speed duel at the top, and like I said, they soften each other up, and I might pick up the pieces at the end. It'd be very unprofessional to take him on from the start.
Now you seem very chipper today. You're in good form.
I am. I mean, I've had 2 seconds so far, so that's good. And I mean, it's a great initiative from the Saudi people to create such a wonderful meeting that falls perfectly in the calendar year. We got a good turnout, and it's building up this great momentum of being one of the international weekends of the racing calendar. So I'm very proud to be involved, and I think they've done a fantastic job.
And how are you spending your winter? You've been in Dubai, you going back there after this?
Well, I don't know, brag about it, but I've been in the warmth of Dubai for the last month, and I have no plan to go back to Europe, I'll be honest with you. So I have to thank our Prime Minister, Mr. Boris Johnson, to carry on the lockdown, because I'm pretty happy where I am at the moment.
I bet you are. Well, listen, thanks for coming and chatting to us.
Thank you.
Good luck with Global Giant
Thank
later
you.
on. Sheikh Issa very understatedly said earlier that he might get quite excited if the horse wins. Now, you know him. What will he do if the horse wins?
I mean, I couldn't get any words out of him this morning. He's super excited, and he feels the races more than me. And, you know, it's great to see that he really has got this love and passion for the sport, and fingers crossed I can do well for him.
OK, we're going to build up to the Arabian race next. But, Frankie, thank you very much for chatting to us, and best of luck a little bit later. Frankie Dettori, all-time great, and he will be riding Global Giant in our feature race today, the $20 million Saudi Cup. So night has fallen here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh, at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. Frankie Dettori saying there that this recent rain will have really tightened the track up, and the jockeys are happy with that. It'll make it a little faster. I shouldn't wonder that the Americans will be happy as well, most notably the trainers of Charlatan and Nixco.
Is a reflection of our diverse environments. Voices blend with music. Places seem as if they were dancing, singing, and speaking. Melodies expand and travel throughout our lands.
True Self coming with a flying finish. True Self's up into second. Channelmaker's trying to hold on. 100 meters to go. Channelmaker's still there. True Self keeps on coming. True Self to the top. True Self from off the pace over Channelmaker. Racing for the final 100. Space Blues has to get going. Down inside is Urban Icon fighting on. So too Dark Power. Space Blues short lead, short of the wire. And Space Blues gets there. Redford's in behind, but it's Gifts of Gold in front. Gifts of Gold kicks away length and a half, making Miracles fighting on. Spanish Mission is as well. Gifts of Gold kicks clear by 2, and Gifts of Gold stays the course in the Red Sea turf. Racing for the mid-stretch marker, Mutaka KF begging for another 100 meters or so. Here comes Al-Bathali. Al-Bathali's putting in a bold light run and is finishing fast. Al-Bathali to the front. Mutaka KF gives way late. Aleph Khan is racing third, but they're coming for the finish, and Al-Bathali bounding home. Up next, the Obaya Arabian Classic, the richest Arabian race in the world. Number 1, Darion with Mendizabal. Number 2, Feta Delou with Bentley aboard. Number 3 is Hadris, ran in this race last year with Demuro. Jarif with Olivier Pellier. Number 5, Mashur Al Khaledia with Dobbs. Number 6, Mubashir Al Khaledia with Al Fouredi. Number 7, Mutwakel Al Khaledia with Castro. Number 8, RB French Dude. Cosgrave's got them out there. Number 9, Salam Al Khaledia with Fresu. Number 10 is Shaba with Amur Al Rasbi. Number 11, Talab Al Khaledia with Perez. Number 12, Bodor Athba with Al Wafi. And number 13 in the Obaya Arabian Classic, Jasma Athba, to be ridden by Moreno, the richest Arabian race in the world. Up next.
And Michelle and I are joined by a notable expert in the field of Arabian horse racing, Faisal Al-Rahmani. Faisal, good to have you with us.
Thank you.
Are you enjoying the evening?
Yes, I'm enjoying the evening, and I'm enjoying the golden ages for Arabian horses. The last 3 years, I think this is the golden ages for the Arabian horses.
Why do you think that is?
You know, the Arabian horses have difficulties to be upon the 300 years history of thoroughbred. And Arabian horses were away from handicap, from betting, from many big race courses, and they had a lot of difficulty to be accepted in many countries in the world. But I think for the last 3 years, and I'm honored to manage the International Federation and see what can I see in these 3 years. 2 million here, 1 million here, 2 million euro here, 1 million euro here. I think the Arabian horses, they live the golden ages. There's 30,000 horses here, Arabian, but there is only 1,500 race horses, and the market is bigger and bigger and bigger. Even though there is many big races around the world, but there's no many horses.
So how does this race stack up, this Obaya Arabian Classic?
I think the image that the Saudi conference have to have a cup to be the best cup in the world, and I think he didn't forget the Arabian part. So to start strong and start from here, you need to have the best and the biggest prize money. So the prize money really, it's never been in whole Arabian history. We had $1.5 million, but we didn't have $2 million for Arabian horses.
What about the field that's lining up? We have last year's winner in here.
Yes.
Is he going to take home $1.2 million again?
I think Al Khaledia, they have a good chance. He's well-bred horse, and he have the good handicap. And last time he came second, but I think it's the first start for him. And this race will be his target. But still, we have a couple of nice horses coming around the world. We have to understand that there's many good Arabian horses in grass, where they are in Europe, but they prefer to stay and to keep their bride, because this is a very big race.
What about RB French Dude? I like this horse. I followed him before.
Yes.
Do you think he's had a chance tonight?
RB French Dude, I think he's one of the best horse we have in United Arab Emirates. Last two start, he had a fabulous race, and he won by far. And I think he's one of the best horses in UAE so far this year. And he will have a chance today, and we will see what he will do internationally.
Now, those of you who aren't familiar with purebred Arabian racing will note that there are a whole group of horses in here with the same Al Khaledia suffix.
Yes.
All the Al Khalidias are here: Mashur, Mubashir,
Yes.
Mulwatakel, Salam, Talab. These are all from the same stud?
Yes, they're from same stud. I think Salam is coming from Poland, because he have another stud farm in Poland. And here, the team will be among Mishraf, the trainer, if he will have scenario for the team needs someone to as a rabbit to be in front. So how he will give the lead for someone else, or Talab will do the same thing like last year. I think it's really a very good race.
Now, I don't know whether you noticed this as well, Michel, but I'm intrigued to ask Faisal. You talked about a rabbit there. Everybody in the world knows a rabbit means a pacemaker that's going to do his job and ensure the pace for another one of his stable companions. That is kind of more acceptable in Arabian racing, isn't it? It's kind of the done thing everywhere.
Yes, everywhere. Even in Arabian, even more, maybe Arabian, if you have 2-3 nice horses, you have to do a scenario for the game. Otherwise, I don't know, sometimes when I see a trainer with 3-4 horses, 3 jockeys, I don't know what they're saying. He will tell them, please take care, you win, and you do the best thing. I don't think so. They have to do a scenario, and they have to show us something. But if someone will play with the rabbit, then we will have different game, and we will see nice race.
Do we ever have the rabbits win?
I think Talab, because Talab is his front runner. Talab is front runner, and he will be the one who will go in front, and if somebody will play with him, they will have a backup of the 2 other horses, which they have nice turn foot.
And we're looking at him right now. He is last year's winner. Big gray horse going to be breaking from the inside post.
Gate one.
Is that good or bad for him?
Oh, he wanted. He is front runner.
He wants
you will see him.
He wants the lead and he wants the inside.
Yes.
Do you think there's a big bias to this dirt track, to the rail, or not?
Of course. Most of the front runner, they love to be 1, 2, 3 because they want to lead the game. And if he have a chance to be in front and these people will keep him and leave him, I think he will say bye-bye and he will win. Easy.
Is there no other speed in here to soften him up?
French dude have some speed, and the other horse, Jaref, he like the gray, the one with the 3rd gate. He also he like to be in front. Daryan Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed, one of the biggest stud in the world. He have a horse. He like the high bases, but Talab he have phenomenal turn foot.
So all eyes on Talab. You think he's going to do it again?
I think if no one bother him, if someone bother him, then we see a track record here.
They're loading up swiftly then for this Obaya Arabian Classic. Will Talab Al-Khaledia win again, and will he be the lone speed, or, in Faisal's words, will anyone be brave enough here to play with the rabbit? There's $2 million on the line. We'll join Travis Stone.
Thank you, Nick. Just waiting for Bodor Athbat to go in. Stepping in now, so too Mashur Al-Khaledia takes a spot into line. As we've said, this is the richest Arabian race in the world. Over 2,000 meters, or roughly 10 furlongs. Talab Al-Khaledia to the inside. They're in the gate and they're off. Pretty good start. Nothing crazy coming out of there. Talab Al-Khaledia showing some speed. Mubashir Al-Khaledia is there as well. Toward the far outside, Daryan is showing some speed too. So they sort themselves out. Dobby French Dude is also in that early mix as they head up the chute and race for the main track. And so it is Talab Al-Khaledia coming on through to take a narrow lead. Daryan is running up from 2nd. Salam Al-Khaledia is right there in behind, while 3rd. RB French Dude right in that early mix, racing in 4th as well. So they come out of the chute and they cross onto the main track. And it's Talab Al-Khaledia in front by half a length. Daryan's applying a little bit of pressure from 2nd though. Jarif from the inside comes on to grab 3rd and is right there in that mix. Salam Al-Khaledia is racing in 4th for the backstretch run. Mubashir Al-Khaledia races up on the far outside and grabs the 5th spot, heading for the far turn. Feta Dalou is already under pressure, racing in 6th position. RB French Dude is now 7th. Mashur Al-Khaledia toward the inside is moving up from 8th as it hit that far turn run. So it is still Talab Al-Khaledia holding on to a narrow lead. Daryan is keeping the pressure up. Mutwakel Al-Khaledia coming on 3rd, now 2nd. Talab Al-Khaledia is dropping out of it. Talab Al-Khaledia is back into 3rd and losing ground as Daryan tries to shake loose. Daryan heading for the top of the stretch in front of length into half now. Mutawakil Al Khalidia on the chase, racing in second. Salam Al Khalidia is racing in third. They come to the top of the stretch. It's Darion, the leader, at the top of the lane. Mutawakil Al Khalidia trying to come on late. Mubashir Al Khalidia coming with a good run down the center of the track from third. They're racing for the mid-stretch marker. Darion's in deep water, desperately trying to hold on. Down the center of the track, Mubashir Al Khalidia is coming on strongly. Mutawakil Al Khalidia wanders over toward the rail. Hadris is late on the scene, down to the wire. Mubashir Al Khalidia takes over the lead, opens up a length and a half, and is going to do it. Mubashir Al Khalidia wins the Obaya Arabian Classic on the wire. And a sea of gray horses crossing the wire, going 1, 2, 3, all grays in the Obaya Arabian Classic. The winner, Mubashir Al Khalidia, gets up right about mid-stretch and finishes up well, fending off a couple of late runs to win the richest Arabian race in the world. Mubashir Al Khalidia first on the line, crossing in front just more than a length over Mutawakil Al Khalidia. Hadris late on the scene to grab that third spot. It's going to be tight for fourth. RB French Dude's going to photo with Darion. Very tight, but maybe the nod goes to RB French Dude, followed by Jasma Athba, Jarif, and Salam Al Khalidia in the Obaya Arabian Classic.
To Travis Stone, because it wasn't that easy to distinguish which was which. It was a phalanx of greys coming home 1, 2, 3 in the Obaya Arabian Classic. And who needs Talab Al Khalidia when you've got Mubashir Al Khalidia and Mutawakil Al Khalidia to boot? First and second for Mudlaq bin Rushref, the Al Khalidia stables, and Adel Al Faradi riding the winner here, this grey son of Lath Al Khalidia. Let's hear from the winning jockey now, who's with Faisal.
Adel, ألف مبروك حبيبي هالانتصار في هالأمسية الغالية علينا.
الله يبارك فيك ويجزيك خير أخوي فيصل. اللهم لك الحمد. شعور لا يوصف. هالأمسية والله إن الله وفقنا والحمد لله وكسبنا.
So I say congratulations for him about the win in this night, and he thanked the God, you know, about he win the big night tonight.
الحمد لله زي ما قلت لك فيصل. يعني قام الشوط شوي بس قام شوي سريع. انتظر حصاني وجبته شوي بالتدريج. والحمد لله لبى معي وخذنا الشوط.
He said the race started too fast, and he said I waited with my horse because he ride him before, and he waited until the last moment, and he do it. So عادل عندك شوط ثاني راكب فيها واتمنى لك التوفيق ان شاء الله.
وياك يا حبيبي فيصل شكرا.
So I tell him good luck for other races he ride, and he thank for everybody to give him this chance, and thank you.
Faisal, thank you, and our Faisal is watching on. What did you make of that?
Talab have done the little scenario succeeded, and he make this really good scenario. He led them to go with Talab, who always last 12 races. He do the same thing. If you leave him, he go away. But when they put the pressure, they hold the other horses back behind, and Hadris was very clever. Hadris and Mubashir and Mutawakil. I think it was a very good race. I don't know what the track record, but I think it's a good timing today. It's a beautiful race, beautiful race.
This horse was fourth in this race last year. Has he just improved, or was it just the pace setup today?
Yes, he's a winner last couple of weeks, and by 5-6 lengths, the horse is really a nice horse. Al Khalidia, they have really nice breeding, and every year they have 1 or 2 stars, which make them one of the leaders among the studs around the world.
It's exciting to see a horse go gate to wire, but in this particular situation with Talib really fading with the pressure he took, it was fun to see this horse just power down the outside.
And 11 years old, and he keep doing the same thing. He races twice a year. I think he's one of the best horses around the world. Talab, whatever have done this, I salute him. I say, you have done good job. I think Talab, for last couple of years, he's one of the best for me around the world, and he will be one of the best stallions around the world.
So is that it for him? Do you think he'll?
I don't know what the management will do, but I hope that he will go for breeding, but he have done good job, and for pride of that horse, I think this should be the last race for him.
Faisal, thank you for the moment. Let's head down to Tom Stanley, who's with Winning Connections.
Yes, Prince Faisal bin Khalid is next to me. He's seen his horse come back into the winner's enclosure, and the jockey has hopped off, and it was Talib Al-Khaladiya last year, and this year it's Mubashir Al-Khaladiya. What does it mean?
It means a lot to us. His Royal Highness Prince Khalid bin Sultan always wants to be or to have the first in all races, but we got first last year. We wished that the champ of last year won it this year. Thank God we won this race with a Saudi jockey, first and second place, which is a very good start to this new year, and we hope to get better in the future.
You mentioned your Saudi jockey, Alid Al-Furedi. What a star he has been these last 2 days.
Actually, he won a Group 1 race, the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz race, Group 1, end of last month. So we're expecting a lot out of him.
And this horse, he ran a really good race last year. He was a bit unlucky, I think, but this year it worked out really well.
I think he's one of 2 future stars of Al-Khaldiya stables. Hopefully we'll see him in Dubai Kayla Classic. And hopefully he can win Prince Sultan Awards, the Bayya Classic and the Kayla Classic, hopefully.
Race the Kayla Classic you've won before, of course, with Talib Al-Khaladiya, and this is the new star.
We hope he repeats the love story.
Many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So congratulations to all concerned with Mubashir and Mutawakkal, the 1-2 home in the Obeya Arabian Classic. The Saudi Derby build-up will be up next. Jubilant scenes in the winner's enclosure, unfettered joy on the part of all the connections of this horse, Mubashir Al-Khaladiya, who's led home a 1-2 for connections in the $2 million Obeya Arabian Classic over 10 furlongs. The Al Rajhi Bank Saudi Derby will be next.
Culture engages the senses, gives us a rhythm to dance to. When you live in a palette where colors juxtapose, touch the beauty and savor it. Feel the joy in your soul.
Welcome back. You're live with us here at King Abdulaziz Racetrack in Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It has, I'm happy to say, dried up a little bit. I don't want to tempt fate. And we heard from that man earlier, Prince Bandar bin Khalid, the chairman of the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia, and he is presenting the winner's trophy to Winning Connections of Al-Khaladiya Stables, the owners of Mubashir Al-Khaladiya, the winner of the Arabian Classic there. And you just heard from the winning trainer, Mutlaq bin Mishraf, there with Tom Stanley, and the sheer delight was somewhat infectious. And the great thing about this day, this night here in Riyadh, Michelle, as the cheers ring out behind us.
They are very happy back there.
Is that it really does show you the genuine enthusiasm for the sport here in this kingdom.
Absolutely. I think that the passion that the fans show here has been amazing. You heard Faisal talking about the renaissance, really, that the Arabian breed is having, and I think that was an excellent demonstration of that here on the track. And from the fans behind me that are here in attendance, behind closed doors, everyone's excited.
And there's, as Faisal was pointing out, just so much money on offer for these marquee Arabian races now, not just here, but in France and Great Britain and in the United States as well.
Not only that, Nick, but you have to appreciate the fact that these Arabians are very sturdy. This one might be heading off to stud, but you know, they race till they're 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 years old. We get to see them, and that's how they end up getting big fan bases.
You were all over that Mubashir Mutawakkil exacta, weren't you?
Oh yes, I love a grey in the mud.
And Hardress was back in third. Now, Michelle, we talked quite a bit about the impact that the rain might have on the track, and we didn't really pick up on what Frankie Dettori was saying earlier on about his feeling that it would tighten it significantly, which will make American trainers Brad Cox, Bob Baffert extremely happy, I would have
I think especially Bob Baffert. He's going to be happy about this. You know, Bob and I are based at the same racetrack back home in California, and that's the one thing that he said. He said this track was super safe. It was very kind. He liked it a lot, but it could have used a little bit more water because Bob Baffert likes a little bit faster of a surface. So I think the added water that they're going to get from here is fantastic, Nick. I think Bob is at home right now doing a rain dance in California.
Because although it sounds counterintuitive, because we think with a turf track that more water means softer ground, slower times, etc. Normally with any track that's dirt or mainly composed of sand, you get the beach effect.
Exactly. You think about running through the beach and it's a little bit loose, and then the closer it gets to the water, the wetter it is, the easier it is to run over because it stays hard and firm under your feet. I think that, I think right now that water amount is probably really good. I haven't gotten down there and tested it, but it looks great from up here.
Baffert, of course, won the Kentucky Derby last year and the Breeders' Cup Classic with a horse who is now retired to stud, Authentic. And the horse that was on the sidelines when that horse was cleaning up is Charlatan, today's big player, or so we think, in the Saudi Cup. Just how good is this horse, and could he now, he's injury-free, hold all before him?
He's the kind of horse that's pretty straightforward. I mean, he kind of shows you what he does out on the racetrack.
Quarter of a mile to go, and here comes Charlatan.
You know, Bob said just don't take away nothing that comes easy, but get him comfortable and happy.
And Charlatan with a powerful move on the outside of Nashville, and he has run right by him. Charlatan is back.
About a quarter of a mile, and he was ready to kind of take the race to him, and he did, and he ran extremely well.
And he turns it on with an eighth of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion.
I knew he was a good horse, but I mean, he opened my eyes big time.
What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes.
As Christmas presents go, Charlatan's impressive and dominant run on Boxing Day was hard to beat. It was a stunning return after an 8-month layoff.
His first out, I didn't think he was ready to win, and he went 8 and change. I mean, he showed me something. He always shows me something that I've never seen in the mornings.
Making just his 5th career start here in Riyadh, trainer Bob Baffert believes Charlatan could be a star.
He's the kind of horse that you can do what you want with him. He's got a great mind. He has so much brilliance. He's just a beautiful horse. He's quick. He's light on his feet. He's easy on himself. But he's going to have to run hard. You know, he's going to have to run, and you don't know how he's going to handle that deep surface. You know, you just don't know until you get him there. And I think anytime you go out of the country, it's a challenge.
I think it should be perfect for him. You know, he's only had the one race, so if you're going to go a mile and 1/8, I think it would be better for the one turn over 2, because 2 it takes a little more out of him. It's a great racetrack here. I was here last year, and if it was anything like it was last year, it should be wonderful for him.
Jockey Mike Smith knows all about the track after steering Midnight Bisou to 2nd in last year's inaugural Saudi Cup.
Security and Midnight Bisou closing. Midnight Security on the inside. Maximum Security has the lead. Narrowly from Midnight Bisou. Maximum Security is the winner of the inaugural Saudi Cup.
At the end of the day, you need a really good horse. So for $20 million, you're going to hit a top caliber horse. you know, the draw is important, but in the competition, you really don't know that much about them. But we know we're bringing a really fast horse there, and so I really feel that, you know, he should be one of the favorites.
All right, and that was a good look at Charlatan, who will be coming forward for trainer Bob Baffert. Nick, I think that this horse has a huge upside in this. You heard Mike Smith talk about it. The one-turn mile and an eighth is really going to suit him because he gets a long run down the backside, and at about the half-mile pole, this horse really will explode.
And this is a beautiful wide track. He'll have plenty of time to sort himself out. He doesn't mind the gate in 9 Baffert. Normally with his best horses, he'll always prefer to be slightly to the outside rather than the inside. I asked him in a recent press conference for the Saudi Cup whether he felt that in terms of natural talent, this horse Charlatan, who sat out much of last year, was better than his Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup Classic winner Authentic, and he fudged around the issue and he wouldn't answer and he wouldn't answer. I said, go on, well, if they'd run in the same race, who would have won? And he said to me, if you'd gone to broadcasting school, you'd be working on CNN by now. So he dodged it horribly, but I did get the sense that he thought this horse was just the equal.
I'll tell you the one thing about him. I'm not sure if he would have won the Kentucky Derby or the Breeders' Cup Classic. I don't necessarily believe that a mile and a quarter is within his scope. However, we're not talking about a mile and a quarter today, and I think this race is entirely within his scope. And should him and Authentic have maybe showed down at this distance, I wouldn't doubt that Charlatan might have come out the better. The one thing I love about him really, Nick, is the fact that he's kind and he's smart. He is rateable. He is waiting for a cue. He's not a runoff. He's not crazy. That is his best asset, in my opinion, coming in here lightly raced.
We ought to just talk about Mike Smith, the rider, because he was second in the race last year on Midnight Bisou. He picked up a very hefty suspension and a fine for his use of the whip on Midnight Bisou, and he said he'd never come back, but he's back. All is forgiven.
Well, and I guess if he goes home with his share of the $20 million purse, he'll probably say, no problem, it's okay. He did do pretty well last night as well, finishing in the Jockeys Challenge.
And of course, it was the Jockeys Challenge yesterday. Mike Smith was competing in that, and we're going to take a look back at the second 2 legs of it now.
Looks like we're ready. And they're off. Al Muthir is right there racing in second. Al Nasha is not far behind with Kaziba. Toward the outside is Arib Seat racing up to be 5th. And then it's Mutaria toward the inside, running along in 6th. Mayhemaz passed up from 7th as it moved down that backstretch run. LM Sojair's on the move, drawing to within 6 or 7 lengths of the lead as they move for the far turn. Shibul Tayyab is there, 3 or 4 wide heading for that turn. Bawante Zaz also in that mix, a break of 5 back to Al Ladia. As they round the turn, Al Jami is second to last and pushed on for speed. And Mshab Habra is at the back. Sot Ari rounding the far turn in front by half a length. Al Muthir is there. Kaziba comes up with a 3 or 4 wide run. Sot Ari under pressure to hold on. Al Muthir strikes the front, but here comes Kaziba now. Kaziba's putting in a run. Mwanta Heza sweeps up with a 4-5 wide bid. Here comes Mwanta Heza as they turn into the stretch. Al Muthir's in deep water. Mwanta Heza's roused to the front. Mwanta Heza's in front with a short lead coming down to the final 200 meters. Al Muthir fights on down toward the rail, and in between is Muwataria, who came on through with a good run there and kicked clear just like that. Just like that, Mutawaria has kicked clear by 5. And Shane Foley finishing fast to the wire. Muwataria wins by 5 in the end. Aladi gets up for second. It's going to be tight for third.
Yeah, we had a good draw and won it. I jumped well and I kind of fancied Holly's a bit, but she stopped a bit quick and I just angled out. But in fairness, my filly stayed going well. It's a beautiful dark horse. It's very kind.
Ready for a start. And they're off. Off to a pretty good beginning. Ashkusa Kil is there. Rasheka showing some early speed as well. Toward the inside, Ra'aj is up close and flashing speed too. Muktin comes through from between horses. They head up the backstretch and bend for that far turn run. And here's Swoosh Elkail on the outside, up for narrow lead. Keeping pace down toward the rail is Thaba. These two are going head-to-head for that early lead. They round the far turn together. Ra'aj is in behind horses, angling down toward the rail for a clearer run. And then it's moved in behind them, followed by Shefak, who's under pressure. And wide on the outside is Zabi Alamad. So the field hits the top of the stretch. Swoosh Alkail comes up to take a narrow lead. Thaba has to fight back from second, but it's Swoosh Alkail in front. Half-length advantage heading for the final 200 meters. Farther back in the field, late runs coming from Mubtahin. Mubtahin's putting in a late run indeed. That one's coming with a bold late challenge as they head into the final 100 meters. It is wide open. About 4 or 5 horses can win it. Short lead for Mubtahin. Here comes Zabi Alamad. And on the outside, Shefnak there too. But here's the wire. Zabi Alamad got up to win it. Zabi Alamad's the winner right on the wire. Mubtahin in that photo for second, along with Sabig Wamasbouk for Mike Smith, who tried to come on late, but come up short in this one. Shane Foley will be the winner of the International Jockey Challenge, but the winner of race number 7, Zabi Alamad.
Farudi has ridden the winner of the 4th leg of the International Jockeys Challenge on Zabi Al-Hamad. Many congratulations, an excellent performance. What does it mean to you?
وش يعني لك الفوز اليوم؟
الله يبارك فيك يا حبيبي، ويعني لي شيء كثير اللهم لك الحمد. اني امثل خيال السعوديين واللهم لك الحمد لله وفقنا واخذنا الشوط.
It's been a lot for me and thanks God, and this is like I'm the one of the Saudi riders. They all gonna be happy for this one, the all Saudi jockeys.
Well, what a festival it's been for Adel Al-Faredi, the local jockey, because he's just taken the classic as well for Arabian horses, but he was second in the International Jockeys Challenge behind Shane Foley, who had 30 points, Mike Smith third with 19 and clear of Nanako Fajita and Marlin Holmberg, and Tom spoke to the winning rider after.
Shane Foley, winner of the STC International Jockeys Challenge, well done.
Thank you. Yeah, look, it's been fantastic. We started a bit slow and we got 2 nice winners on the board, but yeah, look, it's a privilege to be here.
Take me through the experience of riding on this dirt track.
Yeah, look, I've ridden on the dirt in Japan and America, but they're all quite different. This is a very kind track, fair, and look, normally the best horse wins. It's a pleasure to ride against the guys, and anytime you're asked to ride in these big competitions is important. Maybe if Pat Smullen was around, I wouldn't be here. He'd probably been invited. So it's times like that we think of Pat. But no, look, it's fantastic, and I dedicate that to him. He'd be proud of me.
I'm sure he would. Dedication to the late great Pat Smullen. Shane, what's the experience been like for you out here? Not just riding, but your time out here for the last 5 or so days.
Yeah, I landed on Monday. Obviously with the COVID, everything is a bit different and we're all being that extra bit careful. But look, it's been fantastic. They can't do enough for you, the people here. The track's amazing, the facilities are amazing, and the people are quite kind and they're welcoming, and that's important, you know. Hopefully I might get back again sometime if the owners might ask me.
I'm sure there must be a rule, mustn't there, coming back and trying to defend your title. It's taken a lot of organisation, of course, and with everything going on, it's added that little bit of extra pressure. But as far as you're concerned, and the race riding experience out there, riding on horses you don't know, how much did that take getting used to?
Yeah, well, it's quite different. You try to do as much homework as you can, study the horses, but it's quite difficult. It's in a different language and you don't understand. But in fairness, the guys back in the clubhouse, Emer and Phil, they gave me a great hand throughout, and I half knew what I was looking at and what I was doing going out, and I winged the rest of it.
And as far as what the local guys are used to temperature-wise out here, everyone's saying how cold it is. That's why you've got an advantage, an Irishman. This is positively warm for you, Shane.
Yeah, this is lovely. No, if they find this cold, I would like to see them in Ireland in the depths of winter.
Listen, great to chat to you. Well done, winner of the STC International Jockeys Challenge. Shane Foley, well done.
Thank you.
Wonderful triumph for Shane Foley, one of the really emerging stars in the weighing room in Ireland, and lovely to hear him pay tribute to the late and great Pat Smullen, who sadly lost his battle with cancer last year. Michelle alongside me, great triumph there for Shane. I thought he showed great poise yesterday.
Absolutely. And you know what I really appreciate about having the Jockey Challenge, Nick, is that not only do the fans get to come out and really experience or watch from home in these certain circumstances, the race weekend kind of as a carnival feeling, but also the jockeys get to come out and they get to try everything out. I mean, I feel like that's an important situation when you're coming and making a trip. You have so many international riders. Everyone should get that fair shake to be able to have said, I've been on the surface before. for.
Now, there wasn't much success yesterday in the Jockeys' Challenge for William Buick. Indeed, very little success at all. But there already has been today with Space Blues taking the 13:51 sprint. And this story of him riding Tacitus in the Saudi Cup is pretty extraordinary, because John Velasquez couldn't make it because of the coronavirus travel restrictions.
And it was very last minute that Johnny V was not able to get on his plane to make it out here. You know, at that point, most of the riders are taken, obviously, so you're lucky that you have a great rider like William Buick available. It's going to be an interesting mix, these two.
It is. And if I had $1 for every time somebody said, I really like Tacitus in this race today, I'd be a very, very rich man. He's a talented but mercurial character, the horse, not that man, William Buick. But can Buick unlock the key to Tacitus today? How do you think he ran in the Saudi Cup in 2020?
He ran incredibly. You know, it wasn't his A race. We kind of let him down a little bit and tried bringing him back, and maybe he wasn't 100% ready for it. I think this time is a little different. Physically, he's bigger. I know he's more massive. He's got more muscle. He's also, I believe, mentally a lot more focused, and he just seems like he's in a better place where he's maybe got more confidence. I don't know what it is. He's maybe got it figured out now. Hopefully we just get a clear trip. You know, I don't think, it seems like a lot of the times when he's, you know, he's coming and almost gets there is when he runs into traffic somewhere early in the race. And the time he won at Belmont, you know, he had a great trip. He came from the one hole, but Johnny navigated it, you know, perfectly, and he ran huge.
Tacitus is pouring it on here. He's gonna win. Tacitus by 8 lengths.
Everybody wants to know what makes Bill Mott such a good trainer. Can you tell us his secrets?
No secret. He's an absolute horseman. He's hands-on. He's in the barn every morning. He goes almost over every single horse. His memory is unbelievable. I mean, he can remember things on horses from 2-3 years back, and at the other stables where he's not even at all the time. He just, it's uncanny. It's just part of his blood.
Have you ever picked up a spare ride at the 11th hour quite like this before?
Not in the $20 million race. No, look, like I said earlier, I am delighted to have picked up the ride and grateful to get the call up for a horse like him in such a big race. You know, he's a very, very good horse. He's got a lot going for him. It's gutting for Johnny Velasquez, and he's just really a victim of the circumstance, and everything affects it all. But you know, I have huge respect for him, so I do feel for him as well.
Fifth last year, Tacitus, but no forlorn hope this evening. William Buick will be riding for Bill Mott in the silks of the late Prince Khaled, Abdullah and Juddmonte Farms. Building towards our next race today, which is due off in just a few minutes' time, and we'll be right back. Frankie Dettori will be taking the ride on New Treasure in the Al Rajhi Bank Saudi Derby. Run over a mile. Gelding now trained by John Gosden, formerly trained by Jim Bolger in Ireland. Chance to see Holly Doyle again. She'll be taking the ride for Al Badri, for Jane Chapel-Hyam. And two big hopes for Godolphin have already had a good day. Buick is on Rebels Romance for Charlie Appleby. And Mike Smith will be aboard Soft Whisper for Saeed Bin Surur. Both horses unbeaten this year, and both with an excellent chance in this Al Rajhi Bank Saudi Derby. There is William Buick on Rebels Romance. He's wearing the blue cap, slight colour change to some of your publications earlier today. Your horse who's bidding to maintain his unbeaten streak.
We tell our stories every day. It's in what we wear and what we drink. We live under its wings, and it summarizes our story in a piece of home.
Welcome back. Night has fallen, and we build up now to the Al Rajhi Bank Saudi Derby here at King Abdulaziz racetrack, and we're going to get the runners and riders now with our race caller, Travis Stone.
The Al Rajhi Bank Saudi Derby. Up next, let's take a look at the field one. Al Badri with Holly Doyle. Number 2, Cowan with Joel Rosario. Number 3 was withdrawn. Number 4, Homerion with Christian Demuro. Number 5, Meshakel with Mikel Barcelona. 6 is New Treasure with Frankie Dettori. Number 7, Pink Kamehameha, Kita Tosaki, the rider. 8, Rebels Romance with William Buick. 9 is Round 6 with Alanazzi. Number 10, Shibola Tom with Adele Al-Faradi. Number 11, Hatem with Wigberto Ramos. Number 12 is Makbuta with Eddie Castro. And rounding out the Saudi Derby, Mike Smith and Soft Whisper. The Saudi Derby is next.
Barcelona alongside me. He's just weighed out for his ride on Mashakal. He's got a lot of pace. I take it, Makal, you'll look to use that.
Yeah, exactly. He's pretty a front runner, except something is going very crazy. But he likes to be in front, and he's a strong traveler horse. We don't know if he's gonna really make the mile here, but we're gonna give him a good try.
How does this surface, this dirt surface, differ to that at Meydan for you?
Yeah, it is, and the bend is longer as well. The straight is a little bit longer, so I need to. We'll see if we can manage him a little bit more than last time in Meydan. But he should be able to be in the first 5.
And you picked up a great ride on Max Player. You excited for that?
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately for Umberto, it's not the best way to pick up a ride, but I'm going to try to do my best for the team.
Thanks, Mikhail. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Mikel Barcelona there with Tom Stanley, and referring to the ride that he picked up in the Saudi Cup, because the jockey couldn't be here. Umberto Rispoli's misfortune is Barcelona's good fortune on Max Player later. That is Cowan in shot. Joel Rosario is riding for Steve Asmussen. Now he needs to get over his nasty dose of seconditis, Michelle.
You know, the one good thing about the seconditis, Nick, is that he's been facing really good horses. In his last race, he was behind Caddo River, who is going to be a top contender on the Derby Trail. Back in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, he finished behind Golden Pal. These are good horses that he's running behind. Worst case scenario, if you run second again, you're taking home a pretty paycheck anyways. But I feel like even though he's been bested in all these races, you look how much in front of the 3rd place finisher he is. He's a good horse. This is actually a genius move, in my opinion, by Steve Asmussen to take him out of maybe some of the more competitive United States races and bring him over here, and let's see what he can do.
I wonder what attracted him to the $2 million of the Al Rajhi Bank Saudi Derby. That is Cowan. Big chance, this son of Cantheros. Rebels Romance, 1 of 2 in the race for Godolphin. Charlie Appleby trains him. He's never been beaten. And the progeny of Dubar, we go well on any surface.
He looks really on tilt right now. He's big and he's thick and he's a heavy horse. I can see why they opted to geld him from a physical standpoint. You see he wears the red hood. He is keen and ready to go. He's undefeated in all 3 starts. But when I watched his races back, Nick, I felt like he was more of just a galloper without a real turn of foot. I feel like we want to see horses finish really strong, and he's more of a stayer-looking horse.
So you think he'll go forward and just try and use his stride and grind it away?
Exactly. And I don't know if he's fast enough to even be on the lead, but I feel like that's kind of where he would suit best if he was going to win.
So William Buick takes the ride on Rebels Romance. As I said, it's a slight colour change or colour switch from your publications this morning. White cap now, Mike Smith, Soft Whisper. Saeed bin Sarua trains this Godolphin filly. She again is another one by Dubawi. I think her credentials are interesting, particularly in receipt of the gender allowance for fillies.
Yeah, that was a super smart move, and they're going to go ahead and draw Mike Smith. What a great choice. I feel like does such a great job with fillies especially. We call him at home Money Mike Smith because he gets on for these big races and he just gives great rides, but he gets along with fillies and mares so exceptionally. The credentials on Soft Whisper are impeccable. Her last 4 outs, she's been a victor, and she's just getting better and better. Her last race especially, she broke on top and then she was really reserved, and Mike is excellent at that because she was a little rank still. He gets them to relax so well. The minute she turned for home, Nick, and swapped leads, she absolutely exploded. She's a horse that has an electric turn of foot. Unlike Rebel Romance, I thought she was super impressive in her last win.
John Gosden and Frankie Dettori team up with New Treasure. Now, Gosden saddled Mishrif, a Saudi Cup contender tonight, to finish second in this race last year. And although New Treasure doesn't appear to be good enough on what he's shown, it's his first run for this stable since leaving Jim Bolger. And he's out of a mare by Congaree.
I loved Congaree. This horse has been a little bit of a handful on track. They actually waited till every other horse left the walking ring before he went to the track, and you can see they have a handler down here with him.
Playful gelding down at the start. Let's join Tom Stanley.
Nick, thanks very much indeed. Yeah, down here at the start for the Saudi Derby. Runners just arriving behind the stalls. There's a few with those red hoods on. One of those is New Treasure. Just picked that horse up with the red hood. Trained by John Gosden, ridden by Frankie Dettori. Had some good form in Ireland. I suppose the question mark, you see he's just a touch on his toes down here. He looks fresh. He does look well, does New Treasure. Question mark is going to be the surface for him, not so for others. Horse number 1 behind under Holly Doyle's interesting. He's got that sort of dirt run, if you like, at Southwell, which, look, it's not exactly the same on the Fibre Sand, but that's what you can do back in the UK to really get them ready for this surface. Will he handle it? Not absolutely certain necessarily. Let's pick up number 5, Mashakal, over to my left under Makar Barcelona. Now, he just spun around really quick. This horse is going to want to get out, and attack. That's what he does from the gates. Look at the power he's got in behind. He is all power, this Mashakal, and he is quick as well. You just want him to be there at the finish if you're supporting this horse, because that's not necessarily guaranteed. And Makar Barcelona was talking about his chances a little bit earlier on. I want to pick up on the Godolphin runners if I can, because the red hoods have come off. First of all, 13 over to the right. You can see with the white hat, that is Mike Smith on board Soft Whisper. She must have a really good chance. Slow away on her first dirt start, much quicker away in the UAE 1000 Guineas, and she could not be pegged back. She's a beautiful looking daughter of Dubai. We must have a great chance. And over to the right in the all blue, Rebels Romance under William Buick. Rebels Romance is a horse who showed a good aptitude for the surface last time, ran through a bit of kickback. Like I heard Michelle saying as well, I just wonder, can he get out and get the position that he wants? That's the question. It's not guaranteed, but he is an unfurnished, gorgeous looking son of Dubai, and there could be a lot more to come. Whether he's ready now remains to be seen, but there should be a bit more to come. So they're loading up ahead of the Saudi Derby. Just a few more to go forward, and last one going forward will be Hartem into gate number 6. Here we go for the Saudi Derby.
Hatem moves in. Field is set for the Saudi Derby, and they're off. Al-Badri, it's the ground running. Pink Kamehameha is there. As they move up the chute, Soft Whisper comes on. Mashakal is also showing some early speed too, so they cross onto the main track, and Soft Whisper is out for a narrow lead. Mashakal's right there running in second. Pink Kamehameha comes on to be third. Round 6 is racing fourth. Al-Badri's fifth. New Treasure on the move from 6th. Homerion toward the inside is now 7th. Rebels Romance is racing in 8th. Hatem is 9th. Makbuta hustled along 11th and toward the rail. 3 lengths back to Cowan. Cowan is already 10 lengths off the lead, and it's a long way back to Shibble Latam the trailer. So the field races for the far turn. Mashakal's in front. Pressure from Soft Whisper. Soft Whisper is right there racing second. And Pink Kamehameha 3 wide and moving up from third. Right in the race is that one. New Treasure's under pressure as they round the far turn. Round 6 is losing ground. Rebels Romance starting to make some progress. Moving up to be 5th. Hatem's on the move from 6th. Homerion. Cowan is starting to find his best stride, but he's forced to go wide as they come for the top of the stretch, where Soft Whisper comes away with the lead. Pink Kamehameha poised on the outside second. Rebels Romance is there. New Treasure's in behind, trying to muscle up on through. Cowan's flattened out, trying to get back on stride. Racing for the mid-stretch marker. Pink Kamehameha comes away with the lead. It's Pink Kamehameha in front. Soft Whisper fights on. New Treasure keeps on coming too. Cowan's late on the scene. Rebels Romance flattened out. Pink Kamehameha 50 meters to go. Cowan is finishing fast. Pink Kamehameha. Cowan, here's the wire. Pink Kamehameha wins the Saudi Derby, holding off Cowan, New Treasure, Rebels, Romance, and Soft Whisper. Pink Kamehameha and Kita Tosaki. 3 wide around the entire far turn run. Put in a bid right at about that midway point of the turn. Challenged, took over, and fended off a hard charging Cowan who was far behind earlier. Came on well, but not well enough to catch Pink Kamehameha. Lead whittled down to about a half a length by the time the finish line came, but nonetheless, the winner when it counted. Cowan's going to get up for second. Good effort from New Treasure, who was close to that pace. Runs third, and a break back to Rebels, Romance, and Soft Whisper, who check in 4th and 5th. Pink Kamehameha, Kita Tosaki, and the Al Raji Bank Saudi Derby.
Japan take down the Saudi Derby again, this time with a long shot Pink Kamehameha, but it's Hariyuki Mori, the trainer, as it was last year, with full flat. And Keita Tosaki is the man in the saddle. He will ride Chihuahua Wizard for the same nation in the Saudi Cup later. Cowan with his head to one side, sidewinding to second place again, and back in third. An excellent run, Michelle, from New Treasure.
How about this for interesting, Nick? Originally, Joel Rosario was booked to ride Pink Kamehameha and takes off to ride Cowan when Umberto Rispoli is unable to come into town. So he's desperately trying to get to that wire in front.
He is, but the winner was that little more willing, dare I say it. Cowan never really looked as though he was going to get by.
No, I honestly was surprised that he even made up as much ground late as he did, and you can see he had his head cocked to the outside, so he's still not quite paying attention to running. He picks up yet another second place finish on the biggest stage that he possibly can. Overall, excellent trip, great effort from Pink Kamehameha.
And Cowan's second place has netted him still in excess of $350,000 US, so a trip well worth making for Steve Asmussen. But the Japanese must never be discounted. They must never be underestimated. We underestimated them, and it has cost us. Pink Kamehameha didn't have the form credentials, but had the toughness.
Yeah, they had this race won last year as well, and like you said, has not won a race since he broke his maiden. And Group Company so far has proved, you know, not great for him, and this is a big step up.
Now Faisal is with Keita Tosaki.
Yes.
Congratulations, Joel.
Thank you very much.
Tell me how you're feeling with your horse today and the win and this night in SaudiCup Cup night.
Very good.
This is the first win for you in Saudi Arabia, yes?
No.
First win for you here.
First time. Yeah.
So what you feel? How you feeling?
Very good. Very happy.
Okay, thank you. You win the Derby tonight, and congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you want to say anything in Japanese?
最高です。ありがとうございます。ファンの皆様、頑張りました。
Okay, thank you. Okay, this is with Joel, what he's saying and about he win tonight in the Saudi Derby. Thank you.
That was impressive there from Faisal. He translated the Japanese as well.
I'm very proud of
Faisal.
Faisal.
Translates as, yeah, I'm absolutely delighted to have won the Saudi Derby on Pink Kamehameha. Well done, Keita Tosaki. It was a good ride, and Hariyuki Mori, he was really the compelling factor in thinking that this horse could have a chance.
What a great job from Mori, because last year they won the Derby with full flat. They had Matura Sky over here, and they've got him coming back in the sprint. You know, he was the first Japanese trainer to saddle a British Group 1 winner. What a great path he has really laid down for the Japanese trainers who have gone international.
And it's an unconventional trip this horse has had as well, because he's making ground into the heat of the race, 3 wide, round this sweeping downhill bend into the stretch.
But that was the key word right there, right? Downhill. I feel like that's going to make a play later when we talk about Charlatan and Knicks Go, because Knicks Go is a sneaky turn horse. This horse obviously wanted the turn, and having the downhill trajectory just really got rolling before anyone else started to when they were on the flat. So got a little bit of you know, centrifugal force going in his direction.
That's a monster run. White Cat from New Treasure. First run for Gosden since leaving Jim Bolger. They've gelded him as well. I think the plan might be, he's in local ownership, Prince Faisal bin Khalid. I think the plan might be to keep him here. If so, he'll be a real force.
Exactly. This is going to be a good horse for this circuit for sure, especially considering we didn't know a lot of things about him and first time gelding and the way he acted before. He's still going to settle with more racing.
Well, we will underestimate the Japanese horses at our peril. Pink Kamehameha may have been the first leg of a treble here on Saudi Cup night for Japan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nick, with the winning trainer and the translator, thankfully. Many congratulations. Tell me, how confident were the team coming into the race? That's it. We'll just wait for the winning horse to come through. Bit of an entourage here. We'll try and get back to the winning trainer, Haijuki Mori, who, of course, trained the winner of the race last year as well. Never underestimate these Japanese horses. And they're just going to hopefully get our winning rider, Kita Tasaki, to go in and weigh in very shortly. Yataki Taki, obviously, last year took that honour here, taking the Derby. This horse very unexposed on the dirt. These Japanese horses, they keep coming back with the goods, and a great result on the international stage. We'll try and get the winning connections very shortly. Just head back round and speak to the trainer. Better not get in the photos, they wouldn't want me on display. Some great scenes here, and interesting, the horse runs in a nasal strip, which obviously around the world some places they're banned, but that's a nice little decoration, and sporting the Japanese flag as well. So the horse looks as though he's enjoyed that. Back to winning ways here as well, and impressive stuff there. Lovely scenes here with the connections in the winner's enclosure. We'll try and go back in again. Congratulations. Can we try and get the winning trainer? He's just around here. Well done. Oh. I'll start with you. If you could just ask him for me, did he know he had the right horse to come back to win this year's Derby? They're very, very excited. Congratulations, here we are, well done. Was he confident he had the right horse to win the same race as last year?
今年はちょっとこの馬もうちょっと力がしたかなと思ったけど、頑張ってくれました。
He wasn't so confident about this Pink Kamehameha, but he did really well.
He did superbly well, and a horse that isn't overly familiar to racing on the dirt, but obviously he enjoyed the conditions out there.
ダートで走る馬が初めてダートだったんで、雨降ったので時計が速くなって良かった。
Yeah, because of the condition, the rain, so that turned into very good. Yeah.
And what about this horse's future and winning on the international stage? How important is it for Japan to come to Saudi Arabia?
これどんぐらい重要ですか？こうやって国際レースのために。
いやもう去年も勝ったし、今年も勝ったし、すごい重要なレースで。
Yeah, even last year he won, and this year also. So he's very, he's proud of being Japan, and he's very grateful to come here.
Will you find another international race for this horse, or go back to Japan?
このピンクでまた国際的に戦いたいですか？
また来年サウジカップ。
Yeah, definitely. Next Saudi Cup.
Well, we look forward to it. Congratulations, thank you. Excited connections, guys.
Delighted winning connections, and many congratulations to them. Mike Smith is alongside Michelle and me now. Mike, you've had another couple of days here in Saudi Arabia. How are you feeling about the Saudi Cup now?
I'm feeling great. The track's in great shape. We got a little moisture on it early on. It's nice and tight, not much kickback, so it should be really good.
Mike, you're kind of in a unique situation that you rode the track here last year and you're riding it here, and you rode it yesterday when it was dry and today after the rain. Can you just tell us how it compares to the track that it was last year?
Well, from yesterday, it's a big difference, to be honest with you. When you don't get no moisture on it, it has a bit of a wood shaving mixed into the dirt and sand, so it doesn't stick when it's dry, so it'll get a little loose. But when you get moisture in it, it really tightens up, which we have tonight. So it's going to be a great track tonight.
So is that in your favour relative to the
I would say it's in American horse's favour.
And how credentialed is this horse for you? You've ridden some of the all-time greats. What sort of feel does he give?
One of those, you know, he's extremely talented. And matter of fact, you know, being a fan of his and watching him early on, I knew he was talented, but then getting the opportunity to ride him last time out, he's even more talented than I thought. You know, he don't have probably the season that some of the horses have in there, but what he lacks in season, and he gains in talent. So I gotta hope that's good enough.
What do you think his best weapon is going to be?
Well, he's got a natural high cruising speed. You know, he's really straightforward, has a really big, long, beautiful stride, and has a great turn of foot in the Malibu. I mean, when I asked him to run, he went by Nashville in about 2 jumps, which was pretty incredible.
Mike, you're in gate 9 on Charlatan. Nick's go is 4 gates to the inside of you in 5. He'll want to go forward. I guess you'll want to go forward. What do you feel your game plan's going to be through those first couple of furlongs?
I think we'll both just play it off the break, to be honest with you, Nick. I've never been one to take away anything that comes easy to me. And so I'm not going to, do something like that. If he happens to jump well and he's up there and he seems to be happy where he's at, I'll leave him up there. If the other horse jumps well and he's, intent on taking the lead, well, we've seen that he could sit off of him like he did with Nashville in the Malibu. But he's really quick. He's probably quicker than people think.
I get the sense you're pretty excited.
I really am. I can't wait.
Well, we can't wait either. Thanks so much for talking to us. Good luck on Charlatan. Hall of Famer Mike Smith on the heavily favoured Bob Baffert-trained Charlatan, who will run in the Saudi Cup, which will take place at 8:40 local time, 5:40 GMT and 12:40 Eastern. And that is the racetrack where Charlatan and Mike Smith will be hoping to round the turn somewhere near the lead and keep ploughing their way to the finish, just as Pink Kamehameha did when posting a repeat victory for Japan in the Al Rajhi Bank Saudi Derby for Hajuki Mori and Keita Tosaki, and they will be represented by Chihuahua Wizard in just over an hour and a quarter.
In this land, animals lived. And humans dwelled to complete a life cycle connecting us to our rich environment. We cultivate what we eat. We tailor what we wear. We rejoice and play. And we live through culture.
Nice look there at the trophy presentation going on. Presenting the trophy for the Saudi Derby is Salah Al-Zamal and Tuki Al-Dafour. Also on stage, going to be picking up these trophies, the owner Hisako Kimura and the trainer Haruyuki Mori. So very exciting there as Japan takes the Saudi Derby for the 2nd consecutive year.
It's an important race, this. I think, again, evidence of creative race planning on the part of the organisers, sort of mirroring that Dubai World Cup night with a race for 3-year-olds on the dirt, sort of suggesting a horse that might go to the Kentucky Derby, for example, from another country or continent, and also providing a really valuable prize in its own right, possibly a stepping stone again to the UAE Derby. It's just fitting into a global pattern. It's not just about producing a race for the night.
Not only that, but it also gives trainers that are participating in these big nights more opportunity to bring more horses. If you're coming with one, well, why not come over with 2, 3, or 4?
And for the US and Japan, this is meat and drink, this race. You know, this should be absolutely where they're targeting horses. As I said, Steve Asmussen's picked up over $350,000 for finishing second there.
Exactly. I think that was another good run from that colt as well. And, taking a non-traditional route and still finishing up well. Mike Smith just joined us a few minutes ago, and I was talking to him off camera just about that. And he said, was that the horse just off my hip? I thought I was going to be loaded coming around. He said that horse moved by him, and his horse had nothing to say when that horse went cruising right on by.
I just wanted to ask your opinion. Mike Smith there, I said you've ridden some of the all-time greats. How would you categorize this horse? He said, as one of them.
Crazy, right? tonight off one ride. He was actually supposed to ride it when he was running in the Arkansas Derby and couldn't get out that day, but he's been watching this horse for a really long time, and like he said, he was really impressed. I think the fact that Charlatan had always gone to the front, and in the Malibu, he asked him, will you just wait? And Charlatan responded emphatically and then, you know, blew their doors off pretty much when it came down to it. I think he was really impressed by a horse that's so speedy. It's really hard for them to be quiet, calm, and smart, and Charlatan ticks a lot of boxes.
Is it possible to have quite as many interwoven and intriguing storylines in a horse race as the inaugural running of the Saudi Cup?
Well, when there's $20 million on the line, Nick, yes, there's lots of stories to be interwoven.
I appreciate your optimism, Michelle. It's well worth reminding you of exactly how this night played out in its inaugural year. We are on the cusp of history here in Riyadh in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The first ever running of the Saudi Cup.
In front for the top. Port Lions and Deirdre are coming. Port Lions on the outside for Bahrain. An international history-making finish. All the time the eye drawn to Call the Wind, who's switching amongst horses through the eye of the needle. It's Call the Wind, patience personified by Pellier, weave through in the straight and will win the Longines Turf Handicap. Dark Power, the grey for Frankie Dettori, coming on strongly now as they approach the final couple of 100 metres. Mubtasim for James Doyle, Dark Power for Frankie Dettori. Glorious Journey's out in the clear, but has been set a mighty task. Mubtasim trying to hang on, but Dark Power for Frankie Dettori, closing with every stride, pokes the grey head alongside and times it to perfection.
To win the first two races, amazing, you know, it's a dream come true.
Matera Sky is an absolute mile clear here. 6 to 7 lengths is the gap. New York Central closes off strongly, but Matera Sky now getting weary. New York Central's closing fast. Matera Sky, New York Central finishing like a train.
Let him relax in the first part, confront on the end. He was flying on the end.
By the starter, and they're off and racing for the inaugural Saudi Cup. Mucho Gusto has the lead in the Saudi Cup, being pursued by Maximum Security. On the inside, Maximum Security has the lead, narrowly from Midnight Diesel. Maximum Security is the winner of the inaugural Saudi Cup.
Unbelievable, this is for Panama and USA.
Maximum Security is the winner of the world's most valuable horse race.
And for that man, Luis Saez, a glorious moment. Well, it might have got a little bad and rather ugly in the weeks after, but on that very night and in that very race, it was seriously good. Maximum Security beating Midnight Bisou in a pulsating inaugural edition of the Saudi Cup. Michelle, and I remember it was about 30 degrees.
It was a lot warmer than it is right now, that's for sure. The action on the racetrack was hot as well. Like you said, it was quite the showdown between American horses. I thought overall it was so successful, and we looked forward to it all year. And here we are again, just a little chillier.
We are, and you know, there were so many of the very best Americans last year. It was going to be a very hard bar to leap over, but I think in the Pegasus winner Nick Go and in this potential superstar Charlatan, they've got just about as good a group as they could have realistically expected. Add in Tacitus, who's a very solid horse as well, and you've got a pretty decent triumvirate there.
I think anytime that you can get the now horses, and Charlatan with his victory in the Run Happy Malibu is a now horse, and obviously Nick Go bringing in those 3 big wins, he's a now horse, and that's what makes it exciting. Not only that, but you're talking about horses from 2 different coasts, from 2 different high-profile trainers. That's what people want. They want the showdowns that we're not going to see at home. If we were all at home in the States, they would plan their paths to not convene and meet each other, right? They all want to win the races that they can win. The $20 million pot makes the horses come here and want to face each other, so we get to have the best of both worlds.
I think one of the most compelling points about, say, the early Dubai World Cups 20, 25 years ago was that they would frequently pit the best American against the best European, and that's maybe what this lacked last year. It has it this year, because we've got a genuinely top-class European colt in the shape of Mishrif. He's a classic winner. He won the French Derby. He's trained by the champion John Gosden. He will be ridden by young David Egan, and before he came out to Saudi Arabia, where it's pretty chilly, we caught up with him in the snow in Newmarket.
Ahead of the Saudi Cup, conditions for trainer John Gosden and his horse Mishrif in the UK were challenging, with temperatures as low as -8.
Look, this doesn't make it easy. I chose to do our racecourse gallop last week when the weather was milder, but the horses don't mind a dry cold and a bit of snow. What I don't want is too much snow and then we can't go on the gallops and use them properly. But at the moment we're happy with the horse in his preparation. We could have done without this, but you know, nature has a way of telling you who the boss is. Mishrif is a tall bay colt. He's a very expressive horse, has a lot of character. He's always been a pleasure to train, and we took him to Riyadh to run in the Saudi Derby, where he ran a really good race. Slowly away, finished strongly, finishing second to a good Japanese horse who'd just run in the Breeders' Cup at Santa Anita. Prince A. Faisal, who owns him and bred him, was very keen then to take him and to the French Derby, the Prix de Jockey Club at Chantilly, which I thought was a wonderfully bold plan. But he wanted to do it, and I thought, let's go with it, and of course the rest is history.
Here goes Mishrif with Victor Ladorum. Mishrif suddenly quickens up, and it's Mishrif for Eretz Mendithamal, who comes away to win it.
With Mishrif safely in the Riyadh sunshine, it's jockey David Egan back on board for the big race.
Yeah, look, it was fantastic for him to win. He was very impressive against a strong field, and it shows how good the horse was. Done and got the job done and proved he was a top-class horse, and he deserves his spot in the big race on Saturday. Last year he was still a bit immature. He hadn't filled his frame yet. Physically, obviously, now he's more mature, just turned a 4-year-old, and he's a big, imposing horse now, strengthened up, and he's starting to jump out of the gates a bit quicker than he did when he was a younger horse. So all these traits should help him hopefully win the Saudi Cup. Look, it's fantastic to ride. Mr. Gosden's trained so many champions, and it's just a privilege to get on him. Thankful to Prince Faisal for keeping me on. He could have easily gone for someone else, and he's put his faith in me, and I'm very thankful to him. Mr. Gosden's tactics last year, I presume, would be pretty similar to this year. He, as I said, a wide draw last year. He told me to stay wide down the back straight and then come in round the bend and produce him late up the middle of the track, and it worked last year, and hopefully he can go one better this year.
Fourth, that it is, who won. Great run by Mishrif in second place.
Look, obviously I'm excited to ride in the race. I sat on him every morning since I've been out here. He's training very well, couldn't be happier with him. It's just a privilege, so young in my career, riding in the richest race in the world. It's a big confidence booster for the connections to be putting me up. It makes me feel like I can go and get the job done, and hopefully I can repay their faith with passing the line in front with Mishrif.
Well, he may be young, but he's very talented, David Egan, and Mishrif, his partner in the Saudi Cup, likewise. Michelle, can a European really cut it against these Americans on dirt?
You know, originally I was thinking, yes, I had kind of liked his Saudi Derby from last year, and obviously he's backed that up with some solid turf efforts. I liked the way he quickened over the grass, but then when I re-watched the race, I'm not entirely sure he's going to be fast enough late. He does have a tendency to not leave as quick, and we have very quick gate horses in Charlatan and Knicks Go, and they're not horses that are going to be stopping. So that's what concerns me, is he's going to have to try to make up ground on horses that are still propelling forward rather than coming back.
Well, the jockey David Egan is not the only young UK-based rider on a sharp upward curve and bidding to star here in Saudi Arabia this evening. Similar comments also apply to Kieran Fallon. Yes, son of that Kieran Fallon, but spelt rather differently. He was brilliant last year as champion apprentice in the UK, and he gets a big chance in our upcoming race, the Dirt Sprint, on Oxted, who was one of the best sprinters trained in Europe last year, a runaway winner of the July Cup. He's trained in Lambourn by Roger Teal. All his connections are out here in Riyadh, and Hayley Moore is with them now.
I am indeed, Nick, and it's a great point that you make, because the loyalty that the trainer, the owner and breeders have stuck by Kieran Phalanx. He was even claiming still as an apprentice when they legged him up in that Group 1 when he steered him to success, and Roger Teal alongside me. Roger, he's been a wonderful horse for you so far. How has he travelled over, and what about tonight?
No, we're delighted with the way he travelled over. Obviously tonight's a different ball game on the dirt, different experience for him, but the way he's moved on the track in the mornings is giving you confidence that he should handle it. But it's going to be fast and brutal out there, and if he can just get into a nice rhythm, he's drawn wide, which doesn't help. But obviously it is what it is. We just have to deal with that. But look, he's a solid horse, and you know, if everything goes right, we've got a banging chance, hopefully.
And your son, Harry, who rides him out, knows him particularly well, so he's giving you good positive vibes?
Yeah, Harry's always positive about him. I mean, you know, he thinks the world of him, and he gets a good feel of him. And he looked fantastic the other morning when we let him stretch on down the lane. So, yeah, hopefully everything goes right in the night.
Yeah, fingers crossed. And I'll come over here and talk to Stephen and Tony. Stephen, I'll start with you. How exciting is it to be here with a horse that you've both bred and own as well?
It's a dream come true, basically.
It's something that stuff of dreams, really. How much have you enjoyed coming to Saudi Arabia?
I've thoroughly enjoyed myself, and I'm very nervous at the moment, but looking forward to this and just hoping that he does himself justice.
Yeah. And I just mentioned about the loyalty that you've all shown as well. You must be so happy putting up a young jockey that got a great tune out of it.
He's got a great talent, and he was very similar to like his father, and we're really thrilled to have young Kieran ride him. He's very keen, and we must give these young jockeys a good chance.
What about future breeding plans? You've got some more in the pipeline?
Decided, but we have got more in the pipeline, yes. Yeah.
Well, you can throw a few more out like that. It's certainly exciting.
So we've got his full brother as well, which Stephen and I bred as well, his own brother, so we're rather thrilled.
Well, it's a wonderful story. We wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Saudi Arabian Airlines Dirt Sprint is up next. Brad the Brief with Holly Doyle for that inside program number. Post number 7, Capano kicking with William Buick, who won earlier today. Faze with Berto Ramos is riding. Harry's Bar with Gavin Ryan. Justine with Ryusei Sakai. Matira Sky led all the way last year until the very end. Kita Tosaki is going to ride there. Maypole with Alexis Moreno. Frankie Dettori gets on last year's winner, New York Central. Oxted with Siren Fallon. Number 10, Ra'ed with Mohammed Aldaham. Rackus, Luis Morales the rider. 12, Roman River. Edinson Rodriguez. 13, Switzerland. Mikel Barcelona is the rider there. 14 withdrawn. Dirt Sprint Speed up next in the Riyadh Dirt Sprint, sponsored by Saudi Arabian Airlines.
Fast and furious, not for the faint-hearted, the Saudi Arabian Airlines Riyadh Dirt Sprint. And again, all eyes will be on a European-trained horse who's trying to adapt to a new surface. That horse is Oxted. Can he flash his speed here? We'll find out shortly. There is Justin, Japanese runner. Yoshito Yahagi trains. Ryusei Sakai takes the ride and has gone down to post early, which would seem pretty sensible. He's a horse by Orfevre, who you'll remember just getting collared in the dying strides of the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe, but has clearly imparted a bit of speed into this one.
Yeah, he was the Japanese Triple Crown winner as well as Horse of the Year. And Justin left the pre-parade ring early, before anybody else even took their second lap. He was already out and about. The outrider horse did block him, did not let him run off too far. But when you, again, we've talked about this with the quirky horses. If you know what to do with them, you go and you handle it, and the horses are happy and they run their races.
There is Oxted, the horse you've just been hearing about from co-breeders Steve Piper and Tony Hirschfeld. What a thrill he's given them already. Is he about to net himself another huge payday here in the desert?
It's a moment, followed by another, and another. We observe beauty and admire it, and realize all moments of culture.
Saudi Cup night here in Riyadh, and now we have a need for speed. The horse who can cover 6 furlongs, 1,200 meters, 3/4 of a mile, the fastest. And that horse in shot there is number 8, New York Central, last year's winner, given an inspired ride last year by Irad Ortiz. Frankie Dettori is no mean substitute, Michelle Yu.
This horse looked really good in the walking ring. He looks really good out here warming up. You can see he's on the muscle. His last effort, not fantastic, but his last year's effort was good enough.
Well, yeah, it was a weird effort because at this point you give him no chance at all.
All the way on the outside.
Matera Sky, who reopposed, is the horse in the lead and gets nobbled late.
I think Matera Sky actually this year can hold on, but you see Irad really had to struggle with that horse to get him to switch his leads, and he still has to work hard on him. Like you said, it looked like at the top of the lane, no shot, but this is an exceptionally long stretch, so these horses that need that extra distance are going to go ahead and get it.
And is there going to be a more contested pace this year, or is Matera Sky going to be able to carve out his own rhythm in front?
Very interesting question, and I'm not entirely sure. I mean, breaking from the rail here, I feel like Matera Sky really should just go. That's when you have a horse that has a weapon like speed, you can't take it away from him. So he should just go. Is there anybody in here that's fast enough? Well, the question would be Oxted, right? If Oxted doesn't rate, and if he handles the dirt, he's the one that should be pressing at the very least, if not actually sending hard. But I'm concerned that they'll try and relax off of Matera Sky.
I think they need to use Oxted and use his natural game. There is Justin, who went down to post early in a bid to conserve his coiled spring energy.
And it's worked out really well for him. Look how much calmer he is since they got him there. So no warm-up, which is very interesting. A lot of times we'll see, you want an extended warm-up from these horses so they're, ready for the big fight. And this horse pretty much went and just stood. He got an auto berth into this race by winning the Capella Stakes last time out. He actually has bested Matera Sky this year when he won the Tokyo High. So I don't know which Justin is going to show up tonight.
Japan are nicely loaded here. Not just Matera Sky and Justin, but also this horse, Capano Kicking. What can you tell me about him?
Well, let me find him on my PPs here, Nick, before I can talk about him. Capano Kicking was 6th last time out to Matera Sky, but prior to that, he's been relatively close to Justin, and his price is better. So if you like Justin, I feel like you have to give this horse a second look.
I'll give a second look to Harry's Bar as well. We spoke to Ado McGuinness right at the top of the program with Tom. He had the big winner in Qatar yesterday in the Irish Thoroughbred Marketing Cup. Harry's Bar has turned over a new leaf since joining him from the stable of James Fanshawe.
This horse has been running really well on synthetic. Again, he'll be trying dirt for the first time. His last 3 outs have all been wins. But that last race at Dundalk, it was only 3 horses. He sat the perfect trip. He pulled away to win, but I don't think it was as impressive as it needs to be as competitive as he needs to be here.
This is Brad the Brief. Tom Dascombe trains this one in the UK. Holly Doyle looking for her second winner of the night. I find it very hard to know how this horse is going to perform. There's not much encouragement in his pedigree for dirt.
Especially because the races that he runs well are on saturated turf, heavy, soft. That's what he flourishes in. I don't know how that translates over to a sandy dirt course. I agree with you completely about that. The one positive thing for him is that he runs well fresh, and he's coming in here off of a break.
He's still improving. His trainer is very capable, and we've seen what the jockey can do already this evening. Good luck to Andrew Burt Black and his Chase Moore Farm. Brad the Brief, number 1 there in the lime green colours, Michelle.
I want to talk a little bit about 13. Is that okay, Switzerland? I want to see him, if possible. I don't know who's controlling the camera, but this horse gets really warm. and I wanted to see how he was acting because I would love to have this horse be, there he is, nice, cool, calm, and collected. This horse could be the best dirt sprinter in Dubai. He's coming off a win in the Dubawi last time out, off of the bench. The third place finisher was third in this race last year. I feel like the form line could be good for this horse. I'm happy with the way he's acting.
And his trainer is with Tom Stanley.
He is indeed, yes, as you see more alongside me, looking at Switzerland, who just was a turn-up for the books in some ways against Gladiator King, your other horse on his first start.
And that was always the plan, to bring Switzerland here, and it worked out well for him. He's traveled well, he's happy, he's been eating well, he's took to the track a couple of times, handled really well, so all is positive, and we just got to get this done now.
Now, what were your first thoughts when he arrived with you? Because, of course, he was with Steve Asmussen for a season in Dubai, then Doug Watson, and now with you.
Yes, I mean, look, we had to work throughout the summer with him to get stuff right. Minor problems here and there, but when he did come right, he's a perfect sprinter to have. And he proved it in the Dubai Stakes. Hopefully he proves it tonight.
And this surface, I know it's a bit different to Meydan, but you're happy enough with his chances on it?
He's raced in several surfaces, like dirt surfaces in the United States, including the slop. And he's won a Group 2 on those. So should be all right.
Satish, thanks for your time. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Satish Seemar, prolific winning trainer in the United Arab Emirates, and Switzerland, although 7, is a low mileage 7-year-old. And Michelle, you give him a bit of a chance here.
I do, and like I said, I really appreciate the way that he is acting right now. I think 2019 and 2020 were not great for him, but he's back in fine form, so to me he's very intriguing here.
There's Harry's Bar. Very difficult to know how he'll switch his attentions to dirt. He's been running very well on synthetic surfaces in Ireland, and he's very effective on synthetic.
The one thing that's encouraging about him is he had a recent trainer switch to Adrian McGuinness, and he's really flourished under that. If you look at his past performances before then, he wasn't the horse that he is now. Sometimes just a change in scenery or a change in preparation could really make a difference for a horse, and maybe the surface works out, but for sure we know the training's worked out for this horse to really be a better animal than he was last year.
Yeah, and he's out of a very good sprinter as well. Firenze and Gavin Ryan, big race ride for him. Harry's Bar will be loaded up into gate 3 here for this Saudi Arabian Airlines Riyadh Dirt Sprint drama last year, as Matera Sky opened up a dozen lengths on the field before being scythed down by the late and unlikely challenge of New York Central. For Ortiz Reed Dettori on last year's winner today, Matera Sky, Takataki Reed Keita Tasaki, a man in form.
I think that Matera Sky 2021 is better than the Matera Sky that was coming in to this race in 2020. His form is better. He set a track record 3 back. He is fast. Now, I think he bounced maybe 2 starts back. This horse absolutely can win this race, and I think he's ideally drawn.
Add in some of the best in the UAE. 2 more intriguing contenders from Japan, and some unknown quantities on the surface from Britain and Ireland, and you have an intriguing mix for the Saudi Arabian Airlines Riyadh Dirt Sprint. Here's Travis Stone.
And thank you, just a couple left to go in now. Ed, second to last, and Raucus will be the final one in the Saudi Airlines Riyadh Dirt Sprint. They're in the gate and ready for a start. And they're off. Brad the Brief with a good beginning from mid-pack. Matera Sky for that inside draw races up as well and comes on to take the lead. Raw Ed is showing speed too, but Matera Sky heads for that far turn and kicks clear to lead by 2. Switzerland comes through an opening toward the inside and is up to challenge for second as they round that far turn. Oxted is also right there as they round the far turn. So Matera Sky's in front. Raw Ed right there running in second. Switzerland toward the inside is racing third. In behind horses is Brad the Brief. Under pressure, running along in 4th. Roman River is right there too, racing in 5th. In behind horses, Capano Kicking is picking it up from 6th. They come to the top of the stretch. New York Central and Faze near the back of the pack. They're off the turn. Matera Sky cutting the corner, still running on strongly. Switzerland looming a challenge. Here comes Switzerland. Matera Sky, something left though. Matera Sky still there. Switzerland running second. Capano Kicking is kicking into gear late in the game, but Matera Sky scoots clear. Matera Sky skitters clear by 2. Capano Kicking with a flying finish. Here comes Capano Kicking. Matera Sky, photo! Capano Kicking might have nailed Matera Sky right on the wire. It is very tight. Faze on to be 3rd. Last year, Matera Sky led nearly every step but the last, and it happened again. This time, Capano Kicking finding stride down the center of the racetrack, nails Matera Sky right on the wire. Another tough beat there. Capano Kicking, though, with a big effort. It's tight for 3rd. Faze might have got the bob over Switzerland, who ran a good race after a good trip. And then Maypole rounds out the 5th spot. Tough luck for Matera Sky. Big run for Capano Kicking and William Buick.
Oh my word, would you believe it? Agony for Matera Sky for a 2nd year in succession, but this time he was felled by friendly fire for his Japanese compatriots. The Japanese 3rd string, Capano Kicking, who's nosed him out of it right on the line under William Buick. What a night it is for Buick. He's already won on Space Blues. Now he wins for Japan. Could he yet win for America on Tacitus? Either way, what drama in the dirt sprint.
Oh, Matera Sky, I feel heartbroken for him. And this year, right inside the 16th pole, he rebroke. He was trying and digging down. He actually gave something extra after putting up what looked to be pretty quick fractions. This horse just reeling him in that final stage. I feel so bad for Matera Sky. I mean, he laid it all on the line right there and just wasn't good enough. But again, we talked about this horse before. If you would like Justin, you had to give Capano Kicking a little bit of a look. He was 20-1 on the morning lines.
Here's Matera Sky. You called this spot on. You said, I think he'll stretch his speed further today. He did.
Yeah, he is an improved horse. He just got caught by a horse that, look at how much faster Capano Kicking is going there on the outside. Now, this is also interesting. We've seen a couple horses making up a ton of ground down the middle of the track, Nick. And earlier when we were talking to some of our guests, they were mentioning how the inside has been a very good spot to be. But again, we got all of that weather that makes the track a little bit different. I'm wondering, because there is that bank in the turn, if maybe down along the inside it's a little heavier than it is on the outside, where, you know, it's getting the water draining away from it that we got from the rain earlier, and it's making the middle of the track play faster. I'll be interested to see if that trend holds up for the Saudi Cup.
What an hour it has been for Japanese runners. First of all, Pink Kamehameha, and now Capano Kicking and William Buick. Dreamy stuff from Buick as he delivers this horse with a perfectly timed challenge, barreling down the outside. But whilst the winner last year looked borderline intractable and unrideable at times, New York Central, this horse looked a much more straightforward conveyance. He just needed every yard of the 6 furlongs to get the job done.
He actually pulled away there at the end. Even I thought it was a little bit closer, but seeing the official photo, that was a true head right there for the victory.
Shade Cosley. Never in doubt.
Never in doubt, exactly. Looking at them here again. Also, Switzerland does deserve some credit. Put in a valiant run right here. Could not get to Matera Sky. This is when Matera Sky extended his stride again, pulling away from that one horse. Maybe he couldn't see Capano Kicking until it was too late as well. There's always that situation.
Let's head out to Faisal, who has the winning jockey.
In the Saudi, William, congratulations about this win in the Saudi Riyadh Cup for the speed.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's a big win for me. It's the first time I win on a Japanese horse outside of Japan. I've been to Japan many times and I've ridden a lot of winners in Japan, but I never won on a Japanese horse outside of Japan. So I'm very grateful for the trainer and the owner to give me this horse. And he's a very good dirt horse in Japan. And Japanese horses, they, as we know, from the last winner here tonight, they set a very high level. And this horse, he won very well today. I mean, he showed a real good turn of foot at the top of the straight, and he was in great shape today. When I cantered him down to the start, I knew we were in business, because he really felt amazing. And he was a little bit slow away from the gate, but
once he got on the heels of the leaders, you know, he really travelled well. So it was just a matter of if we were going to get there in time, but thankfully we did today.
What a great ride, my friend. And I want you to tell me how you feel, and you win in this night, kind of night, the Saudi Cup, before actually the final race.
Absolutely, it's huge. You know, this is a real international meeting. You see horses and people from all over the world, and you know they have great racing at a great race course, and I think it's one of the great nights of the year.
Thank you, and good luck for other races, and see you, my friend.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, this is what William's saying about his win tonight, and he's very happy. We're back to studio.
Well, what an evening already for William Buick, and he will head out now to ride Tacitus, imbued with yet more confidence. It's an exacta for Japan here. Capano kicking from Matira Sky, agonizing in second, and Faze has run through for third here for Abdullah Mishraf and Wiggy Ramos. That's a massive run from the local horse by Mizzen Mast.
How about a great weekend for Wiggy Ramos as well? He is having some seriously good rides.
He will now, like the rest of us, be able to watch and enjoy the 2021 Saudi Cup, where William Buick will head back into the changing room and he'll replace these silks for some of the most famous in global horse racing, the pink, green and white of the late Prince Khalid Abdullah's Juddmonte Farms, and how that would be a hugely popular win here in Saudi Arabia. But we needed speed. We got late speed from Capano kicking. Extraordinary to think he hasn't won for a while, but as I said, we must never underestimate the strength and depth of the competition in Japanese races at all distances.
This horse just really got a fantastic trip is what it came down to. Matera Sky put up those legitimate fractions. He was able to take advantage of it, made a nice move on the turn. And again, the middle of the racetrack seems to be playing pretty quickly. That could be very important information come time for the SaudiCup.
William Buick raises one finger aloft in the winner's enclosure again.
Should be two fingers for the two wins tonight.
He just wants to maintain a sensible
nice decorum
level of decorum at this point in the evening.
I love the fact though that he was very proud to have won on a Japanese horse outside of Japan. Like he said, he's ridden very many winners inside the country, but it's great to be able to showcase how some of these horses are able to take their game international and really be prolific on the world stage.
We saw it last year, we've seen it again this evening, and not only will William Buick go into the final race with great optimism, but so will all Japanese connections of Chiwa Wizard, Keita Tasaki, Andrea Okubo, a horse who has a strong enough chance, but will have to defy the sometimes difficult inside stall. So in a few moments' time, when you rejoin us, we will be beginning our build-up to the final act, and what a glorious one it is, the Saudi Cup 2021.
As the day dawns in the kingdom, this vibrant city awakes. Centuries of tradition, heritage and culture entwined. With an evolving modern dream. Art is big, art is bold.
Every picture paints a unique story. The richest horse race in the world. A golden prize awaits.
And brand new scenes are being painted on the social, cultural and sporting canvas here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Welcome along to King Abdulaziz Racetrack, to Riyadh in this Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Nick Luck alongside Michelle Yu in the build-up to the world's richest horse race, Michelle, the $20 million Saudi Cup.
It was exciting last year, Nick, and the promise of a big purse and the excitement brought in all of the great connections internationally to come down in Saudi Arabia despite what's going on in the world. Everyone here in fine form for this exciting evening.
We've had wonderful racing already. The United States seek to dominate the Saudi Cup, and in two very exciting, still improving horses in Charlatan and Knicks Go, they may yet do so.
I definitely think we're going to be having some improvement from at least one of them, if not both of them. You know, these trainers have been thinking about this race, and you want to have this horse peak at this certain time, and both of these trainers are excellent at doing that. You have to have a horse getting ready for their biggest effort, you know, and they both do it so well. I'm so excited to see how they perform tonight.
Now, we are pretending it's as warm as it habitually is here in the desert. I can assure you that it is not. It is 11 degrees Celsius, just over 51 degrees Fahrenheit. It's snowing in the north of the kingdom, but cold as it might be, cold as we might be, the action on the racetrack is about to get red hot as we introduce you to the rest of our broadcast team here. And we will start off with Tom Stanley.
Nick, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, it's look, it's just quietened down here in the weighing room. This is where all the riders have weighed out ahead of their ride in the $20 million Saudi Cup. We've had Mikhail Barcelona in here, of course, has picked up that ride on Max Player. Fascinating ride. He's got Mikhail Barcelona, one of the top dirt riders in the UAE, and he will be riding Max Player. Here is William Buick alongside me. He's just sorting out his weight ahead of a big ride on Tacitus. That's a fascinating ride for William Buick. Will he get the best out of this horse? Bill Mott's Tacitus, who is apparently a bigger, stronger horse this year, and I'm sure Will is looking forward to partnering up with him. And I've just seen Mike Smith come in and out as well. I'm sure he's looking forward to trying to go one better in the $20 million Saudi Cup. He must have a really good chance, particularly how this is riding. The guys have talked about it. Horses coming from just a little off the pace down the centre of the track. Will that suit how this horse is likely to be ridden? It could well do on Charlatan. And make no mistake, it's going to be Knicks Go, who is a go from the front. Let's join Hayley Moore.
Talking of the calm before the storm, I'm down here in the pre-parade ring where connections who have travelled from around the world to get their horses ready ahead of the big one. As you can see, it's all quite calm at the minute. A couple of the saddles are just over to my side there, looking to go on board Great Scott very shortly, and also Derivo, looking forward to it as everyone is building up towards the big one. And just over here, coming over in the distance, we can see the runners for the Saudi Cup.
And now the crowd stand here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse for the national anthem of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The arrival there of the Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman. And with the Crown Prince and his entourage here at King Abdulaziz Racetrack, we can begin the build-up in earnest to the Saudi Cup 2021. The second running of the Saudi Cup, bringing forward a representative international field, not just horses from the United States, but also from Great Britain and from Japan, from Ireland, from Bahrain, plus all the big hopefuls locally trained here in Riyadh. It's a full field of 14 horses. They're to run over 1 mile, 1 furlong. That's 1 1/8 miles. And these are the horses that will take their chance. 2 is Bangkok, trained in Great Britain by Andrew Balding. Multiple champion jockey Ryan Moore takes the ride. He needs to up his game first try on dirt, but he's in form.
Light on experience, but big on talent, Charlatan will break from stall number 9 under Hall of Famer Mike Smith for perennial leading trainer Bob Baffert. He's crossed the wire first in all 4 of his career outs.
4 is the big hope for Japan and shouldn't be discounted despite Gate 1. Chuwa Wizard was the winner of Japan's most prestigious dirt race, the Champions Cup, last time.
Holly Doyle will be aboard Extra Elusive here, going to be breaking from stall number 14. This horse will love the distance, but it's going to be the dirt debut. And 6 is Global Giant, ridden by Frankie Dettori, 50 years old, but riding as well as ever on the global stage. Takes the ride for John Gosden and Bahraini ownership. Locally based Great Scott has reeled off 3 in a row since his appearance in last year's Cup, and he looks to try and take the trophy down today for local connections.
8 is Nick's Go, a horse on a roll since joining Eclipse Award-winning trainer Brad Cox. Comes here fresh from success in the Pegasus World Cup at Gulfstream Park in Florida.
Max Player comes in here after competing in all 3 of last year's Triple Crown events. Mikhail Barcelona will be taking over for Umberto Rispoli in the irons for Steve Asmussen.
10 is Military Law. There are higher profile horses in this race, but this one is in the peak of health, as evidenced by his victory in the Maktoum Challenge in Dubai. Antonio Fresu rides.
Mishrif was second last year in the Saudi Derby. We'll see if he can return to the dirt in that high form. David Egan will be aboard for John Gosden.
12 is Simseer. Globetrotting jockey Adri de Vries is one of the best in this field, and he rides for Bahrain-based trainer Fauzi Nas, who's enjoying the season of his life.
The ever-popular Sleepy Eyes Todd, going to be ridden by locally based rider Alexis Moreno for Miguel Silva. He's versatile and he's won 2 of his last 3 outs.
14 is Tacitus, so often frustrating, but so talented. Bill Mott, trainer of the Mighty Cigar, has saddled this one. What a spare ride for William Buick, replacing John Velazquez.
Derivo made quite the impression when locally imported to win the custodian of the 2 holy mosques last time out. He'll take a cut back in distance here with Christian Dumuro aboard.
Antonio Fresu, who rides Military Law in the big one, the $20 million Saudi Cup. How do you rate his chances, Antonio?
Well, the horse is well, and he surprised us when he won over a mile, which is a bit short for him, but he won it in a great style, and the form worked out well because the great collection and the Salute Sol, they repeat the performance. Last time in the second round, finishing first and second. So I rode him a couple of times here in the last couple of days, and he gave me a great feeling, especially on the surface. I think he will like the track because there is a long stretch in the backside, and it's a long bend, you know, and the straight is slightly longer than maiden, so that will help him because 1800 is still a little bit short. I guess like I'm sure he's a probably 10 furlong horse. So.
Are you happy with the draw?
You know, it's not the best, but it's not that bad, you know, because there will be lots of pace, and probably, you know, with that draw I can find a nice position, and hopefully he can be in his comfort zone, and so hopefully it will work well.
Antonio, very best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Antonio Fresu speaking with Tom Stanley, and horse is now being saddled in the pre-parade ring ahead of the 2021 running of the world's richest horse race, the Saudi Cup. There is number 15, Derivo, in shot. We're all set.
from the mountain tops, deep in the roots of trees, between valley streams, and down to the seashore. Beauty grows, love flourishes, and breathtaking scenery surrounds us, celebrating eternal moments.
Guys, I'm down here in the pre-parade ring watching the horses get saddled for the Saudi Cup. Charlatan just stepped out of the box, but he was being absolutely perfect there while he was being saddled. Still standing over here right now is Max Player. They had Neil Pozanansky, the assistant for Bill Mott, helping saddle this horse here, as Steve Asmussen did not make it into town for the race, and they're going to keep him in the box right here. He's a little on the nervous side, but not terrible, I would say. The other day they did gate school him, and he was a little reluctant to load, so I'd like to see him really focus once he gets on the track. I'll tell you, the horse that looks very comfortable right now is Sleepy Eyes Todd. He's been a big draw to the media out here because he comes out and he stands, he knows his name, everyone likes to hoot and holler at him, but he's a horse that has experience under the lights. Not every American horse has that. And now Charlatan coming back in, like I said, after he got his saddle on, he went and took a lap around the ring. He's just being poised and perfect, but this is what we expect from Bob Baffert trainees. They are very well schooled and they know their job ahead. Donatolani, the bloodstock agent, is on hand here to watch Charlatan. And Jimmy Barnes, longtime assistant for Bob Baffert, here standing by. Guys?
Back with you, Michelle, very shortly. Great work down there in the pre-parade ring. This is just the second running of the Saudi Cup, the world's richest horse race, inaugurated last year with that memorable, for so many reasons, finish between Maximum Security and Midnight Bisou, and therefore you'd be forgiven for thinking that horse racing was something new here in the kingdom. Far from it. There's been real depth of enthusiasm and passion for the thoroughbred racehorse here for decades, for generations, and it was just last month that we lost a son of this kingdom who perhaps did more than any other single man to really shape the breed.
When these silks were first worn to victory in 1979, few could have imagined the impact they would have over the next 4 decades. Prince Khalid Abdullah, who died last month, was this kingdom's most storied horse racing ambassador. A nephew of Saudi Arabia's founder, and having built up a notable business empire, he applied his renowned intellect to a relentless pursuit of excellence in the thoroughbred racehorse. Within 7 years, he had bought not just the horse of a lifetime, but the horse of a generation. The diminutive dancing brave whose infamy for losing the derby he should have won could be matched only by the sheer admiration for his blistering victory in the Arc de Triomphe. But for his owner, this was simply the seed corn for the bumper harvest that followed, as the prince invested in prime farmland and the best broodmares to grow his own champions on both sides of the Atlantic through his Jutmont farms. Hundreds of top-level victories followed, but it was in recent years that the project reached perfection, chiefly through the exploits of Frankel, undefeated, Prince Khalid's best, and the best most of us have ever seen. A triumph, too, for this modest prince's loyalty to his much-beloved but mercurial trainer Sir Henry Cecil. Frankel was the greatest act, but no finale, as Arrogate flew the flag briefly but brutishly on the global stage. And the indomitable supermare Enable would have been the shining jewel in the crown of any other owner or breeder. Enable has visited Kingman this week at stud in a bid to produce the next generation and to ensure that the legacy lives on, and that the pink, green and white should remain a reassuring constant at the summit of our sport.
Guys, I'm Dan here, joined by assistant trainer to Bill Mott, Neil Poznanski. Prince Khalid was such a meaningful part of thoroughbred racing. How poignant would it be able to win this race under his silks?
Well, that would be a true storybook ending, wouldn't it? I mean, it was nice to bring him here while he was still with us, but to be able to come here again today, and you know, if we could pull off the upset, you know, in his honor, that would be something.
How is this Tacitus different than the Tacitus of 2020?
He's bigger, stronger. He's just got it all put together, it seems, right now.
If you were riding him, what trip would you give him tonight?
I would probably be in behind the speed horses and just looking to not get stopped, basically. You know, and hopefully be able to pounce on them when the time was right.
Best of luck. You have a whole nation behind you.
Thank you very much.
And this is a possibility victory for Tacitus. He's not always been the most predictable, but he's certainly got the talent. And a rather lovely gesture a little earlier on. Prince Bandar, the chairman of the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia, made a presentation to representatives of Prince Khalid's family and Juddmonte Farms of framed silks, the pink, green and white silks that have graced racecourses across the globe at Group and Grade 1 level for 4 decades and hopefully will do for many, many years to come. Tacitus, one of the big players here for the United States, but few would argue he is the biggest player at this stage. That honour befalls either Charlatan with so much promise or Nix Go, who has achieved so much of late, winner of the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile in spectacular style and dominant most recently in the Pegasus World Cup. And his rider, Joel Rosario, is now with Tom Stanley.
Joel Rosario joins me ahead of a big race ride on the brilliant Nix Go. Joel, how is the horse ahead of this start in a $20 million race?
I mean, as you can see, you know, he's been improving every race that he ran, and here we are, and you see how he come into this race, you know. I know he's a fast horse, so we'll see what happened today.
What do you make of the one turn for him, and also a turn which is, you know, it almost swings slightly downhill, not a lot, but it's not a tight turn by any stretch. But do you think that'll suit him?
I mean, yeah, I hope so. You know, he seemed like he's get over the track good. You know, they watch his workout, but you don't know until you go and try and see.
We've enjoyed watching him in the mornings, Joel. He's not an easy horse to hold, is he? He wants to go.
Yeah, he's fast. He's just want to you know, go there and do his work, and he's a fast horse.
We saw you earlier finish second on Cowan's, a great run, great ride from him. But your experience on the dirt track out there, do you think this surface is going to suit Nix Go?
I mean, the way he get over it, you know, I think he will. But like I say again, it's so up. You know, we'll see how he, you know, get over it. You know, he's been training good and then stuff like that. So see how he, you know, go forward, and then with the speed that he has, and see if he can, you know, get over that track well.
It's great to have you back here at the Saudi Cup. Very best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Joined right now by Tom Ryan of the ownership group for Charlatan. What do you feel like right now as this horse walking around the pre-parade ring?
Lots of anxiety. But look, I feel great. The horse couldn't have saddled any better. He's behaved like a pure gentleman over here. He's very professional. He's done everything right all week. So Jimmy and the boys are all very happy, and Bob's happy coming in here.
This horse has just shown such raw talent. Has it been just thrilling to be able to see him develop?
Yes.
What about tonight? What do you think he's going to do?
Look, I love this spot. I think he fits it perfectly, and hopefully he breaks away clean and we have a fair race.
How important is it to have a horse like this on a global stage?
It's very important for America, and this is a great opportunity for the rest of the world to get involved in the Middle East, and it's an amazing trophy, $20 million race. It puts a lot of eyes on the sport.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
That's for Charlatan, guys, here in the Saudi Cup.
Charlatan, trained by Hall of Famer and global racing legend Bob Baffert. Bob Baffert wouldn't be drawn when asked to compare this horse with his recent Kentucky Derby hero and Breeders' Cup Classic winner Authentic, but you sensed that he felt he was of comparable ability, if not rather more speed. And Mike Smith earlier today described him as potentially one of the all-time greats. We'll find out whether he can deliver at 20 to the hour. Night has fallen then here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack in Riyadh in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It has been a brisk, cold day here in the kingdom, one of only a handful of days of rain during the season, but the action is just about to get red hot with a truly representative field assembled for this $20 million horse race. Last year's winner Maximum Security stands now at stud. The defeated brilliant heroine Midnight Bisou from last year has run her last race as well. Mucho Gusto was coming, but he has been retired. But we've got a new crop of potential stars here. One in Charlatan, who could yet be among the best that his storied trainer and even more storied rider have had anything to do with, and that's saying something. And another in Nick's Go, who has not looked back since joining the Eclipse Award-winning trainer Brad Cox. There is Tacitus, who will be flying the flag for Saudi Arabia and for the memory of Prince Khalid Abdullah. Bill Mott is the man who trains Tacitus. Bill Mott, the man who pioneered winning races in the Middle East by taking the inaugural Dubai World Cup with Cigar 25 years ago. Can it be? Yes, it can. And in Tacitus, he's got a horse with a meaningful chance of taking another massive prize today. But you fancy the race will have to rather fall apart for him. It's all coming your way very shortly. The warmest of welcomes back to a now quite full parade ring ahead of the world's richest horse race, the Saudi Cup. Most of the horses now in, and there is Nick's Go, who's on a roll. He's seeking his 5th consecutive victory, his biggest prize to date. He's a Breeders' Cup hero. He routed his field, albeit an inferior field today, in the Pegasus World Cup recently at Gulfstream Park, earning him an automatic berth to this race. He'll be ridden by Joel Rosario for Brad Cox. Cox himself had 4 winners at the Breeders' Cup. He had a barnstorming 2020. He is the Eclipse Award-winning trainer in the United States. Let's hear from him now. He can't be here today, but he gave us his thoughts on Nick's Go.
With a gate-to-wire demolition of the field at the Pegasus World Cup in Miami, Nick's Go blew away the last remaining clouds of doubt about his credentials.
And Nick's Go continues to roll on the top end into the stretch drive on top by 3 with 1/8 of a mile more to get. Here's Jesus's team down the center trying to make a late impression with Independence Hall. Final 1/16 of a mile. It's all about Nick's Go. Nick's Go makes it 4 in a row. A Breeders' Cup, a Pegasus World Cup, and a slam dunk. He won by 2.5.
My thoughts on the Pegasus were, we'll see how it goes. We'll see if he's able to win. I don't want to use the word with ease because I don't think he won easily, but he wasn't really headed, or he didn't have to fight off another horse, or Joel didn't really have to get into him, or he didn't just hang on. So I thought we saw enough the night of the race after and the next morning to say, hey, you know, the horse looks like he bounced out of it well, he scoped well, no Lasix for the first time. And we saw all the positive things we need to see in order to keep the Saudi race in play, and we continue to see that. You know, everything so far is what you want to see. He's like I said earlier, he's not a big horse, but he carries really good weight. I mean, he's a horse that, you know, you can't count a rib on him. He really carries good weight. What we've seen so far are all the positive signs you want to see as far as running a horse back in 4 weeks.
A Grade 1 winner at age 2. The horse disappointed at 3, failing to win in any of his 8 starts. But a move to trainer Brad Cox reversed his fortunes as he reeled off 3 in a row, culminating with a record-setting performance in the Breeders' Cup Mile.
He's a stout horse. He's very strong, but not a tall horse. But, you know, very forward mentally. He does train, you know, very forward. He gives you a lot of confidence with his works. Horse that's you know, he knows when to shut it off, though. Like, I think that's the class that he has and shows is, you know, his ability. Like, when you school him in the afternoons, he schools well. I mean, he's a horse probably wouldn't think needs to school. We still put him through that process. In the paddock prior to the race, he's calm, he's cool, he doesn't overdo it, and then obviously when the gate comes open, he knows his job and he's able to, you know, use his speed to get in position.
Now we wait eagerly for his anticipated clash with Charlatan, which has all the makings of a classic confrontation. And the question is, will Nix Go be painting the town red? Trainer Brad Cox has no doubt.
That's another thing that's given us a lot of confidence with this process of going to Saudi, is just his whole mindset. He's got a great mind. He knows when it's showtime, and as far as the afternoon, he knows when the gate comes open. He's all business.
He looks very relaxed today. Nix Go Michel has come to join me. I was feeling a little lonely, but great work out there. This is an exciting horse now, isn't it? We kind of have to forget the mid part of his career when he lost his way.
Well, I think it wasn't that he lost his way. I think he was just resentful of what they were asking him to do. Brad Cox has said that what they like to do in their barn is let a horse do what they want. And this horse likes to be aggressive. He likes to gallop fast. He likes to have big goes. He likes to open his lungs up every time he goes out to the track, and that's been duplicated in the afternoons. And since they've let him do this, go to the front, he's been a completely different horse. The gentleman walking to the left in the dark jacket is assistant trainer Dustin Dugas, and he gets on this horse. He has arms of steel from holding this horse in the mornings, Nick.
This is the big hope for Europe. Mishrif was second in the Saudi Derby last year. Can he go one better in the race that matters most, not just to his trainer John Gosden, but also to his owner Prince Faisal, who is here today. John's son Thady is supervising his preparation. He's now with Hayley Moore.
Thanks very much, Nick. Yeah, Thady intently overseeing proceedings here, and so far so good. Just talk about how Mishrif is coming into today's race.
He's very well, you know, he travelled well, and he's been training well since he's been here. He's obviously been here before, so he's pretty relaxed around the place and seems to know what he's doing.
He looks a lot relaxed in comparison to your other runner in the field. Is David quite confident as well?
Oh no, yeah, David's in good form, you know, he's obviously a brilliant jockey, and he's had a few rides yesterday and a few rides today, so he's got the hang of the track, hopefully. And the horse, yeah, you know, he seems very relaxed at the moment. He's got the hood on there in the paddock, and it's a big stadium, a lot of people here, so it's nice he's able to keep that edge off him.
It's been intriguing watching him because he does look nice and calm today and well composed. I suppose the experience from last year holding him in good stead. Global Giant, he's a little bit more lively, but you've got a good man on board.
Yeah, exactly. You know, he's always a very expressive horse, even at home, and it's a good thing, if anything. You know, he's fresh and well here, and we've obviously got a pretty good pilot on board there, so we'll see what he does.
When was it the plan to head over to Saudi Arabia and try and contend this big race with your two runners?
So Global Giant, we're always planning on coming here. Which race was kind of the big question, and His Highness Sheikh Issa opted to go for this race in the end, so he thought, why not go for the big one? And the other horse, you know, is obviously owned by Prince Faisal from Saudi Arabia, so he was a pleasure of him to represent Saudi Arabia here, and also, you know, obviously he won the French Derby over Mile and a Quarter, so he thought that hopefully the Mile and One should be okay for him.
Well, it's really exciting to have them both here, and well done for getting them to race today, even that's a big achievement in itself, so we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much, Eddie.
Thady Gosden, son of trainer John, multiple champion trainer John, on the chances of Misriff. And believe me, he's a legitimate contender. Speaking of which, here is Charlatan. He may only have raced a couple of times, but he is a serious racehorse. Find out how serious in a moment. Scene well and truly set now. It won't be long until the starter gives them the office to go in the 2021 running of the Saudi Cup. Just the $20 million on the table here, and just the $10 million to the winning connections. There is Charlatan warming up, looks on good terms with himself, and for one so inexperienced, has taken this week in his stride. When $20 million are on the table, it focuses the mind. The beady eyes of Adrie de Vries. There is Mikel Barcelona riding Max Player. Adel Al-Faradi, the local man who's had such a memorable weekend. Antonio Fresu aboard Military Law for Dubai. And what a day it's been for Japan. Keita Tosaki. William Buick aboard Tacitus in those Juddmonte Farm silks, and if they were to pass the post in front, one of their most famous victories. Holly Doyle now rides in these silks regularly. She's made history already today. David Egan, youngest rider in the field, on Misriff. Michelle Yu, what a race in prospect.
What a race. Nick, first of all, I want to talk about the warm-up that Tacitus got. We watched him kind of dart away from here. Normally in America, we go out with a pony, a little bit slower warm-up. William Buick turned him loose and set off at a high gallop, a proper warm-up for this horse. I would love to see him a little bit closer to what I expect to be a pretty hot pace. He doesn't have a huge turn of foot. He kind of grinds it out, and if you are in closer order, you don't have to make up as much of a deficit.
And there will be plenty in America who will be saying now, in living rooms all around the land, she's fallen for him again. She's fallen for the beautiful Tacitus. But for all he is talented, so often he flatters to deceive.
I'll tell you, if I have to pick one horse that's not the top two, for me it's the 6, Global Giant for John Gosden and Frankie Dettori. I really loved his second place finish to Simsar last time out. I thought he looked sensational.
Well, Japan are going for 3 wins on the trot tonight. And here is Chihuahua Wizard. And I put it to you, his defeat of Chris Beryl last time on a collateral form line from last year's race puts him somewhere just around Tacitus.
Yeah, exactly. He's competitive here. Is he the top echelon of this group? No, but that's not exactly what you need. Look at what the Japan horses did in the sprint. I mean, the winner was not in the top tier and was able to pull it out. It's going to get a great trip. I think he's going to like to stalk. I'm not entirely sure the rail's the best place to be right now after the other races, but we'll see.
Now here's an interesting runner, Military Law. His profile isn't as sexy as some in the race. He's an ex-John Gosden trainee. He's now trained in Dubai by Mustafa Al-Maheri, but he was eyeballs out to win round 1 of the Maktoum Challenge.
Well, last year, going into what would have been the Dubai World Cup, I felt like this was going to be a top-tier, proper horse, and obviously, when he didn't get to run in that event, we didn't know where he stacks up this year. Coming back with a win in the Al Maktoum, I thought he looked okay, but I'm just not sure if he's quick. If he can quicken enough to catch horses like Charlatan, like Nix Go, who have that high cruising speed and are not coming back. From a physical standpoint, you cannot say he doesn't look good. I think he was so well turned out, and I love the attitude that Antonio Fresu has with him.
Tom Stanley's down at the start for the Saudi Cup. Tom, how are they taking it?
Do you know, they're all taking it in their stride. Right in the middle there he is, one of 3 American greys in this field, and it is Nix Go for Brad Cox. Joel Rosario looks nice and calm in there. He'll be wanting to add to the 2 seconds he's had so far this evening at the Saudi Cup and go one better with this horse. He looks an absolute peach. Now, when we've seen him in the mornings, he's looked pretty full of himself. Not an easy horse to hold, but he looks pretty calm down there. He looks to be taking it all in, to be very happy down at the start, and we know what is likely to happen when those gates open. This horse just alongside, number 5, alongside with Holly Doyle on board. He's got the red hood on, needs to prove that he can handle the surface extra elusive. But Holly Doyle did request when she got down, she was the first horse to get down here, and she just said, can we take that hood off really late as possible? She got down here very politely, very British. She said, sir, can I take my hood off late? Which is exactly the way to conduct yourself. So extra elusive over the far side. The atmosphere is building here down at the start.
Disappointed you've not been referring to me as sir during the course of the day, Tom. Let's have a look at Great Scott, Abdullah Mishrif and Adel Al-Faradi teaming up. This is the local hope. He's a talented horse on his day, Michelle.
You like a horse that has experience over the local track, obviously. This is going to be a big class test for him. Is he good enough to tangle with some of the best America has? I will say one thing about him. He looks a little bit warm, and in the pre-parade ring, he was being very naughty, Nick. He was kicking out. They had a hard time saddling him, and even right now you can see he's not intent on what his rider is doing. He's paying attention to the other horses. He's chewing on his bit. I don't think he's as focused that I'd like to see him.
2 riders from the United States didn't make it here because of COVID travel problems. One was John Velasquez, William Buick now rides Tacitus. The other was Umbi Rispoli, Mikel Barcelona now rides for Steve Asmussen, who was second in the race last year with Midnight Bizou.
They're going to be aggressive and put him in early because, see, he's backing out. Earlier this week, he did school in the gate, and he was not compliant. He did not want to go in the gate. He was very hesitant. It took them a while to load. I think they need to get him in there so he can get settled. He never actually settled when they schooled him. He was standing crookedly, and you can see he's doing that right there as well.
Global Giant is in with Frankie Dettori. Bangkok is near to you for Andrew Balding for Britain and Ryan Moore. Holly Doyle to the outside on Extra Elusive. But all eyes will be on the big 2 here, the Likely Race Charlatan and the Honor Roll Nix Go to continue the American dominance. This is the 2nd edition of the world's richest horse race, the 2021 Saudi Cup. To call them home, Churchill Downs, voice of the Kentucky Derby, and now the voice of the Saudi Cup, Travis Stone.
Thank you, Nick. Charlatan steps into line, moves in quickly and smoothly. Just a couple back there now. DeRivo, one of them, for $20 million. The 2nd running of the Saudi Cup, Extra Elusive, giving the starters a little bit of a trouble there. Going to circle around and try and get him back in and bring the others up to the gate for this 1,800-meter race, roughly 9 furlongs. There's DeRivo going forward. So DeRivo jumps over Extra Elusive in terms of starting order. Moves in now. Here's Extra Elusive. Goes right in. Extra Elusive now in the starting gate for the Saudi Cup. Rest of the field standing in good order. The breeze has quieted. Great Scott goes in. A little reluctant there, but nonetheless steps forward for the Saudi Cup. They are in the gates, and they're off in the Saudi Cup. and Nix Go goes straight toward the front. Nix Go showing speed, and Charlatan is right with him, and Military Law is there, and Mishrif on the outside, up the chute in the Saudi Cup, and Charlatan's going to be the leader. Charlatan from that outside post has come on to take over the lead from Nix Go, who backs off into second, so Charlatan takes the race to Nix Go right off the mark. Nix Go back into second. Mishrif toward the inside is racing in third. Extra Elusive moving up into fourth. Right there to Military Law in fifth. Tacitus is not far behind. Tacitus is racing in sixth. Sincere is now seventh. Great Scott moving up on the inside from eighth. Global Giant is now ninth. The Reeve was in 10th. Bangkok is 11th. Sleepy Eyes Todd is in 12th. Japan's Chuo Wizard is second to last. 9 lengths off the lead as they move into the far turn. Max Player is the trailer. Nix Go comes on through to take the lead. Charlatan sticks right with him. And the race is on round the far turn in the Saudi Cup. Charlatan on the outside of Nix Go. Nix Go grinding it out. Charlatan right there too. Mishrif under pressure back in third. Tacitus is asked to go now. Great Scott angles to the outside for the final quarter mile. They're coming for the top of the stretch. Charlatan has shrugged off the challenge of Nix Go. Charlatan turning for home in front. Mishrif is now the challenger. They're off the turn. They're into the stretch. Charlatan digging down deep on the lead. Mishrif desperately trying to get by. Nix Go's been defeated. Great Scott and Tacitus coming down to the final 100 meters. Charlatan has to fend off the oncoming Mishrif. Mishrif is roused to the lead. Charlatan tries to fight back. It's doing so. Mishrif, Charlatan. Mishrif conquers the cup. An upset winner, defeating Charlatan. Great Scott. Nix Go settles for fourth. Sleepy Eyes Todd was fifth. It's Mishrif in Saudi. What was supposed to be a 2-horse race all week long, Nix Go and Charlatan, ended up going to a third, and that's Mishrif. Charlatan, surprisingly, went to the front. It was expected he would sit off of Nix Go early. Instead, they took the race to him. And perhaps those tactics cost them the race in the end, as Mishrif worked out a perfect trip under Egan to find a seam, come on late. It was a long stretch drive. They had to work hard to get there. Charlatan was stubborn, not letting him get by. David Egan kept at it, though, and he got up when it counted. The $20 million Saudi Cup to Mishrif. Charlatan, what an effort, what a performance. An effort that wins most races like this. Finishes second, a long way back to Great Scott. And there's Nix Go, who couldn't make the lead, then came on through to challenge and ultimately has to settle for fourth, and Sleepy Eyes Todd comes on to be fifth.
In an epic Anglo-American clash here in Saudi Arabia, the 21-year-old David Egan has ridden the race of his life on the John Gosden-trained Mishrif to turn away big money Mike Smith and the big horse Charlatan, who went down all guns blazing, having shown brazen speed. Local horse Great Scott in third, and Nix Go too much today. But this horse Mishrif and David Egan have won for Prince Faisal of Saudi Arabia and John Gosden for Great Britain. What a horse race, what a clash between two continents and two top-class horses. Classic winner beats Baffert's best.
That was an amazing ride from young David Egan. He didn't let the top two horses get out of his sight. We talked about this horse not having a huge turn of foot. He didn't need it because David kept him in touch the entire way. When Charlatan cut the corner, he started to eke up that advantage, and down the lane, he just outwore him. Charlatan had to put up a fight early on. Mischief was able to save something. What a phenomenal effort down to the lane.
This is exactly what that team wanted, the Gosden team, and Prince Bandar, the chairman of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Jockey Club, he looks absolutely delighted because he has put the money on the table. He wanted them to come from all corners of the globe, and to have a horse owned by a member of his family, Prince Faisal, very closely related to Prince Bandar, win the race for a British trainer, an Irish-born jockey, beating the best of America. It is exactly the melting pot that he could have dreamed of, and that broad smile across David Egan's face tells the story. of a very cool rider, a very talented jockey, and a very, very good racehorse, a tough racehorse too.
Things have just gone right for this team all week long. They wanted an outside draw, they got an outside draw. They were able to sit right off the speed. They had no traffic to get through. He ran so bravely last year in defeat in the Saudi Derby, and he showed that he was no fluke on the dirt, and he is getting a massive round of applause right now. I'm covered in goosebumps, Nick.
This is lovely to see. David's cantering the horse right down past the grandstand to the VIP hospitality area and down to the furlong pole, so everybody can appreciate exactly what this horse has done. Mishrif, a homebred for Prince Faisal, who's had some wonderful horses around the world. His blue hen mare Rafah, the dam of Invincible Spirit, and Kodiak, two of the great stallions in Europe in recent years, and he's got another proper one here, and came back from the Saudi Derby last year to win the French Derby, the Prix de Jockey Club, and be one of the best 3-year-old colts in Europe, and it's great to see him go forward.
Now the question, Nick, is what do you do with him?
Well, you'd have to consider the
Dubai World Cup, right?
And then you'd have to start thinking about back
how
on
to get to the Breeders' Cup?
For all the big prizes, and then a tilt at the Breeders' Cup Classic, maybe.
I mean, this horse just absolutely handled some of the best horses that the U.S. has to offer. So he's legitimate. We have to definitely think about giving him some kind of a campaign.
Charlatan has run a huge race on just his 4th career start under Mike Smith, but he is all speed. Smith said, I don't want to give away my natural gift easily. He didn't do that. He let him use his speed, but this 1.8 miles on a easy surface probably just stretched him a little bit.
Also, again, talking about that rail maybe being a little bit heavier. That horse was moving really nicely, and then when Mike cut the corner and went down to the lane, he fluffled a little bit.
But David Egan has outdone Big Money Mike today, and here he is with Haley Moore.
Yeah, that's an achievement in itself. David, congratulations. You've just won the world's richest race. How are you feeling?
Oh, I can't believe it. It was Mishrif that won. He's an absolute champion. It's just a privilege to be connected with such a class horse, and just like to thank Prince Faisal, Mr. Gosden, all his team back home in Newmarket. Just everyone in connections with this horse has done a great job, and just delighted to get back aboard on the big day.
This is when it counts, in front of the audience, in front of his owner, in his country that he was born in as well. This is a very special victory in your career as well.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Look, I always felt myself last year in the Derby, if he hadn't missed the break and jumped slow, he nearly would have beaten the Japanese horse. So it's a redemption for him in Saudi, and look, in Prince Faisal's backyard here in Saudi Arabia, it's an honour.
It's great to come back here as well and get a victory like this, and your dad is here as well, which is even more special. You must be thrilled that he can enjoy this moment with you.
Look, I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't without my dad, John. He's taught me everything I know. He's been a great dad, and delighted to have him here.
And just finally, you were always well positioned throughout the run?
Yes, delighted to get a good break. Spoke to a lot of people, and I got a lot of good advice to riding on the dirt from people from America, and look, I spoke to a good friend of my dad's, Joe Deegan, who rode a lot in America, and he kind of went through the race with me, and it was really important to get a good jump today. Didn't expect that he was going to be able to travel so well in behind the leaders. He probably didn't see the rest of the horse, but he nearly probably travelled better than anything, and just up the straight when the two leaders kicked, it just took him a little while to get going, but thank God he ran him home.
Congratulations, enjoy the moment.
David Egan, what a moment for him, and so eloquent in victory as well. And Michelle, it's worth noting that David Egan, he's a retained jockey to Prince Faisal. That's why Frankie Dettori doesn't ride this horse for John Gosden. He's David's ride. But last year, because of COVID, he couldn't travel to France, and it meant he missed the ride in the Prix de Jockey Club. Richmond Isabel rode him. He missed the ride at Deauville. Frankie Dettori rode him. Dettori kept the ride in the Champion Stakes. Now Egan's back on. And it's wonderful to see the partnership intact and the loyalty shown to this young rider by the winning owner.
And like he said, this was redemption for Mischief. I think it was a great back ride for him. And talking about how some of the American riders helped him out, right? I'm sure Mike Smith might have been one of them. And you know, by the time David was born, Mike Smith had already won 8 Breeders' Cup races. There was a lot of knowledge to impart there.
Huge amount of knowledge, and he's ridden a very talented horse, but this horse has got the toughness. He's got the street wisdom. The question today was, could he take on the very best dirt horses that America could bring here? The answer was an emphatic and resounding yes. It is Mishrif who is the hero of the Saudi Cup. Well, Michelle, jubilant scenes in the winner's enclosure here. Mishrif, if you're a pedigree enthusiast, this is a horse by Make Believe, who was a pretty talented horse, not as talented as this one, but Make Believe himself by Macfie by Dubawi. That Dubawi sire line, they'll go on whatever you run them on.
That's what you like to see. And you get the Ravens pass on the broodmare side as well, which does lend itself, I think, to being able to run on dirt more than maybe some other European pedigrees that you see. Ravens pass, of course, familiar for winning a Breeders' Cup race over in America, although it was on synthetic, but still something familiar. This is exciting.
There's Dad John, still riding, of course, to some success and a real international competitor of significant note. And David's uncle, the great champion jockey Richard Hughes, he will have given him plenty of advice and guidance through his career as well. So he's bred for the job as well as the horse.
Well, and you have to be able to take that advice, right, Nick? It's not everybody that wants to take it and apply it.
Let's get to Haley.
Unbelievable scenes down here. How proud are you of your son right now?
I can't explain it. It's just very, very special, you know. He's been unlucky with this horse this year. He missed a couple of winners through different circumstances, and you know, I was just over the moon. I've never had this feeling before.
How incredible is it? You've had big days yourself in the saddle, but what about when your son's winning the world's richest race?
I haven't had days like this. No, definitely not.
David, enjoy the moment. It's brilliant. Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
That must be quite something. You're still riding, you've still got a jockey's license, and you turn up and watch your son win the world's richest horse. Surreal moments, I'm sure, for John Egan and all connected. What a horse race. That's what we really needed today to cap off Saudi Cup night. Mishrif has defeated Charlatan in an absolute epic. Well, if you're rejoining us, a very warm welcome back to King Abdulaziz racetrack here in Riyadh in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where for all that it might have been one of the chilliest nights in the kingdom, an epic battle between a very brave British trained horse and one of the best in America has really warmed us up, Michelle.
One thing we can note too, these are both 4-year-old horses, so on the younger side maybe we get to see another showdown between the two of them. I thought this was an absolutely thrilling renewal of the Saudi Cup. We saw a great version last year, but this one was really top-notch.
Let's take a look back at the 2021 Saudi Cup from the stalls, and Mishrif to the outside, aggressively ridden, breaks really smartly, and he's already in with a shot.
You know, he lost the Saudi Derby because he pretty much dwelt in the gate and wasn't involved early and just couldn't get there in time. Here, you look how forwardly placed he is. Obviously, the two American horses are pulling out in front like we knew that they would, but Mishrif is always within touch. He's 2 lengths back right there, and like they wanted from that outside barrier draw, Nick, he's got a clean go of it. He has a little bit of dirt being thrown back into him right now, but nothing like you would if you were buried down along the rail.
There he is, just facing the kickback really nicely, in hand, head low, lovely head carriage, must be a lovely ride. Now this is riding with Joel Rosario on Nick's Go. How happy or not would he have been with his position? Charlatan showing more speed to his outside.
Well, I think Nick's Go looked kind enough to rate right here. Now, I like this move going into the turn because this is where Nick's Go wins races. It's on the turns. A lot of horses have to slow down when they take these turns. Nick's Go is the horse that accelerates on them, so this is probably the perfect scenario for him. And once you put a head in front of a horse, Charlatan is forced to go wide and use more energy to stay outside, so that was a good effort.
I'll ask you this, had Charlatan not had Nick's Go's attentions in this part of the race, do you think he'd have held on from Mishrif or not?
Ooh, good question. You know, I'm not entirely sure. You can see right now Charlatan's still flicking his ears around. I don't know if he actually had anything extra to give. The thing about Charlatan is he has a really high cruising speed, but he only has a very little kick after that. You know, he devastates horses with that acceleration early, and he just wasn't able to put that completely to use because there was another horse in the field that had that same thing.
Nick's Go's finishing effort ultimately was a weak one. He fades into 6th place. Great Scott has run an excellent race in 3rd.
Great Scott did. I think the problem with Nick's Go is when you look at that horse and what he does, generally he gets no pressure, but today not only had the pressure, but had another horse go faster than him. He just wasn't able to deliver late.
David Egan arm aloft, has won the Saudi Cup in the colours of Prince Faisal on Mishrif, who's been just about the complete racehorse today, as we check in with Tom Stanley.
Yeah, walking alongside Tony Proctor and the winner of the $20 million Saudi Cup. The presentation's taking alongside us. Tony, travelling head lad to John Gosden, what does this mean?
Oh, it's unreal. It's like dream come true, isn't it?
Of all your trips around the world, where does this rate?
Well, it's hard to beat an Able winning in the Breeders' Cup, but I mean, it's very close there. I mean, it's exceptional. They treat us very good over here and that, so it's a pleasure to come, that's for sure. And for him to go one better than last year is even better.
What about the resolution of this horse to have a turf campaign, then come back on the dirt, his second start on the dirt, and stay on like that?
Well, when you work for a trainer like John Gosden, you know, he knows how to get horses ready. He's the best in the world at it as well, so you can't second guess what the governor does.
Did you have any doubt on him in a race like this, up against the Americans? Any doubt he could do that?
No, because we had it in the back of our mind that he ran so well here last year, and he got left a long, long way. And all he did was improve all year. So he obviously went on the dirt last year, so, you know, we were quietly confident.
And a word on 21-year-old David Egan?
Oh, he's exceptional, wasn't he? He was brilliant, you know. You can't fault the way he rode the horse, and he's just getting better, isn't he?
Tony, well done. There's the winner of the Saudi Cup, Mishrif.
Cheers, thanks very much.
And the magnificent Saudi Cup trophy. It is not an understated item, but nor should it be. Designed by the House of Garrard, presented by the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, His Highness Mohammed bin Salman, to His Highness Prince Faisal, the owner of Mishrif. And these maroon and silver silks have been carried for 4 decades by some of the world's best racehorses, but there will never have been a prouder moment, either for the owner or for his young retained rider, David Egan. Thady Gosden, son of multiple champion trainer John to the right, has overseen proceedings here in Riyadh this week, and it has come to a pretty glorious conclusion, Michelle.
We got the showdown that we wanted, and then a little something extra, Nick. It was full of international flair. It was full of excitement, and I think that we saw a race that we will remember next year very, very fondly.
Let us make no bones about it. This has not been a straightforward event to undertake this year in the grip of a global pandemic, but the show had to go on for it to retain its place in the global horse racing firmament. Not only that, we had to have a great horse race here. And in Mishrif and Charlatan, we have had 2 horses who have served us up an absolute thriller. And after his gallant second last year, Mishrif is the champion in 2021.